Alright, last time we opened with the squad hard at work training in the VR simulator. They were fighting an enemy class called Sectoids, and they had a very successful clear of the easiest difficulty with no issue. The adults then decided to pit them against stronger versions, which the kids got to work on. While this was going on, the Rainfall Elders, along with the young kids, were back at the academy, putting things together for both the return of Rainfall basketball and the wedding of Laz and Oz. The adults, along with Sol, Laz, and Oz, were carefully watching the progression of the squad training. They talked about improvement that had been seen, as well as complimenting the budding leadership qualities in Carter. Pequot joined them, holding a small orb she had gotten for Hale, given that she would be her daughter-in-law. She said it was worth $3 billion, and Lorelai's assistant had helped her get it. They then went out to congratulate the squad on their quick improvement after they had handily defeated the highest difficulty of sectoids, before an overconfident Benny gave them a DX crotch chop and told them that he wanted a real challenge. The adults answered right back by dropping him in a simulation against Epsilon. The kids were destroyed and left running home with their tails between their legs. The adults had a good time and a good laugh at their expense. Back at the apartment, the kids licked their wounds. While showing pride in their improvement, they made a clear agreement not to crotch chop any of the adults again. They decided to celebrate and unwind by watching another Seagal movie as a squad until their parents arrived to pick them up and send Ricky and Ash home ahead of both the basketball game and the wedding. Back at the academy, the basketball game was beginning to get underway as people trickled in and the Stooges unveiled their grand plan. They complained about possible bias with Davine as the ref, only for that to net them Sasha taking up the striped shirt. They stuck to their plan and began trying to fake fouls and flop to guarantee enough free throws to win the game. This eventually, along with a bunch of arguing, blew up in their face and got multiple of them ejected and the game cancelled. After the game, people started filing down to Laz and Oz's to get started getting ready for the wedding. While the girls got ready and had important conversations, all of the guests waited in anticipation. Lorelai arrived with her attendant Sylar, and they came because they had come to see the wedding of the greatest child of Julius. After that, Julius walked down the aisle, walked Laz down the aisle, and a short but beautiful ceremony took place. After that, Laz and Oz came down and greeted their family and friends as an official married couple, and everyone ended up having a wonderful evening as Krellin set up multiple of the Rainfall kids with grand premonitions of their futures to come, and I believe that is everything.
Yep, it's been 3 weeks since the events of our last episode. The kids find themselves on the planet of U-turn U4Z. Ripa has been sighted throughout the outer colonies. It's a big, sprawling cityscape colony, and the kids, as Ash is too injured to act, the kids are in charge of killing or capturing Ripa. Carter, Memory Ann, and Ricky find themselves rappelling down the side of a warehouse building. Carter can see the back of this guy's head right here. Ricky has a line of sight on Ripa. Not a great one, but he can see it. Memory Ann can see this guy right here. Not Ripa. Memory Ann comes over the radio. Carter, do you see him?
Carter does not have line of sight of Ripa.
Right, so responding character.
Oh, I was just clarifying. Yeah, no, I don't see him.
Ricardo.
I got an eye on him, ma'am. It's not great, but I can confirm he's in there.
How many do you see, Carter?
I see one. The back of his head, right here.
How many do you see, Ricardo?
Other than Ripa, how many does he have direct line of sight on?
This guy.
I can see one more aside from him, ma'am, but I don't have a good look at the rest of the room.
Can you get to him quickly? Ripa.
Maybe I'd have to go past the guy in front of me, though. There's one in between me and him.
What do you want to do, Carter?
Memory Ann and me will take out the ones that we see right ahead of us. Ricky, do your best to get to him. Once we take the ones in front of us out, we'll deal with the one that's in between you and Ripa.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Roll initiative. You can bust through the window, kick a door down, whatever you want to do. Perfect. We're going to put Carter at the top. Memory Ann will trade initiatives with...
Yes, sir.
He'll take the 4. Carter can make the first move.
All right. Carter is going to, over the radio, 3, 2, 1, breach. He is going to break through the window that he's looking through, cascading glass, come down, roll in front of this guy, and try to make 2 attacks against him.
Shocking this guy for sure, turning around, grabbing the attention of everybody in the room. Oh, nice.
And
I like the entrance, so I'm going to kill this guy. How does Carter kill him, since it's a surprise entrance?
he rolls the glass. I like to imagine sort of not really distracts him. Well, yeah, distracts him. He looks up, tries to block the glass out of his way. Carter rolls up to him, still kneeling down on one knee, and stabs straight up through his sternum.
Continue your turn.
Okay. The second attack will. He's going to entrust Memory Ann with that one. Second attack, he said he'll deal with the one in middle. So 5, 10, 40. Is he on a raised platform, or is he just...
Nah, well, maybe it's raised, but only like a foot or 2 off the ground.
Okay. So the second attack, the 22 that I rolled, will go towards him then.
Nice. Anything else?
He'll apply his dot to the guy he just attacked, and that's it.
Ricky, who I hate.
Ricky's gonna follow suit, come through the window here, and use all of his movement to sliding across the tables and conveyors to get to Ripa. And he's going to pull out his flails and make 3 attacks. The second 2 hit, and where am I roll? Alright, he's gonna make those attacks and settle in right in front of him and prepare to continue fighting.
Copy that. As Carter busted in, and as Ricky busted in, they definitely noticed this lady exchanging something with Ripa, some type of, looks like a CD case, whatever's inside, you don't know. He put it in one of his satchel packs, and then reacted to YouTube busting in. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Seeing Carter kill his first kill over here, kill one of the strat grunts over here, and then like a lightning bolt, no pun intended, Ricky has no lightning magic, but bolting right up to him and attacking him. You kids need to stay the fuck as he lifts his G3 assault rifle out of the way.
You could just come with us, nice and easy.
Ripa hearing Carter say that, but having Ricky right in front of him, points towards this drow. She's a drow woman. This guy who's aiming his gun up at Carter aims it at her, and Ripa will... spray and pray violently and erratically around Ricky and Carter. Missing, but he's not playing around. Hip firing his G3 assault rifle almost. And actually almost hitting one of his own men.
Carter will duck down. Ricky, are you hit?
Not at all.
Showing no care for his own forces. He will attempt to scamper away from Ricky. But he doesn't get too far. Ricky, you see him, he's starting to go into a bolt. He's gonna try to bolt the fuck out of it.
He's gonna get ready to run and just say, "Oh, come on, you're not gonna abandon the party that quick."
He turns, looks at Ricky, and I'll give him one more space of movement. He's running for his life.
Alright.
This guy here, moving up. He's going to hit Ricky for 13 points of damage. This one here, following order. Whoever this woman was gets riddled with bullets. Chest almost exploding from all the rounds he puts through her with some type of custom pulse rifle. The one right in front of Carter. Give me a strength check of 12 or higher on Carter, and you can stop him from pumping the pump action. And then do what you want with him. Okay, what does Carter do?
He stops him from pumping it, and he's gonna try to... Could he try to, like, cut off his arm?
Sure. Just give me an attack, yeah. Ah! Grabbing his, I don't know. Blunted arm, cut off arm, falling to his knees. I'll leave him alive, though, if Carter wants to flavor something up. We'll be returning back to the top of the initiative order as Memory Ann comes in here. Busting through a window. She was repelling. But she was repelling, so she has to use her handgun, but she starts shooting at Ripa. And Ricky, you see, one of the bullets, phase bullets, goes through his shoulder. He grunts loudly. Remember, he's mid-run. Back to the top of the order, this guy's grabbing what's left of his arm, screaming.
Carter is... Well, his dot triggers, but I'm going to also just have Carter use one of his surges to make his dot trigger on the guy again. So, like, lightning starts to really come out of him, and the static aura starts to shift around him and stuff.
Eyeball explodes. We'll mark him dead. You still got 2 up, and...
Yes, sir. Carter's going to get over radio. Oop, that was the... I don't know why I clicked that. Carter's going to get over the radio. Do you want these lackeys down or help with Ripa?
Memory Ann looks at Ripa. Ricardo, after Ripa, Carter and I will take the lackey.
Yes, ma'am.
Alright, fine. Carter will make his way to the one furthest away and make his 2 attacks.
Flavor it. The guy will die. Flavor.
Cut across the stomach horizontally, and then he spins around, swings his sword upwards, and cuts him up vertically. So it almost makes like a cross pattern on him.
Very nice.
And then
Whenever you're done, Ricky's up. Go ahead.
yeah,
going.
He'll just use some more of his movement to get closer to the other guys.
All right, Ricky, who I hate.
He is going to bolt as quick as he can to get in front of Ripa. And he's going to keep swinging with the flails. Two of them hit again. He gets his Atreyu strike from that. That one misses, but he takes the 2 swipes. He's going to settle back in directly in front of him. Not running away that easy, man.
A kidney punch. Quick, scrappy fighter, kidney punch right to Ricky's side.
Okay.
He will attempt to push Ricky, shoulder checking Ricky, failing, and then continue breaking out of the loading dock here. Stops here. Well, that's his movement for now. He gets out of the loading dock as Carter hears sound of a pump action grenade launcher, and this explodes right here. There's an explosion. A hail of bullets starts coming through the wall here. There's definitely more guys coming. And the guy who blew a hole in the wall will present himself with his pulse rifle. This tracker here.
Carter ducks down to dodge some of the hails of bullets. Crap, they got backup.
Memory and stay on him, Ricardo, as this guy will shoot Carter for 12 points of damage. This guy right here. These guys are entering the battle, so they're done. Memrian, who I hate. With everything, with every ounce of my existence. Since she can't reach Rippa to slow him up, she will ice sheet this guy here. Knocking him down, so he won't get to go. This guy's still up, but everybody has their orders. Carter's up.
Okay. Carter will, since this guy isn't able to act right now, go to the one in front of Memory Ann. Ooh, damn. Alright, that first attack will also add 5 lightning damage. And then... yeah, bonus action, electrical overload, the one right in front of him. So that damage, and if he survived that damage, Constitution saving throw or be pushed back 20 feet.
Nope. I actually like to imagine the knockback kills him from the force hitting the wall. Carter gets a splatter a la Halo 3 driving vehicular manslaughter medal. Alright, anything else? Because you got 3 guys coming through. You can see them. They've shot the wall up. You know where they're coming from. They were trying to shoot at you.
No attacks, but he does have his orders. He will move closer to them.
Copy that. Ricky.
Not much else he can do. He'll use his movement to catch up to Rippa. That's as far as he can go, but he'll make his now 2 attacks at his back. Neither of them hit. He will spend a key for patient defense, so anyone attacking him has disadvantage until his next turn, and that'll be Ricky's move.
Copy that. As Rippa will continue running, he's holding, I like to imagine he's holding wherever the first wave of flail attacks had hit him. He spins around with the G3, and he will start spraying in Ricky's direction. So, on your next turn, you gotta move behind something on the map. Otherwise, you're taking all 3. 33, 34, and 33.
Understood.
Alright. Memory on hearing very distinct sound a G3 rifle makes. Memory on hearing that rifle going off, seeing a hail of bullets coming towards Ricky. Ricardo, take cover! As she turns and sees Carter about to engage these guys.
Understood. He's gonna have me pinned down, ma'am.
We do that. A D3, because there's 3 of them. I'm gonna say it was the one in the middle. Tried to take a shot at Carter. The 5 misses on Carter, but he definitely came close. I like to imagine Carter ducks, or maybe deflects it with his sword. Either way, it's not up to me to decide. So, you got these three left. Memrian watching Ripa blasting at Ricardo. Memrian then turning to these grunts. Ricardo, stay on him no matter what. Carter and I will catch up to you. Turning to help Carter and moving this direction behind Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
Flashing here. Ba-ba-ba-ba. You got crowds of people. Because today, the city is celebrating its Founding Day. Founders Day for the colony. Now, proud people, the citizens of this colony, everybody comes out to celebrate. Elizabeth finds herself perched up on the roof, with Benny below the roof, peeking around, trying to stay inconspicuous, but it's pretty hard in their combat gear. Samantha over here, with Okir. Sam is scaling the roof currently, and Okir is looking in the direction they know the warehouse Carter Memrian and Ricky went to. And Elizabeth sees Ripa clear as day, pushing his way through the crowd. His rifle barrel still smoking.
Elizabeth will get over comms. He's coming through that crowd. Okay, prepare to intercept him. Colt, you got a shot on him or not?
No, nothing clear, ma'am.
Understood. Once you get a clear shot, inform me, okay?
Understood. As Samantha, Elizabeth sees Sam aiming her LMG down into the crowd, then she'll draw her LMG back up and shake her head.
She nods towards Samantha. I'm gonna start to make my way down foot through the crowd along with him, okay?
Use your ODM gear, get on top of him, Sam says over the radio.
She'll nod, she'll make her way to the rooftop, and does she have a clear shot of him, not through the cloud, if she were to, like, harpoon to him?
No, not for a harpoon, but she could ODM gear to the statue here, or something.
Okay. Yeah, no, she'll definitely harpoon to the statue. Yeah, she can make that. Right here, and, she will definitely try to stalk strike him, since she doesn't want to shoot her shotgun in a crowd. Oh, and she misses.
A shot going off, or no, a strike going off, people do start scattering around a little bit because they see Elizabeth almost Spider-Manning to the statue. Ripa dodging the strike, looking up towards Elizabeth. You!
Yeah, that's right, me!
Benny coming out with his gun, trying to fight his way through. He still has his dinky P90. Blaze is not done with his M4 custom yet. Benny trying to come through the crowd to help Elizabeth. Ripa seeing Elizabeth right in front of him. You can roll up Elizabeth on the initiative order as well, as Ripa will take his turn. I like to imagine he violently and quickly tries to punch Elizabeth in the kidney, but she's too small and too fast for him this time. And he misses the punch, and he will move, pushing his way through the crowd, purposely making sure he's surrounded by as many people as possible.
Damn it, he's using the citizens as cover.
Sam, seeing this unfold, Okir starts walking towards the crowd. Colt, still no clear shot, as Okir's trying to get people out of the way. Sam will shoot her machine gun in the air to try and expedite the process, and that really makes people start to run. Benny almost gets stampeded over, has to duck behind the building. Okir pushing through, big hammer leading the charge. It's up to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth is going to try to push her way through the crowd here to try and pincer Ripa. Would that be like a strength check, or?
Nah. No check for her on this one. She can get up to him.
Okay. She will get up to him and try to try to stalk strike him once again. Holy crap, she misses again.
Okay, Rippa turning, Singer, give up, girlie, turning around, and Okir with the hammer standing in front of him. Okir will lift the hammer and try to swing it across. People running for their lives. Rippa ducking. And he's gonna keep going through the crowd. Gets up here. Running from Elizabeth. Like a true scoundrel. He starts spraying and praying into the crowd as Okir, Jesus Christ, tries to get some random people behind him to protect them. Benny ducking, Sam looking shocked, jumping down, pulling I like to imagine a kid out of the way as Ripa starts murdering civs to get away from Elizabeth. Elizabeth sees this group of people start to get cut down by bullets right in front of her.
She's gonna call out, "Everyone get into cover, get into a house, get behind something!"
As Ricky will make it on scene. As people look at Elizabeth and listen, Ricky making it on scene finally. Ricky can take his turn, if he'd like.
Oh, he'll try to catch up. Let me see. He'll get to there, and then he'll spend a key and his bonus action to dash, letting him catch up and make a single attack on Ripa.
Fuck! I like to imagine it hits, irregardless of... Okay, I didn't see the 21. It's gonna hit. I like to imagine he yells out, fuck! He's got his G3 in his hand, looks back at Ricky. God fucking damn it.
Hey, man, you're not gonna get away from the dance that quick.
Sam whistling sharply at Elizabeth, and then pointing at Ripa, telling Elizabeth to go.
Elizabeth will nod to her. Is it her turn? The initiative order cleared out for me, sorry.
Yep, she can go.
She will make her way 5, 10, 15, 20. Damn. And she'll try to ODM through this group of people over to right here. And since she's right there, she wouldn't be shooting directly into them. Yeah. She can only stalk strike. Oh man.
Not Elizabeth's lucky day, Nick!
It really isn't. Holy crap.
She's getting
Nice.
the luck I had the other week.
Well, that's okay. Memory Ann and Carter arriving on scene. Carter seeing, I like to imagine 20, 30 dead people in the streets. Maybe not dead, wounded by gunfire. Some most definitely dead. He sees Okir chugging to keep up, but this big guy is never going to be nearly as fast as Elizabeth or Ricky. Definitely the slowest member of the team. And he sees Benny working on somebody as Samantha is looking this direction because she sees something coming, but we'll go to Ripa. And Ripa, seeing himself surrounded, is going to yes, this will deal the damage. Throw something at his feet that quickly explodes. Not a flashbang, a smoke bomb. And Elizabeth and Ricky will take 3 points of damage as he keeps running. And as he's running, hey little girlie, look! And Elizabeth hears something very loud hit the ground. Boom! Thudding right here.
Elizabeth turns to see it. Oh, holy shit!
Memory Ann seeing this. Carter, we have to stay on him.
And Carter nods. He's gonna get over radio. Okir, Samantha, Benny, and Colt, you stay behind and take out whatever that thing is. Me, Memory Ann, Ricky, and Elizabeth chase after Ripa.
Copy that. Samantha lifting her submachine gun as the mech will start firing. I like to imagine Elizabeth is definitely leading the charge, even though she lost the lucidity for a turn, as we like to say in our game world. Flashing here, Ripa is nowhere to be found. Elizabeth is definitely right there with Ricky up front, and we will re-roll initiative orders. They know he came this way, you know he came this way, but unfortunately... 1 second. There you go. You've lost him.
Damn it. I've lost him, ma'am.
Memory Ann trying to peer around the large crowd ahead of you guys. He could have went down any of these alleys.
Carter nods, or he's hiding in plain sight.
Or he's hiding in a house.
All very good possibilities. We should probably start asking the citizens if they saw someone in a ski mask run past them or into a house or something like that.
With a large assault weapon.
Exactly. Carter will, yeah, no. It's not his turn, sorry.
Nope, it's okay. Memory Ann is going to go down here. Her pistol drawn. And start slowly walking down the alley with her pistol still drawn. Looking for Rip. Eliza
is going to ODM up to the rooftops. If she's allowed to.
Yeah.
She will ODM up to the rooftops and begin looking down into the crowds from her vantage point to try and find him.
She can roll a wisdom or an int. She gets 8+ on anything she rolls. Since she's perched above. Oh, nee! Well, she's scanning the streets. She does not see him. But she's in the process.
Carter will point towards Ricky, point towards the way Memory Ann started to go, and will start to make his way down this way. While he's making his way through, he will go up to one of the citizens. Did you see a man with a ski mask run through here?
The citizen, I like to imagine it's a larger man with a woman on his arm, turns around. No, what are you talking about, young man?
Right, of course. My apologies. If you'll excuse me, and he'll start making his way through the crowd.
He'll lift his drink he's holding, cheering to Carter. And Carter can move through the crowd, a couple squares up to, give him whatever his move speed is. And Ricky's...
He's gonna follow orders and catch up to Memory Ann, trying to help her push her way through this crowd. Gonna look at follow Carter's suit and look at one of the people here and go, did someone in a ski mask with a gun run through here? To the person in front of him.
I like to imagine it's a lady having herself a good time. Her brassiere quite exposed. Looks at Ricky. Mm-mm.
Shut up. Just keep having fun then.
Memory Ann, I don't think he came this way. Looking at Ricky and then looking around.
Nah, they would have remembered something like that.
It's a paratrooper G3. He can fold the stock down and put it under his coat.
True, but the ski mask, they'd at least have to remember a dude bolting by like that.
Memory Ann nodding her head. We'll move this way up here, and we're going to put actually Ricky with her. They can move together. Eliza, as you're aware, your nemesis is somewhere on this map.
She will 5, 10 ODM over to this building, so 30, and we'll start to scan the area once again.
Oh shit. Well, Eliza sees that familiar ski mask peeking out of a door, looking around. His assault rifle definitely tucked under his large coat. And he
She'll
actually comes into the open because he thinks the kids are gone.
she'll get on comms. Do they have on their wrist computers like a basic map of the area?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I got him. He's right there, and she'll put a ping on the map for everyone to see.
Memory Ann looks at Ricardo and points this direction. Ricardo, go. She will pass her turn to Riggy.
With pleasure. He'll move as far down as he can.
Get Ricky into position to jump this guy. And just get into position. No attacks. Get into position. Carter's up.
Carter will notice the ping, and he will also get into position, hiding behind this house right here.
Very nice. We'll put them on the map later. Okay. I'm going to let Memory Ann move up a little bit, but she's past her turn. Now we go to Ricky's turn. We'll take your full turn.
Alright, he's able to go to jump out now, right?
If that's what the squad wants to do.
What should I do, sir? Should I wait for him to go by or jump him now?
Carter looks around. The element of surprise, wait for him to go by.
He'll fire into a crowd again.
I know, but he'll fire into a crowd no matter what we do.
I'll follow your orders, sir. Ricky will hold his action until Ripa goes by, or gets near him.
Eliza.
Eliza is going to staying hidden, like behind the slants of the roof. She's going to move closer to the edge to get a better vantage point, and if she has to jump in and do something, she'll have that chance.
Copy that. I imagine Carter would like to gain some ground. Or he doesn't have to. It's up to him.
Ripper wouldn't notice him if he just came out into the open right here, correct?
We'll see. He's definitely surveying the area.
Carter's gonna stay put for just right now.
Copy that as Memory Ann finally catching up with Ricky. Ricky's holding his action. Memory Ann coming here. Her hand glowing with ice magic energies. Rip up. He'll stop right here. No civilians around him. Hands in his pocket. Head tucked down. But he's looking around for sure.
Okay. He'll look to Memory Ann. Should I, ma'am?
Memory Ann blasts him. You see Ripa's hands retract from his pockets. He goes tumbling this direction. Motherfucker! Falling back this way. He's not going to be prone or anything like that. But yeah, he definitely gets knocked this direction. And he's weakened.
Then, following his leader's action, Ricky's going to move forward and take his 2 attack. And with that 1 hit, he will go that. And that'll be it for this turn.
Alright, Eliza. Time for revenge.
Eliza is going to harpoon into him.
People starting to scream.
She will look at the civilians around her. Get into the houses! And she will, where is it? There it is. Make her stalk strike at him. Which, again, misses. Goddamn. She's just not getting lucky this time around.
Poor Eliza.
You know what? He's out in the open right now. It would make sense for her to do this. She's going to action surge, and since there are no civilians really around, she will tr- try to shoot him twice. God damn.
Damn, Eliza coming up short. He laughs at Elizabeth's attempts.
She'll look up at him with a seething look and won't be able to do anything else. That's going to be her turn.
You ought to take the mask off. Much cuter without it.
I'll take the mask off when I look you in the eye when I kill you.
Maybe if you took it off, you could shoot, little girlie.
Maybe if you took it off, you wouldn't be such a bastard.
Carter is up, hearing the insults and seeing Eliza getting cold feet when the time counts.
5, 10, 15. The lesser movement from his ability, the 25 less movement, still affects him, right?
I know you're free to run right at him. No, it's over.
20, 40. Carter will make his way right here. Yeah, right there. And attack twice into him.
Right, at least Carter's hitting. One of the Rainfall kids, well, Memory End too, but one of the ones I don't play is hitting. Nice.
And then he'll also apply his dot to him.
Very, very nice.
Yeah, that'll be Carter's turn.
Ricky.
Is the kidney punch draining of an attack still in effect here?
Yep.
I'm making sure. He will keep going with his flails. Missing with both. Spend a key for Flurry of Blows, so 2 unarmed attack. All missing. Alright, that'll be his turn as he just uses 5 feet of movement to more thoroughly try to surround it. And that's it for me.
Very, very nice. Going to have Memory Ann coming through the crowd, ordering him to halt and surrender. Surrender! Shoots him in the shoulder. He grabs his shoulder. And he'll put his hands up. Okay. He puts his hands up.
Carter's still on guard. He'll drag his sword away slightly from him, still keeping it on guard. Eliza still has her shotgun pointed right at him.
You can play it your way. Little girls and boys.
It probably is better for your health.
What are you gonna do? Take me in? Back to Gateway?
Take you in back to Gateway, where you will then be interrogated by the Ranger General and her associates.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots.
You should be. She's actually quite scary.
He chuckles, almost arrogantly, looking right down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, under her mask, starts to grit her teeth and her eye starts to twitch. Why the fuck are you so cocky right now?
What is this, a revenge job for killing that old bastard?
His name was Bash, and you will speak about him with respect.
He looks at Elizabeth, and almost a maniacal laugh down at Elizabeth.
Carter will look to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, keep your cool. And Elizabeth will take her shotgun and... You know what? I'm actually going to roll something for her. Quick. Okay. She will take her shotgun, hearing Carter say, keep your cool, and keep her finger on the trigger, starting to pull it, not yet pulling it at him.
Pretty impressive. Chased down one guy. Must be pretty proud of yourselves. Rainfalls, right? That's the name. Born with a silver spoon in your mouths, from my understanding now, huh? Something like that.
Yeah, we come from money, but we still got you, didn't we?
Oh, you got me. You got me good, Blondie.
Carter sighs. Your insults won't do much to me. We got you. You lost. Face it.
I mean, yeah, you can talk all the shit you want, but you were the one running like a bitch.
Looks over at Ricky and down at Elizabeth. Was that guy your dad or something? The old man? Marianne, ignore him. Coming up with her gun still pointed at him. Must have been.
Elizabeth Memory Ann starts to see Elizabeth's hands start to shake while pointing the gun at Ripa.
You think about him? Every night? You see his face? Who was he to you guys? Looks at Carter. To go to all this trouble must definitely be real personal. Looks over at Ricky.
He was our superior officer in the Headhunters, very close to us, a very good man. Stop talking.
Real good man, huh? Your trainer? Explains why this one down here can't shoot for shit. Or swing a shotgun. Must have been pretty shit at his job. Might have did EarthGov a favor.
Elizabeth is going to...
Yes!
him.
Yes! A haymaker coming out on to Carter! She goes for the stock strike. I'll let her hit him, but he reacts quick enough to punch Carter and starts running off through the crowd. And he's not done yet. Thank you, Eliza! He starts spraying and praying through the crowd. Memrian pushing Elizabeth out of the way, ducking this way. And I like to imagine Carter's gonna do something to help Ricky. And you just see people getting mowed down. Most of them were watching, cowering in fear, and he runs off. Like a coward he is.
Motherfucker.
God
Carter...
damn it, Elizabeth! He looks down at Elizabeth.
Fuck, I'm sorry. He got into my head.
Yeah, Ricky remembers. You studied this city, the layout. Ricky knows where he's heading. The train station. It's the only logical place. It's the only thing at the end of that road he went down.
He's headed to the train station. If we haul ass, we might be able to cut him off there.
Fuck! Marianne stands up, dusts herself off, picks Elizabeth up.
Just move, go.
Yes, sir. He's gonna take off as quick as he can.
And they will. Making their way to the train station, though, things look somewhat calm right now. People inside the building, Ricky and Carter can see. There's still smoking shell casings on the stairs, and people in here, it's a calm state. Like when somebody comes in and robs a bank, people are cowering, but nobody's panicking. Like somebody came down, shot off their gun, and said everybody down.
Carter will start looking around. Keep an eye out. He looks at Elizabeth and keep your cool. He will start making his way up, slowly up the stairs, scanning the entire time.
Ricky can move up as well if he wants.
He'll move up, doing the same as Carter.
Memrianne looks down at Elizabeth. You stay beside me.
Yes, ma'am.
Moving up the stairs. Somebody in this crowd of people, get down! Get out of here! There's a madman up ahead!
Carter looks down. EarthGov, where is he?
Somewhere over there. Point in this general direction.
He nods towards them. Stay down, stay in cover, okay?
There is a same laugh cutting Carter off. Boy, you just don't give up, do you?
Well, you are our mission. We can't necessarily give you up, can we?
Like I was saying, you think about him every night?
Elizabeth...
Is his face the last thing you see before you close those little adorable eyes of yours? Or those silver eyes? or those yellow eyes, or those disgusting purple eyes. You remember the last gasp of breath he let out? Almost like a deflated balloon.
Elizabeth is going to grab onto Memory Ann's arm and squeeze it slightly.
Memory Ann, he's toying with you. You're giving in.
I know, I'm trying not to.
Just think of it. Who gives a fuck what he says? He's a fucking cowardly prick.
He's hiding. We have to find him. Keep your cool. He looks at Elizabeth. I don't like what he's saying either. But don't give in. He will get his due comeuppance, okay?
You think he thinks it was worth it? To die for you? You can't even shoot a shotgun, little girl. You're a failure of a soldier.
Elizabeth looks up at Memory Ann. I'm not a failure.
I didn't think there was supposed to be favoritism in the military. Strange. Probably explains why you're so inept as a squad. But! Man, your tenacity is he comes out with an old man in his arms and his G3 barreled to the guy's head. Your tenacity is impressive. Admirable, even. This guy looks scared. Go ahead. Take the shot.
Elizabeth, seeing the scared old man, gets some lucidity back to her, and she will lower her shotgun down.
Memory Ann, move in. Carter, Ricardo.
Carter will slowly start to move in.
Ricky will follow.
Must be a running trait in the rainfalls. You can't protect your friends.
Just let the guy go. We assume you have some kind of escape plan. Just let the old man go, okay?
Drop the weapons. Put
Carter.
the Kai blades away.
Carter will hold on tightly to his sword and then look back at Memory Ann and drop the sword.
Flails.
He'll slowly put the flails down.
Pistol. Memory Ann puts her Beretta on the ground. What about you, little girl? He'll torque the guy's head back. He lets out a weak groan. Take the shot! He looks right at Elizabeth. Come on. This is what you want? I'm right here. Exposing just a little bit of his head. Kind of like behind this guy's head. It can all end now. You can get me. Avenge your failure of a superior officer who couldn't even teach you how to shoot.
Carter looks back at Elizabeth with a look in his eyes and mouths drop it. And Elizabeth looks at Carter, looks at the hostage in Ripa, looks back at Carter, and will drop her shotgun.
Chuckling at Elizabeth as she drops the shotgun. No balls.
Just let the man go now. Send him over to us and make your escape.
Kick the guns away and the sword and the flails. Kick them away!
Carter will kick his sword this way, as will Elizabeth.
Ricky will follow suit.
Memory Ann will deftly, with her left foot, kick her pistol this way. That's called in the business as the horn from the train goes off. That's what we call in this line of work a straight flush. And he blows this guy's head clean off and jumps onto the train.
God damn it! Carter will quickly run over,
He's not getting away.
grab his sword, and start to run over to the train.
Ricky,
Go, Ricardo.
He'll grab the flails and catch up to Carter.
She picks up her pistol. We're going to kill this bastard. Grabs Elizabeth's arm.
Elizabeth looks at her. I get the final shot!
Memory Ann nodding her head as the train takes off. Carter and Ricky up onto the roof. We will roll new initiative orders, clearing the order. The train takes off very quickly. futuristic train, not a steam train or anything like that. And the girls find themselves inside. Carter and Ricky find themselves on the roof with more strat trackers. Definitely a heavier armored variant of them on the roof. Roll initiative. Memory. Now, not yet before seen. Coming through, I like to imagine, busting through the top of the train somewhere. Up here, he definitely just busted right through with his armor, kind of like shoulder checking the ceiling. Carter and Ricky see a guy with a sword and a type of armor they've never seen before, approaching atop the train roof. And we have... one sniper in play on this map. We will go to Ricky first, but before we go, we'll just set something up here. Rippa, once again, get down! He will fire spray and pray through, I like to imagine, this little doorway, and Memrian pushes Elizabeth down and covers her up as Elizabeth hears a and he goes up this direction, and then she hears the sound of a very loud, distinct paddle magazine for a weapon. Paddle-like mags the G3 use being ejected from the magazine well, and another very distinct sound of one being slammed in. Almost improperly slammed in. Too quickly slammed in. And now we'll go to Ricky. You got two guys on the roof coming at you. They got guns pointed. One back here. You can tell it's a sniper rifle. And this new one you've never seen before way in the back.
What do you want me to do, Carter?
And Carter looks ahead. You take out that one. I take out that one. Then we both deal with the sniper and whatever the hell that thing is.
Gotcha. He will 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, just enough. To that guy, get in front of him. Keyblades this time make his 2 attack.
Okay.
Alright, and he's low on that. That'll be his turn for now.
Cancer Wingy Mortis Valorian.
Carter will make his way up to the other enemy and make his attacks. And then, if he's still alive, static aura onto him.
Alright. Okay.
That will be Carter's turn.
Alright. Now, Rippa, running up the train, will stop here, drop to a knee, as Memrian will be helping Elizabeth up. He's yours. Go! She'll give her turn to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. 5, 10.
I'm right behind you, grabbing her arm and looking at her.
She will make her way up to here and she will start to fire her shotgun in through the door.
Finally clipping him twice, she sees his coat jacket erupt with blood getting torn up. Goddamn! You're like the goddamn Energizer Bunny, little thing.
You're goddamn right, I just won't give up. It's a problem, really.
He chuckles and She sees him inject himself with something. Anything else for Eliza?
No, that is her 2 attacks.
Okay. Now, the sniper will go. We'll go to the top of the order. The Tengu will go. Then Ricky. Then the sniper. These two right in front of our heroes up top. Nee! Gonna split the damage between the two. Okay, so we will have Carter take the 13, Ricky take the 11.
Ricky is unconscious.
If Carter wants to use a 3d8 med pack or something, he's go.
Okay, gotcha.
Take his full turn though.
Gotcha.
The Tengu, and you might want to get Ricky up as you see this guy, the Tengu, crouch down almost like a frog, and he leaps right here. That'll conclude the Tengu's turn. As the sniper will back up. Now remember, you're on top of the train. They're under. He's gonna back up. And take a shot at Eliza, hitting her. Through the window, right here he's standing on.
Gotcha.
Now, Ricky's down. You know what I'll give Ricky? Let's see. Let's just do a 1d2. Ricky can come back at 5 HP on 2. On a 1, he'll stay unconscious and cost Carter. Given the stakes of the engagement, I think adrenaline's pumping high in Ricky right now.
Okay.
You come back to this guy aiming the gun down at your head. You better do something.
Oh, he's gonna... It is his turn now. He will ignite his blades and go for 2 more attacks on him.
The 21 will kill the one on the right. Not the one on the left, the one on the right. The one who is aiming his gun down at you. What do you do?
He's gonna come back, the first swipe is actually gonna be to push the gun out of the way, and the second one he's gonna turn, torque his hips, and just full on take the guy's head off.
Dead. Now what I will say here, if you want to challenge these guys on the roof, the Tengu is not going to fail. But if you want to challenge them to a strength check and push them off, Hollywood action movie style, feel free. I assume that's the end of Ricky's turn.
Yeah, that's all he can do except move a little closer to Carter to try and help if he doesn't kill it on his turn.
Copy that. Sniper already went, so he did his thing. Carter's up.
Carter is going to look at this piece of crap here and try and push him off.
Oh, nice!
Ooh.
What does he do?
I like to imagine he steps down onto the guy's knee, breaking it, making it be pushed backwards, and then just pushes his head down off the side of the train.
Going off the roof. Rippa's. And he keeps running. Knowing a sniper is impeding Eliza's movement above, he keeps running like the coward he is. This direction. Marianne will catch up to Eliza, seeing I like to imagine a laser pointer in her general direction. And I will have Marianne pass her turn to Carter. If Carter wants to heal Ricky or whatever. As she comes back grabbing Elizabeth, I like to imagine maybe shoving Elizabeth out of the way of the sniper.
13 healing to Ricky.
Understood.
trackers are dead on this map, so it's up to Eliza.
The sniper has line of sight of her. Does she have line of sight of the sniper?
Yep, she could go up to the roof if she wants, pull them down, whatever she wants. Shoot the glass out or something.
She's gonna harpoon the sniper down to her.
He will fail any. I like to imagine he comes crashing through. Oh! Landing on his face.
And then stock strike.
Nice. I'm gonna put him on the ground.
Elizabeth will look back to Memory Ann. Make sure he dies. Points down to this guy. Shoot him or something. I'm going after Ripper. And she will 5.
Memory Ann looking up to check on Ricardo's current state because she got alerted when he went down, and then nods to Elizabeth.
Carter gets over comms. He's all good, just stuck him with a med pack.
Yeah.
Elizabeth's going after Rip. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just keep going.
Eliza going after Ripper. Anything else for Eliza?
No. I like to imagine she stops at the door for her turn.
All right. Drawing his sword. Will lunge at Carter. Lunging at Carter.
Understood.
Take the low rolls for him. So he rolled 15, 7, 7, 12, and 10.
Understood.
Okay. He will take 6 points of damage. And Carter gains 5 to his initiative score, so that... place Carter at the top of the order.
Meaning he's good to go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Carter's gonna look at Ricky. Get out of the range. I know what you can do with those flails. And he will make his 2 attacks. 2 at the... Oh, wow, he actually maxed out on the electrical charge. I didn't expect that. 4 additional lightning damage, and then Carter will electrical discharge. So 18 lightning damage, and he has to make a dexterity saving throw or be slowed by 10 feet.
I think he'll make it. We'll take the low number, though.
Oh, he fails.
He fails. Okay. Good.
Alright, so he is slowed by 10 feet. Carter did his damage. That is all he will be able to do.
Ricky. As Memory Ann will kill this guy and proceed after Elizabeth.
He was given his orders. He's going to swap to the flails, move to here. Dump his 3 Mushin energy into them to get 3 turns of reach on this guy so he can start swinging the flails from there. But both miss. So that will be Ricky's turn.
Ready? Memory Ann's chasing after Elizabeth, so they disappear further up the train. Ripa's off this map, as is Elizabeth. So it's just the 3 of you. Back to the top of the order, Cancer, Wingy, Mortis, Valoria.
Okay, Carter's going to, again, make his 2 attacks. And then on that second attack, magical fury damage, and he'll place his dot onto him.
Very nice.
And Carter will move like this so he's in the way of Ricky better. And that will be all.
Lifting his high-frequency blade, the attack can be blocked with a strength or dex check of 18. He's going for Carter. You're choosing. Oh shit. What do they call that when the hilts of swords clash? I guess, I don't know.
The hilts are the blades.
The blades.
A parry?
Parry. I like to imagine they're holding their blades together.
Oh yeah, like a Star Wars lightsaber clash.
Yeah, or Aragon with Lurtz or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Now, Ricky's seeing that clash happening. Ricky also hears, well, Carter would hear it too, but I like to imagine, since they're focused on each other, Ricky hears an extremely loud sonic boom that almost knocks Ricky off balance.
Shit! He's gonna get up and look around.
And he sees, it's definitely a stealth fighter craft of some type, quickly fly overhead. Laz coming over the radio. She should be informing the squad there's an enemy fighter in the area, and that Laz and Oz are almost in range, closing in.
Enemy fighter in the area. We are closing in. I repeat, we are closing in.
The Tengu, before you go, the Tengu, seeing it fly over, will disengage and run like a coward, but he can't get off the map because of the thing. It'll carry over, but I'm going to let him, I need him to get off the map. He does lack movement speed, though, going on to the next map. Go ahead with Carter.
Carter's gonna yell out, "Copy that! Ricky, after him!" And he will start moving his way up towards the Tengu.
Salute lightly and bolt as well.
He is not following to the next. He has not gotten far, movement speed being impaired. He's right here. As Elizabeth hears that sound of the gun being reloaded again, and a chuckle again.
He just reloaded.
Memory Ann catching up to her, looking at the door. I don't think we can get through this door, Elizabeth, as Ripa will come to the door and Memory Ann's head recoil.
Elizabeth is going to go up to the next to Memory Ann and pull her away, suspecting that he's going to shoot into it.
He taps his barrel of his G3 on the window. I like to imagine Eliza is looking right at him. Pressure-proof pressure-proof door, little girlie. You can see that smile under his ski mask. Same smile he had on his face when he stepped on Bash's chest.
Yeah, but where are you gonna go? Train has to end sometime, yeah?
Maybe for you. He looks at Elizabeth.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
He'll stare directly at Elizabeth, take off his sunglasses, dark blue eyes, and stare right into Elizabeth's mask.
Elizabeth is going to... Where is she? Take off her mask really quickly, and the look on her face, I don't think Memoran's ever seen her look this angry. She looks like Davine Rainfall in a blood rage, staring at this man.
He chuckles lightly at Elizabeth. Tell you what, little girlie. Just because you're so pretty, I'm gonna kill your silver-haired fox friend there one of these days. Your blonde friend, your purple-haired friend, anybody else on your squad. Then I'm gonna do your mother, and your fucking father, and your stupid medic friend, and everybody you care about until you're the only one left. And then the last thing your pretty little face and neck are gonna feel is my breath on it before I kill you.
You're gonna do nothing of the sort. I'm going to make you suffer so bad. You wish you died in that fucking ship crash. What, the Pinta, whatever the fuck it was called. I'm going to tear your eyeballs out, tear your ears off, and, just for good measure, shoot your damn dick off.
He chuckles at Elizabeth and then starts typing on a wrist computer, and a ladder is slowly coming down as he then gets on a radio and starts talking. Elizabeth cannot hear what he's saying because he's not close to the door. I do like to imagine the Tengu is grabbing his side, looking behind him, seeing Carter and Ricky chasing after him. We'll go with Carter, then Ricky, because he's trying to escape. He's not going to try to fly.
Carter is 5'10". I'm gonna move right here, get in front of him, and boom, boom. 2 attacks, electrical fury damage, and he'll also take 8 lightning damage because he put his dot onto him.
Grabbing, I like to imagine he drops his sword, falls to one knee. Ricky's up.
Moves within range, and he's gonna go for his flail attacks.
Hit one and he dies.
Oh boy.
Sydney!
He'll move a step closer and spend a key for flurry of blows. Yeah, no, damn. That'll be it for Ricky.
Alright. I will leave it up to Carter as to how he dies.
Carter is going to electrical overload him.
Alright, I like to imagine his head explodes inside the helmet. You can see the eyes covered in blood from the inside, the eye ports, as blood starts to come out of his mask, mouth area, and he falls face first, dead, as another loud sonic boom coming overhead, only from the opposite direction this time. Ricky and Carter see the stealth craft fly over quickly, almost knocking them off of the roof.
Carter stumbles back. Motherfucker. Crap. Enemy aircraft. Carter will get onto the radio. Memory and report.
Ripa's trapped himself behind a door. He's on the radio. We can't get through the door, Carter.
Shit. Is there any way to the roof on there? In that place?
Memrian nods her head. Now, she's not looking in the... Memrian is not looking in the door. This one falls to the young, daring Eliza. As the ladder comes down, Ripa will stand out of the way, and Eliza has... I imagine she's been debriefed on them, never seen them in combat. See somebody with a very large gun, grab the ladder and start making their way up.
Would she have been informed of their name, or just?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sasha is a good superior. She debriefs them, doesn't keep too many things from them. So yeah.
Fortune is there. They're going up a ladder.
The Orion Project lady.
She looks at Memorian and nods. She will put her mask back on and start to try and make her way through the door. Not being able to do it, but like shoulder checking it, trying to knock it down.
Ripa looking back at Elizabeth, she pays no attention to Memorian. Elizabeth goes up the ladder. Memorian, oh my god, Carter, Ricardo, get out of there! There's nowhere to go.
Crap. Carter will start looking around. No cover, no nothing. He will stand in front of Ricky and look back at him. Shit, man.
And she comes up one-handed on the ladder, hoisting this giant railgun.
Carter holds his sword up, preparing to deflect something that he won't be able to deflect.
She raises her railgun, we'll call it. She hears the sound of Carter and Ricky on the roof. I'd like to imagine the sound of Carter repositioning his body to lift the sword, quickly turning the railgun, aiming it at Carter and Ricky, and then lowers the gun. Just stay out of it. Get out of our way. And she'll lower the gun.
We have orders. He looks at her. You understand that? You were part of the Navy, right?
She'll lower her sunglasses at Carter. And Ricky, for your own good, stay out of it.
We can't do that.
Seem like a good soldier. You know that ain't what a good soldier does, ma'am.
She looks over at Ricky, looks to the sky, still keeping the railgun lowered as Big Sister Laz and Oz arrive. I like to imagine Laz and Oz arriving. Laser pointers from whatever gun Laz currently has equipped on her ship, aiming down at her, and she almost dispassionately looks up at the ship.
Put the railgun down, or else I will open fire! And a minigun on the bottom of the ship starts to spin up.
She looks up at the ship and then back at Carter and Ricky. Tell your sister to stand down. Last chance.
Carter looks at her. Just set the gun down and come with us, please. He takes a step forward, his hands up. I will tell her to stand down if you stand down as well.
She will erase the railgun quickly and fire as on. Jesus Christ, we're hit! And smoke coming from the wing of the ship.
Shit! Are they going down, or?
Well, Oz, I'm losing readings in all my instruments. As love, we're going down as we're going into a tailspin.
Shit! Emergency procedures! And they hear, like, typing on the, instruments and stuff.
As they tailspin out off of the map, and she'll turn back towards Carter and Ricky.
Carter looks at her. Motherfucker. You didn't have to do that.
Read carefully.
Oh, Jesus.
She will lower the railgun, walk up to Carter. Gonna give it. I'll give Carter a dex of 15 or higher. She's gonna try to casually backhand Carter.
Nope.
Alright, we'll do that. We'll give him... We'll give you 2 points of damage as you feel like your jaw almost gets unhinged from the side that she hits Carter in the jaw with.
I like to imagine he grabs his jaw and, like, stumbles a step over this way.
She turns towards Ricky, hoisting the gun from her hip, aiming it at Ricky. That will be the end of her turn. And we can go to Carter.
Carter will sheath his sword. We stand down.
So Carter's number is 4. Ricky's is 7. The randomly assigned numbers. She looks back at Carter and then over at Ricky.
He'll look at Carter and slowly sheathe the flails.
Rippa, turning one more look at Eliza with his glasses off, will wink at Eliza coming up. I'll be seeing you around.
Count on it.
He'll start going up the ladder. And he comes up here as well. Turns towards Fortune. Playing with your food. She turns back towards him and starts walking off this direction.
Carter will look at Rippa. You got away this time.
Sure did.
Stories
Walking up.
Stories like yours never end well, pussy.
Sure don't. pushes Ricky off the train. Goodbye!
Shit, Ricardo! Carter will run up and reach his arm out for someone he can't grab.
He laughs as Fortune, again, kind of dispassionately watching, seeing Ricky skip across the ground as that sonic boom goes off for the final time, the ship hovering to where they can get off. She whistles back to Ripa, turns and aims his G3 at Carter. She'll whistle again, and he'll lower the gun. Lucked out this time, Blondie.
Carter does not respond.
He walks off, and they board the ship, disappearing as the kids fail in their mission. Ricky's hurting for certain, but he's fine. But we'll get to that. Anyway, watching this all unfold, Ash, Julius, I don't know Soul's current state, and Sasha, she's got her arms crossed, watching the live feed of the footage.
Soul's eyes start to twitch, both of them at the same time, and start to close slightly. I should have been there. If I was there, I could have helped them. I should have been there. And now Ricky is hurt. My sister and Oz are hurt. I should have been them. I should have been there to kill him. And everything in this room starts to levitate upwards.
Including the chair Ash is in.
Soul, darling, I'm gonna need you to calm down, please.
Julius will grab the chair and pull it down. Sasha! He'll nod over to Soul.
Sasha, watching the monitors, not even paying attention to what Soul's doing, because she was watching the last few moments where those fucks got away, will come over, put her arms around Soul, and kiss her on the cheek. Life sign readings are fine. Go ahead.
Sasha says that, and her eyes stop. Everything, I like to imagine it was floating a good 6 feet up in the air, falls down to the ground, and Soul immediately turns around, hugs around Sasha, and she starts to cry.
Bio readouts are in the green. Ricky's gonna be banged up, but that's why Nicole is out there with Patricia and Towns. Your sister's fine, Oz is fine, their ship, we can get them another one. But she'll keep her eyes up on the screen holding Soul.
It's alright, darling. Ricky's tough. He's a bit too much like me for his own good. He'll be alright. And they did fine. We didn't expect Fortune to be there.
He might not have got his dad's looks, but he definitely got his dad's genetics in terms of being beat the shit out of him, coming back stronger.
Julius chuckles. That's for damn sure. He will also hug Soul. It's okay, sweetie. Everyone is fine. It's alright. And Soul nods. She looks up at Sasha. The fucker got away. If I was there, maybe I could have, I don't know, hasted Elizabeth or something, you know?
Do you know how many times Terry Waz got away? She chuckles.
Julius starts to laugh. Jesus Christ, Sasha, way too many.
He had no way to stop any of them from getting away until your aunt figured out how to cut off void magic.
Or, on top of that, how many times has Ripper gotten away from me now, ma'am?
No, at least once, right?
I think, you see him looking up, twice. If we count the, planet, the, final fight where the Artemis went down, that's 2.
Sasha nods her head. I don't know what that drow woman had, but, whatever it is, he got. CD, key case, I couldn't tell.
Julius nods. If anything, it's probably information. Or ingredients for something like the serum that he injects himself with.
Could be. Or worse. Sasha will kiss Soul on the head and let go and look back up at the monitor.
Julius will continue to hug around Soul. She'll turn around and hug Julius.
This isn't going to be fun advice, Soul, but don't sit there wondering what would have been different if you were there. What ifs don't do you any good. Just keep moving forward, alright?
Yes, sir. Julius starts to pet the top of Soul's head. He looks at Sasha and just shakes his head, then looks back at the screen. Oh god, I have to admit that was a pretty rough mission for them.
Sasha sits down, rubbing the base of her neck, and will hold Soul's hand. Yeah, this one's gonna sting when they get back, I think. We're gonna feel the sting from this one for sure.
Julius nods, especially Elizabeth. He looks at Sasha. He got into her head, I think. Should we have a talk with her about that, or just let it be?
Most definitely have a discussion with her. Looking at her wrist computer, checking on Pequod, Icy, and Town's position, how far away they are from the kids.
I think we have to, sir. I don't want to say it, but she lost her cool and she gave him the opening he needed.
I agree. He looks back at the screen, shaking his head. We'll have a discussion with her then. Sometime today, before the production starts, okay?
Okay. I think that's for the best. Looking at it, Lazanos, they're okay, yes?
They're fine. Sasha looking up at the monitor, they're gonna be okay. Probably banged up, but Nicole will take care of this. Taking Soul's hand, squeezing it tightly. You see, this is why I want you to train very hard with your aunt.
Soul looks at her and nods. I am, I promise.
Enemies like this, only a spellcaster can deal with. You know what I mean? Tech only goes so far, honey. If we had a dedicated healer back in the day, I think a lot of our fights would have been a lot easier if we could have just let your aunt loose. You know what I mean?
She nods. If, as an example, Uncle Towns was a medic instead of an SIS op.
Exactly. I think a lot of our fights would have been probably a lot less butt clencher, I guess the word would be. He chuckles, rubbing Soul's hand. But we didn't have that luxury. This squad does.
Soul nods. She'll let go of her father, sit next to Sasha, and lay her head on her shoulder. I promise. Oh, he might get away if you guys somehow manage to let Tewas get away so many times, but... She looks at her. I promise it's gonna be a hell of a lot harder when I'm on the field, okay?
And we had no way to stop Tewas and what was that guy's name? Garfunkel? The orc guy?
Globnock.
Globnock. Sasha laughs, yeah. God, didn't Towns hit him in the head with a steel chair or something?
Yeah, and he kept the chair in the apartment, if you remember.
Oh yeah, he never moved that in. He never moved that in with us when we moved to our place in Orange Twist first. Yeah, I wonder what happened to it. But you see, we had no way of stopping Tewas until your aunt had her freak out incident and gained some power, to put it lightly.
And on top
With you there, they won't be getting away.
No, and on top of that, Tewas was a more dangerous combatant than Ripper even without the Void. With you there, and you kids against him united, not split up, he has no chance.
Sasha nods, and just think how good it's gonna feel when you get to take each and every one of them apart. Or help do so. Your mother and father and Ash, they went back with Tewas all the way back to the Headhunters. It was quite personal, I'd say, looking at Julius.
Julius nods. He looks down at Soul. Did we ever tell you about the time Tewa shot down your mother and she almost died? And Soul shakes her head, looking up at Julius. Julius chuckles and nods. We were supposed to be protecting this EarthGov prototype. And we were in the middle of the ocean, transporting it. Tewas and his lackeys decided to invade that day. Took out everyone on the crew, except for a handful of guards, a medic, luckily, and me and Ash over there. While he was making his escape, your mother, he puts a hand on his chest, bravest woman I know, I sure as hell wouldn't have done it, tried to save us by coming down in a souped-up vertibird and shooting at the prototype, and he looks down at his lap, shakes his head, shot her down. But like I said, we had a medic there, a doctor, and we were on a raft, and well, guess who saved us? The one and only Nicole Rainfall saved us by figuring out where we were. So it all turned out fine, but if you ever wondered where your mother got some of those scars you see on her body, that's where.
To this day, second worst defeat after the most recent one I've had. We were on that raft for... See, I'm thinking... I lost track of how many days we were on that raft, too.
I think a week, right? Calendar week? Maybe 5. 5 days, I think. I know Rico had enough time to mobilize 3rd Fleet, Naval Fleet, to start looking for you guys. And Nicole joined in, so...
And, I don't think we would have made it another night if she hadn't.
And Soul looks around. You guys really went through all that?
Yes, they did. Looking down at Soul, Sasha nodding her head. I wasn't involved, but I definitely heard about it.
It's part of why I'll never complain about the taste of any of the MREs again.
Julius laughs. Those MREs did start to taste better after that, didn't they?
I think you get a bit more of an appreciation for them once you don't have them anymore.
Once you've literally starved, or almost starved to death, yeah.
And oh boy, your mum was really badly hurt. Like your dad said, if that medic weren't there, she wouldn't have made it.
Soul nods. She hugs around Julius's arm really tightly. Well, at least she's okay then. And she sort of just sighs, looks at the screen, then looks at Sasha. They might have failed on the mission, Mom, but at least they're all still alive.
Exactly. I'm not angry. Sasha nods. I didn't expect this to happen, but I didn't expect the greatest results. We didn't have the greatest results back in the day. Takes time, effort.
Julius nods. He looks at Sasha. That mech that the kids fought. All the kids, Okir, all of them, they're okay. And the mech, it's disabled, to say the least.
Sasha types on her wrist computer, maximizing one of the many screens of combat footage, and you see Okir. He's pulling his hammer out of the mech's cockpit. A bloodied mess hammer because there was a guy inside. Sasha, he got the job done along with Samantha, Colton, Benjamin.
Good. Damn good.
And on top of that, a small victory, not much, but lots of dead people, their gear that we can bring back.
Lots of dead civilians, too. Too many.
Julius clicks his tongue and shakes his head. If anything, that is going to weigh on the kids a lot more. He looks like he's about to say something, looks down at Soul, then looks at Sasha and mouths to her. They couldn't save a hostage. It's gonna weigh on them quite a bit, I think.
Sasha nods her head. Don't think they could have saved him no matter what they did. That guy is a sicko, pointing at a freeze frame of Ripa.
He's a sicko, and although I don't want to say it, he's good enough that even if they had tried something, even if you were there, he could have pulled the trigger before they got anything off.
Julius sighs and rubs his forehead. Yeah. It was an unfortunate series of events. Let's call it that much. I'm almost scared to ask Sasha. Do you have a number on how many civs died?
57. Well, wounded. Not dead. Confirmed wounded. I'm just looking at the medical report from the colony right now. From their local hospital. 57 admitted in the last hour.
Chance that might get bigger as they find more.
Maybe. Julius just starts to shake his head again. Looks down at Soul and smiles. But they're all still alive, right? Starts to shake her a bit, and she smiles up at him and nods. Soul looks back at Sasha. Colt is okay, right? He didn't get hurt or anything, or, you know.
She points to the screen. He's fine. Bio readouts are completely in the green. Look here, in front of a sniper. Nobody's getting to that sniper.
She lets out another breath and nods. I gotta be honest, it sort of freaks me out that I'm not being able to be there to protect him, you know?
I would feel exactly the same. I never... She looks at Soul and then looks around the room. I was never split from the team. I didn't get pregnant till after the military, and I was split in the sense of being a sniper, far away sometimes, but never not on the mission.
And all three of us can empathize with wanting to be down there fighting with them right now. I mean, I'd love nothing more than to be able to protect Ricky and all of you kids.
Sasha, the worst part is, I personally think, we track their movements for 2 weeks around this system the planet resides in. Whatever that woman gave that guy, Ripa, is probably more important than a serum or she'll pull up a picture, a cocktail. Speaking of your mother being shot out of the sky.
You think they may have gotten the coordinates to where it is?
They played cat and mouse with us for a week. They risked being caught by Towns and a bunch of SIS operatives. And then they exposed themselves in the open to get into that warehouse. Clearly they had a backup plan and a escape plan, with whatever type of ship that was. Yeah, it was worth it for them to take the risk.
Looking at it, is there a chance that there may have been a leak of the information from us, or did she just find it for them, ma'am?
Well, Agent R said that it was hidden through, I don't know I can't remember now what he said. I can give him a call, but, yeah. Agent R, looking down at Soul, he's a SIS intelligence operative that works for us.
Oh, okay. I didn't really know there was an Agent R. She shrugs. Must be a new guy, right?
No, he's been around a while.
Oh, so he's like Deep Six then.
Yeah, kind of. Secret Service type of stuff. Looking down at Soul.
Right, okay. She nodding, eyes completely on Sasha. Julie slowly looks over at Sasha and just nods. Yeah, Secret Service. And he starts to rub Soul's back.
He said that they hid it through proxies, looking around the room back in the day. After this thing goes way back too with your mother and Julius, your father and Ash. This is what they were protecting. This is what Tewaz came to stole and shot your mother down with. EarthGov hid the other one.
And one of those is what I first had to pilot a mobile suit to fight.
Soul looks at Ash, nods, looks at the prototype, leans forward. Do you know what it's called, or is it just prototype? Like, did we make it and stuff?
It's alien.
It's alien. So, she looks at Sasha. Star Child in nature?
A Star Child's interpretation on a dragon.
Oh my god. She looks back at the prototype. Well, God. She rubs the back of her neck. I gotta be honest, I sort of hope we never fight one of those then.
It was augmented with EarthGov tech back in the day. Max Tech had a bunch of them, and EarthGov had 2. Max Tech stole one, and that one was hidden. And that's what I believe they risked their asses for out there today. That drow woman, I would venture a guess, probably the proxy. She looked the SIS drow agent type, in my opinion.
It'd make
Former.
sense. Former. it would make sense. And if that's the case, that's scary because, well, given what we just saw with Fortune and what we've seen with her, there's a chance that these will be even more dangerous than the ones we already fought.
Yeah, probably. Most likely. He holds Soul's hand, looks at her, and just shrugs. I think you guys would be okay if you tried to fight one. He looks at Sasha. Right, Sasha?
Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work, as long as you keep studying. And then, when the baby's out, practice, 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 practice.
Soul nods. I am studying. On IC is making me learn a lot about astral kinesis, which is basically just what me and Carter do. Astral being like electromancy and, uh, well, I do all schools of magic nowadays, but back in the day it was just thundomancy. But astromancy is like the combination of the two, so she's really making me study on that kind of thing right now.
And then the next time you find yourself on a mission like that, he won't be getting away. Pointing up at a picture of Ripa. Nor will she.
And on top of that, it won't hurt to have the avatar of the Lunar Goddess on your side.
Soul chuckles. It would be pretty cool to just throw a moonbeam down on them and absolutely eviscerate them. Julius nods. That would be pretty cool, sweetie. And starts to pet the top of her head. You got pretty damn angry. Everything in the room started to lift it. Did you really not notice, Sasha?
Oh no. She looks up at the TV screen. I was looking up there, watching them get away.
Yeah, you lifted me too, darling. I could have touched the ceiling.
Oh,
Sasha laughs. Try not to knock the cripple out of his chair. Your aunt will not be pleased.
I'll definitely try. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize I was doing it. Sorry.
It's no problem. It just was funny. I've got your dad to make sure that I don't hurt my back anymore.
As always. Soul smiles at Ash and nods. Thank you, sir. She looks at the screen, looks at Sasha. You know, you're not really a spellcaster, I know, but I really do respect your opinion and stuff. Is there any type of magic that you think would really help out the squad in terms of, like, she makes a gesture with her hands of, like, an explosion, like, blow shit up type thing?
I would say any and all magic. You should try to be versatile. Technology offers advantages. Armor made that is resistance to lightning, but if you're able to cast necrotic damage, well then, if you're able to cast everything, what's weak to you? Or what are you weak to? Nothing. Except RC, but that's another game.
The best defense is a good offense.
That's my opinion.
That's why your aunt built Shatter to be able to take any kind of ammunition. Versatility's key. If you've got a tool on your army knife for every single encounter, then you'll never be caught with your pants down.
The more we fight against those guys, you can bet your ass the more they're going to come back with things to mitigate your brother's lightning attacks. Ricky's Keyblades, Memory Ann's Frost. They're an intelligent op for enemy force, opposing force.
And on top of that, a recommendation would at least get something that would be good at scaring animals, because I'd rather you guys not, but there's a decent chance you may be forced to get xenomorphs at some time in the future.
At this rate, probably. Sasha looking up at the screen.
Soul nods. So, something like a good fire spell, because basically everyone, animal or not, has an innate fear of fire.
Sasha nodding her head. And those things definitely do. The bugs.
Julius nods. Another good way to look at it, sweetie, is look at it as like members of a squad. Now, you wouldn't necessarily send Sasha into a close quarters stand and brawl type fight, even though she's perfectly capable of doing it. You would probably send someone like me in, as you wouldn't send me in for a sniping mission, but you would send her. It's good to have versatility, have options. If, like Sasha said, if someone puts up a lightning shield or something like that, hit them with acid or something like that. It's very good to have versatility.
Do you want to know how I got to be the Ranger Major, Saul?
How's that, sir?
I built my versatility up, put my head down, worked as hard as I could to get as good as I can, so that I could be slotted into any mission type that was required of me.
He can even pilot, believe it or not. Pointing it at.
Prefer not to, because if I can get away with not doing it, I will, but yes, I can.
Soul nods. That's actually really cool, sir. You even know how to pilot. Are you, like, good at it? I know you say you don't prefer it, but are you good at it?
Good enough to get by in a pinch. I'd say your mother and your sister are vastly superior to me, but if I have to, I can get out of a sticky situation.
Okay, so what you guys are saying, basically, is it's better to get a base knowledge of everything first, than really focus on something, as Carter and Marianne have. Julius nods. Yeah, basically. Yeah, you got it, sweetie.
To put it in a less eloquent manner, with your schools of magic, try to be a jack-of-all-trades, master of boom.
Soul chuckles, leans on Sasha's shoulder, looks up at her. The scarf looks really good on you, by the way.
Yeah, lass got me good. Playing with the scarf. She got me good. She backed me into a corner, almost made me cry.
Soul starts to laugh. It's better than the plan I had, actually.
What was your plan? Crash my truck again?
Soul laughs. I'm sorry about that again, Mom, but
Your
no.
aunt took care of it.
I was gonna have Monkey Boy walk up to you, put the scarf on you, and like I would be there with him and say, "Oh my God, he really likes you. I think he wants you to be his auntie." It's just like how I really want you to put the scarf on. And then I would have like fluttered my eyebrows like this at you, and she does it, and it looks like she has like puppy dog eyes.
The puppy dog eyes. Sasha nodding her head. Honestly, I would have preferred your plan, because when I cry, I get really ugly. All the mascara, the eyeliner runs. Not a good sight.
Soul starts to snicker a bit. Well, thank God that didn't really happen. Mom, she'll hold her hand and start to rub her knuckles with her thumbs. She'll nod. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for putting the scarf on it. It feels good to know that you're 110 part of the family.
I am now officially legally related to Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel. My 3 favorite fucking people.
That's true. But at very least, the scarf does suit you. It's a long time coming.
Fat ass, demon useless, and fucking clown bot.
Hey, they are terrified of you, Sasha, and I think the basketball game last night really just cemented that fact for them.
Note the fact I said demon useless, not useless demon. I think that's how Krellin would want it said, given the fact he still cannot articulate the English language.
Do you think he's just trying to keep his way of speaking the way it is? Because you'd think he'd have at least picked some grammar up.
I think he's just a child, a spoiled child. I think Pequod raised 3 very good, unspoiled children, and then 3 other very spoiled children.
Julius starts to laugh and nods. Out of our 6 children, well, 7, but, Integra's a baby. She doesn't really count towards what I'm about to say. Out of our 6 children, those 3 are definitely the most spoiled.
Sasha nods her head. Before the baby bump gets too big, can you run this? She'll hand her a stack of papers. Can you run this down to the office back there?
Oh, yeah, of course. She'll stand up, pick up the pile of papers, and she smiles at them. I'll be right back, okay?
Mhm.
She'll take the papers up there.
Thank God she can't read minds.
And
I slipped! She looks around the room.
Julie,
If she was Nicole, we'd be fucked right now.
dude, he looks around. Did I play it cool?
Yeah, you did. Ash did. I'm not used to her being here all the time.
I know. He rubs his forehead. We played it cool though. That was great improvisation, Sasha. Freaking spot on.
She sits back in the chair at the head of the table. Secret Service stuff. Technically speaking, that's what he's doing. So.
And Deep Six SIS, it would make sense that she'd never seen him. We played it off decently well, I think.
I am so glad, because after Nicole had her freak out, she could read minds. I almost melted right in front of her when I said Agent R.
Julie starts to laugh. When I heard Agent R, I felt my entire body tense up when you said that, and then you went into the explanation of who he was, and I was like, Sasha's got this, don't worry.
Like I said, I'm just watching Soul come back, not used to her being here all the time, though I prefer it this way.
Same, most definitely.
Coming back in the room. Sasha, your aunt, your mom, and Towns are starting to round up the kids right now. Everybody's okay. Ricky's banged up. She points back to the monitor, patting the seat next to her, but Ricky's okay. Laz and Oz are okay. Looks like Laz is almost perfectly fine. Oz, a little worse for wear.
Soul will sit down next to Sasha and lean her head on her again. Okay, that's comforting to know. And Aunt Icy can heal him right up. It's no problem. And
Elizabeth, kissing Soul on the head, looks absolutely furious. As switching down to Clive's house. Clive, Suletta's standing right here next to Davine, with her arms crossed. Suletta watching Clive make a YouTube response to Fred Shedboy, Krelltooth Gaming, and Samuel Fighter 2. As the Stooges are preparing, air quote, breakfast in the kitchen with Hunk, and Scar is standing here rubbing JJ's shoulder. Go ahead with Clive first.
Well, Fred Shedboy, he will put Jasper onto his knee, pat his head. I heard that you son of a bitch told me that my iron story was stupid. Well, I'll tell you this much, mate. It wasn't stupid. It really wasn't. If you think for a second that I would grab an iron like that, you're dead wrong, mate. You're dead wrong. And on top of all that, I would really appreciate it if you just stopped stealing my games and putting them in your own goddamn videos. Trust me, I know. I have eyes. I can see you walk into my game room every single day, grab some random game, and fucking put them in your own videos, claiming that they were yours, and accuse me of stealing them because I don't have a girlfriend and I am a virgin. I have a girlfriend, thank you. You have met her. You live here with us. You son of a bitch. You live here with us. He shakes his head. I got no game for you today. I got no game at all. And you know what? All you virgins in the comments, double birds, lick my shack from the back. Thank you, good night. And he turns off the camera with his middle finger.
Suletta, looking at Davine. I told you.
Oh my god, darling.
It's only getting progressively worse, as you can see. He didn't even include a game. And yes, Frederick is taking games off his shelf and claiming that they are his, and then making videos. And it truly bugs Clive.
Davine rubs the back of her neck and then puts a hand on Tisuetta's shoulder. This is going to boil over, love. You understand that, right? The students are going to do something to him. I don't know what. I know they wouldn't really hurt him to the point of more mortal peril, but
No, but I do see a 3v1 fight breaking out, and Clive will lose. I've tried to explain this to him. He thinks he can take them in a 3v1. Even the Marshal, the fighting Marshal Fredson ridiculousness is going to Clive's head, I believe. He even thinks he could teach Julius a thing or two. Let's sit down and let him stew for a little while before breakfast is ready. Come, your husband awaits.
yes, darling, yes, my husband does await.
So we'll sit here, hand on JJ's shoulder, Scar. How you doing, JJ?
JJ is staring blankly into the wood of the table, his hands clasped together underneath it, elbows resting on his thighs, and he just shakes his head. I'm doing about as good as one can when a woman like Samantha is away from them, and they are your wife.
Did I ever, stroking his chin, did I ever apologize to you? For, thinking you were making Samantha up?
JJ chuckles a bit. You actually did. When I called her up that day, he said, I'm sorry, JJ.
Oh, still rubbing his shoulder. Well, it's worth apologizing again, I'd say. I should have never doubted you being where you get your blood from.
It's okay, mate. He pats Scar's hand that's resting on his shoulder. I don't mind. I just the past is in the past, mate. Don't even worry about it. Besides, I managed to prove you quite wrong, didn't I? Managed to marry her.
Oh my god. Sitting down here, quite wrong is an understatement. I mean, we went from basically all, thinking you were gay, to one day you pull up your phone and you have definitely a 10 out of 10 woman. I don't want to go too far and compliment her and sound rude or crude, but definitely the imported sports car of women.
Definitely, I would have to 100% agree, putting a hand on his chest. She is, well, the only woman to ever really catch my eye, and I think I 100% know it's only ever going to be that way with her.
Pretty sure it was the same for your father, though things were a bit more complicated. Once he saw your mother, it was game over. Every day in the goddamn gym with her in the morning, getting arm barred, and I'd be looking in the window to see if Sasha was in there in her workout trunks, and there were these two assholes chuckling and gesturing to Davine, and then to the kitchen where Hunk is.
Davine chuckles. She looks into the kitchen to catch a sight of Hunk, and if she meets her eyes, she gives him a wink and blows him a kiss.
Ooh, he's buttering a piece of bread looking back at her, and he'll wink at her. He's coming.
She looks back at JJ and will reach out, hold one of his hands. JJ puts his hand up on the table for her to take. She is going to be back soon, darling. Don't worry. They went on a mission. She's going to be away for a bit. I am sure at any moment you're going to get a text, and it's going to be her telling you to get your ass up to Gateway, darling. Don't worry.
I should apologize as well for underestimating you. Arm around his shoulder.
JJ chuckles. It's okay. I might not be that much of an underdog, sort of like Elizabeth. I'd say she's more the underdog of the two of us, but I'm used to being looked at as the underdog. It's okay.
Given the time period we were in, I just had horrible dreams of well, daymares of the Ranger General's daughter, doing things like joining the Yankees to try and impress you.
JJ starts to laugh. Davine shaking her head.
He pitched a perfect first inning, Davine. Why'd you pull him out?
Because he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, and if I let him play the game, he was going to get steroids.
They probably. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I was gonna say they probably were gonna offer him a full-time contract, but he'd be away from the lane all the time.
Yes, he would be, and I really did not want that either. But I do have to admit, he did look. I'm going to steal one of your sayings, darling. He looked smashing in that uniform, I do have to say.
I agree, especially the high pitcher's socks and the pinstripes and the hat. Oh. And he's not flicking off a camera making threats to Fred Boy.
JJ starts to actually chuckle. He gets a smile on his face. Looks at Zaletta. Ah, but you love Clive there.
Oh, yes, I do. I'm officially moved in. It's really not that bad here, and they really have not... All they've done in the past 2 weeks is Fred Boy takes games, as you heard us probably talking about, and claims they're his, makes videos reviewing the games, and that's about it. Krelltooth hasn't been doing too much on his YouTube, and nor has Samuel Fighter. Clive is just... Well, Scar... Clive's the issue now, in my opinion. Crosses his arm. But they started it. They started it.
Davine looks around. Who's worse, the person who starts the issue, or the war, or the person who continues it when the others seem to back down?
That is a very fair point. I'm biased towards Clive, Sweta, as am I, but it's Clive in this regard.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, if he's continuing this eTuber trauma, then I'd say he's the issue here, especially if he's... Forgive me, Auntie, looking at Zaletta, but it sort of seems like he's reaching for straws at the moment.
Oh, he is, and his ego is going through the roof. I heard him talking the other day he could teach Julius a thing or two about fighting. Scar, I think he can, crossing his arm.
Both JJ and Davine slowly start to look at Scar. JJ leans over to Zaletta. Is he doing okay in the head? Like, is he okay?
This house is what we call an echo chamber, JJ. It's an echo chamber for him.
Oh my god. He looks at Scar. So he legitimately thinks Clive can teach my brother a thing or two?
Yes. I'll get Clive to say it. I'll prompt it out of him. It doesn't take much. And the weirdest part, she speaks in her normal tone of voice. The weirdest part is, you would not think that there is a YouTube drama war happening currently. Scar, no, you really wouldn't, Davine. I mean, if you and Hunk spent a week in this house, you'd be like, if you spent a week in the house, but you left at this time of day, so you didn't see Clive making his response video. He does it every day this time of day. Even if there's not videos to make responses to, you would see that it's pretty well normal here. You would never think there's drama brewing on some shitty website Patricia owned.
Really? All of them are pretty, like, compatible when it comes to their relationships and everything like that?
Yeah, they don't make too much fun of him as of late. I think they're trying to keep everything amicable for the, Marshall Fredson stuff later down the line. And we practice fighting a lot, practice our lines, we're adding to the fight scene. Yeah.
Oh, okay. She nods, strokes her chin. That is quite odd. She looks at Zaletta. Perhaps the Stooges are, like, maturing, don't you think?
I wouldn't go that far. I think they just see usefulness in Clive and want to keep him happy.
JJ starts to laugh.
These are the three morons that threw a basketball game, and I think Krellin clapped his hands in front of the Ranger General's face, and Frederick called her a fishbowl head.
Yeah, now, they aren't very, they aren't very high on the intelligence scale, I think. Well, they can be quite smart at times. The common sense scale, let's say.
Most definitely. Stiletta sipping her tea, as up here Frederick's trying to explain to Hunk that they've basically ceasefired in their drama with Clive, but Clive won't stop. Hunk's buttering a piece of, it's called German black bread, but go ahead.
Frederick leaning on the counter. Do you have any suggestions to how to get Clive to stop? Cause we don't make fun of him anymore. I've taken a couple of his games to make videos on them and stuff, but he shrugs. Clive just continues to make the drama get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we can't really figure out how to make it stop.
Hunk, well, I don't think you're going to be able to, because I think things kind of culminated at all the wrong times. You guys started picking on the poor guy. He lost. I think losing the snooker game definitely wounded his ego. And, when an animal's hurt and feels like they're backed into a corner, even if they're not backed into that corner, Fred, they're going to lash out. But need good working relationship with Clive and our friend at end of the day. Buttering the toast bread.
Like we're quite nice. We're quite amicable during like the day and stuff. It's just like during this time he's in there making videos with sponsors to us and stuff, and I mean, like we train for the fight scenes, and we talk about the scripts and everything like that. We have a good time. It's just the E2 drama is like tearing us apart,
I got picked on a lot as a kid. I can't remember the kid's name. In 7th grade, his name was Adam, I think. He would pick on me every single day, And I would go so far as to try to go to the opposite side of the school in the morning when we were waiting to go in to avoid him. This, that. I even hid in the trash can one day, believe it or not, Fred. Crowned, wow, looking at Hunk. Hunk looks at Frederick, locks eyes with him. Then one day, this is the only thing I can think to relate to your issue. Then one day, he came up behind me, pushed me, and I just turned around and cracked him. And I didn't stop cracking him in the face until some very large African-American security guard came over and ripped me off of him. And then I got suspended for 2 weeks. Either way, sooner or later things are going to come to a head in a situation like this. And, as long as nobody's permanently hurt, probably maybe punch Clive. No. No punching, no fighting. I'm just saying, scream it out, maybe, yell it out. It's probably what it's gonna come to.
Have a big argument, something like that. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of. I've never had a internet drama, Probably me neither.
It is. He shakes his head. Stressful, let me tell you.
For now, I think you gotta stop taking his games and claiming they're yours. Why don't you use some of your money? You guys got a lot of it. And if you want to make your videos, buy games. Or come borrow some of Benjamin and Elizabeth's. As long as you promise to bring them back, and as long as you promise to inform them you're taking them.
Okay, sure, yeah, no, we could do that.
Yeah, I think that's, for now, he's very protective over these games. I don't know a lot about games, but I know they're ridiculously expensive, so come borrow Elizabeth and Benjamin's. You just gotta tell them ahead of time you want to borrow them. Our door is always open.
Frederick will nod at Hunk. Understood, sir. He nods. Oh god. He leans forward onto the counter. So are you ever going to kick Benny out or something?
God, ha ha, ha ha ha, pointing at him.
Sorry, it's a little hard not to laugh at it right now.
I really want to. Yeah, I really do. So does Davey. Yeah, we want to get rid of him. I could tell just looking at Elizabeth, she wants to move out for her own independence and privacy. He won't. We tried talking to him last week. He won't. He won't budge, even though there's a beautiful house already built waiting for him.
Frederick shakes his head. Well, if you think about it, this is the first time he's ever had real parents. Probably just wants to get this experience, you know? Maybe it'll take like a couple years or something like that until he feels like he's ready.
Oh, I hope not a couple years, Fred. He looks at Frederick with a sad look on his face. I mean, I understand, I understand he was an orphan, but at the same time, it's not like, normal people a lot of time end up living far away. Like, I don't have a good example because we all live here on the lane, but that proves my point. We're always a wrist computer call away and less than half a mile away. Him and Elizabeth can walk to our house in under 10 minutes. A golf ride is less than 5. Golf cart ride.
That is very true. I mean, basically everyone is a golf cart ride away from everyone else on the lane.
Think about this. I had a buddy back when I was working with the SEALs. Way long time ago. When I was in the Headhunters. I had a buddy who was from New York. Like New York, Manhattan. He moved away from his parents after basic training. He had to live on base. And he was in Kentucky. That's how a lot of people's, especially in the military. This kid's gonna be less than 15 minutes away from us. Krellin, butt biggest crybaby, sitting down in chair. Dethrone Nicole. I wouldn't go that far, Krellin.
Frederick starts to laugh. I think he has, honestly. I mean, has he ever cried while you told him that he had to move out and then you guys, sort of eased up on it?
Can you read minds, Frederick? Or is he reading my mind telling you what happened? Krellin, picking at some of the bread.
Frederick shakes his head. Just an educated guess, honestly.
That is what happens every time. And usually how it goes is we lead with, Mom, Davine, the wife. She'll lead the discussion. He starts to choke up. Davine gets a little, she gets put on the back foot. The wife gets put on the back foot. I try to come in strong. And just seeing him get emotional. And then it gets Elizabeth emotional, not in a sad way. I think she just cries because she sees him crying, and we just but discussion over.
Frederick sighs, leans forward. Did Nicole cry every time you suggested she move out?
Yeah, like a fire hydrant. Yeah, it was hard. I get choked up thinking about it, but oh yeah, every single time. But eventually. We got her, right? And I think it was hard on her and Davine. Everybody says she favors Icy, but I don't think she does. Krellin, you blind.
Oh, if you can't tell that she favors Icy, Hunk, I don't know what we could tell you.
I always thought she kind of favored Julius. Wow, so blind.
Are you kidding me?
Well, Julius is her actual son. She carried him, birthed him. Does not matter. Take a piece of bread.
The connection between friends and family goes deeper than just blood, Hunk. You know that.
Something tells me handing Frederick a piece of bread with something spread on it, she'll love Benny, but won't be favoring Benjamin.
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, how many times did Davine bring up that she wanted him to be moved out, and she always agreed with
Hundreds.
Hunk. Yeah, exactly. She always agreed with Hunk.
Get him out of my house.
Frederick nods.
When it came to Nicole, it was we told her. I think we tried everything. It was like, this is what's best for you. It's time to leave the nest. You'll grow as a person, as an adult, as a spellcaster. It basically came to the wife, please do it for me, and she moved out.
I don't think that's gonna work with Benny.
Yeah, no, Elizabeth's a lot like her mother, and I think Benny can sweet talk his way with Elizabeth and thinks he can maybe Not sweet talk the wife, but push the wife around a little bit, playfully. One of these days, she'll just snap and that'll be the end of it. I hope.
Either that or dad voice, mom voice combo.
I hope it doesn't come to that. I'd hate to do it. I'd really hate to do it. Would love to see.
Honestly, Benny is a really nice kid and all, but he could be a really big crybaby, so I wouldn't want to dad voice him either.
I think it would take a lot to dethrone Nicole. Krellin, you think wrong. He going to dethrone very soon. Hunk, more predictions? Biting a piece of bread?
If you don't think so, you want to make a bet on it?
No, I don't like making bets, especially in this house. I saw what happened last time.
Frederick puts his hands up. Fine. I understand.
You guys cooked all that food? Those eggs look incredible. So does the toast, avocado with some kind of sauce on it. Yes, the greatest of chefs, Frederick.
Frederick nods. I actually, not only was I downloaded with cooking programs in my head, but I was also taught a little bit, again, just a tiny bit, by Banksy and Julius.
Oh, if you learned from Julius, then you learned from the master, because Banksy's only good because he learned from Julius. Those takeout bags in the trash over there that say Mr. Wiseau's restaurant don't have anything to do with it, do they?
Oh no, that we got dinner last night from Tommy's.
I see. Nodding his head. Okay. Putting some more stuff on another piece of bread. Krellin rubbing Hunk's back. You figure out how to get rid of Benny. You, the father of all rainfalls.
Frederick nods, walks over. You are the head of the family, Hunk.
Yep, and the wife is the mother of all rainfalls that... No, Pequod is. Hunk, what?
I mean, she's our mother. We think you're our father, but Davine isn't our mother. We don't get us wrong. We love Davine, but Pequod is our mother.
Samuel beeping, gesturing at Hunk. Hunk, what did he say? Samuel saying, Pequod, build Rainfall Lane, provide money and places to live. She's the mother of all rainfall.
She provides all the money for Rainfalls, provides the places for them to live, made Rainfall Lane. She's the mother of Rainfalls, is basically what he said.
Hunk looking at Frederick. Let's not mention that around the wife, okay?
Oh, fair enough. Your wife is really scary when she gets angry.
Yes, she is, and she's the mother of all rainfalls. Biting off the bread and walking in here, sitting down next to Davine, who was, in fact, experimenting on them. As Krellin, he don't know we buy food from Tommy.
He totally believed me that we just got takeout last night.
This how we convince Pequod let us have cooking show, Freddy Lagasse.
Yes, that's a very good idea, Quellen. That way, we could just buy food from Tommy's and have Julius cook all the food for us.
Then outdo Julius as greatest chef of Rainfall.
Yeah, and have everyone think that Julius is actually just a pretty subpar cook compared to us.
Compared to you, Freddy Lagasse.
Freddy Wagassi, indeed.
Clive coming in, sitting down at the table. Hunk, eat, dear. Try this.
Oh, what is it, darling? She'll take it and take a bite of it.
He watches her take a bite.
She swallows it.
It is pig's brain.
She blinks a couple times.
It's actually really good. It's pate, honey. He'll take her hand and kiss it. I had to eat it that way and then be told what it was. It's pate on a bread. But it's made from the brain, pig's brain. Scar, my favorite. Taking half the bread from Davy.
She looks down at the bread, looks at Hunk. That was surprisingly delicious.
If you want your daily amount of iron, there you go.
Well, she looks down at the bread, looks at Hunk, smiles, and will eat the rest of it.
It's good with a pickle. He'll hold a pickle up to her mouth. Bite the pickle after you bite into the bread.
She'll bite the pickle.
It's good like that. Eat it like that, and you need your energy today. And the fact it's filming day.
Davine smiles a big white smile, swallows the food she had in her mouth, and cracks her knuckles. Yes, it is a true return to form for Davine Rainfall.
I actually prefer the liver. They have pig's liver pate. It's my favorite. We can get some. I just grabbed one off Gateway early this morning.
Yeah, no, we can start storing it in the fridge for you, honey.
But it has to be on that bread, German black bread. Scar, yeah. Hunk's got good taste in food, that's for sure.
Oh, darling, don't I know it? She looks at Hunk. He has given me so many good foods over the years, and somehow he just keeps on coming up with them.
But nothing beats Coney stew. Kissing her on the cheek.
Davine smiles. She'll give him a kiss back on the cheek. Thank you, darling. But I'm a big fan of your seafood stew. It's just, oh, so good.
Is it now? Licking her neck?
It is. It's a very good. She just.
Alright, enough!
Davine was about to reach down.
I don't care if you're the heads of the family, Davine. Not in our house.
She holds her hands up. Fine, darling. That one is fair. That one is very fair. She starts to pet Hunk's head, who I assume is still nearby to her neck.
Yeah, here, sit on my lap. Ah, looking at Suletta with a pissed off look.
She will sit onto his lap, hook her arms around his neck, and give him a big kiss on the cheek.
Hunk taking the kiss. Scar coming up to Clive. I got you something, buddy. I know you're going through a rough spell here on E2.
Yeah, mate, yeah, I really am. What's up, man? What's up?
Well, little birdie told me with white hair, silver hair over there, told me you were looking for, I have no idea what it is, but Skylanders Dark Edition. Is that true? This box with these weird figures in it?
Oh my god, mate. He'll take the box, gently take the box. I have been. How much did this run you, mate?
Don't worry about that. A lot, but you're my boy. Puts his paw.
He gives him a high five, stands up, and actually gives Scar a hug.
They're allowed to embrace. Suletta, well, they're not going to start making love, so yes.
And respectfully, Dad, they're not going to move everything off the table and start making love right on it.
And it's their house. They could do it if they wanted to. Davine.
Fine, I understand. We won't do it under your roof. I will, concede to that one. She looks at Hunk, leans in. It would be really funny if we did it under the roof there.
Garage.
Oh, most definitely.
One of the cars. Suletta not hearing what they're saying.
No, not in one of the cars, on top of one of the hoods.
Clive's Honda Civic.
Oh yes, most definitely.
Tonight, when everybody's asleep.
After filming raps and everyone is asleep, yes, I agree.
Hunk nibbling on Davine's earlobe as Scar will let go of the hug. So, you got that Skylanders thing. Hopefully that smooths things over. Maybe you could settle down a little bit with the retaliatory strikes on Shed Boy, Fred Shed Boy, and Krell Fighter and Samuel Tooth, whoever the fuck they're.
Krell Gaming and Samuel Fighter too, mate.
Yeah, maybe we could just ease off the gas. You know, every day you're making a video. I don't like seeing you get worked up like this. Nor does Suletta. She was the one who told me you were looking for this, and so I tracked one down. I'm good at finding eclectic things, like, car. Or he looks around the room. Hunk, cars?
Davine looks back at Scar and smiles. Looks at Hunk. It's a Hot Wheel. He's good at finding the little miniature cars, darling.
For Jace. Looks down at Hunk. Hunk came this close to getting that replica. JJ knows. Hunk is just so distraught. Came this close to getting that replica Mustang, son. Puts his finger up, making a small sign. But there was some type of fucking defect. It's a good thing I didn't buy it, because we would have got hurt if we got in the car. But yeah.
Yeah, no, thank God. I'm honestly Well, I'm not happy you lost out on it, Dad, but I'm happy you didn't buy it just so you guys are A-okay in the, health department.
I know Sam's got her Jeep that she's quite fond of, but we ought to get you something you can passage or princess her around in. Something nice. So I agree. For your birthday, pick something you think she'd like, and we'll all chip in.
JJ nods and leans back. You know, he looks at Soletta. This is more my own personal taste, but what would you think she would think of an Aston Martin, like the one that Pierce Brosnan drives in the Bond movies?
Oh, she'd probably be... Well, she doesn't wear skirts often. She'd probably be undoing her combat pants on the hood for you. I assume that's what you want. I think so, yeah. He probably does.
JJ starts to laugh. You know that to be very true on Soletta. Yes, I do.
What she's trying to say politely is make 'em wet. Soletta... Oh, yes.
JJ chuckles.
I don't think he needs much help in that department, but, variety is the spice of life. Rainfalls have banged in a lot of vehicles over the years. One time I walked into the goddamn APC up on the apartment. I was like, man, that's a cool looking... I wonder, I've never been in the military. I always wanted to see what was in. When I opened the door, I see Patricia's legs up in the air, and that fucking weasel in between them. Close the door.
JJ starts to laugh. I might regret asking this question, but raise your hand if you ever walked in on them,
Hunk raises one. Soletta will raise one, shaking her head. Scar raises both because he's let go of the Skylanders box.
Davian will also raise her hand.
Clive has.
Clive will also raise his hand.
Clive came in very early one morning to work up on Gateway. He works a couple days up there as the ambassador. He came up very early one morning to impress Sasha after the robe incident. Try to be prim and proper and on time, and it was maybe a little too early.
Yeah, no, I ain't getting that image out of my head. Jeez, I ran
You
back.
too? You too?
Yeah, but up on Gateway, mate, I came in like 2 hours earlier than I really had to go up there and work after the snooker bet incident. And, to impress Sasha and make sure she knows that I'm not completely unprofessional. And, I was up there, I came through the teleporter and, yeah, they were on the desk, let's just say going at it. And I quickly ran back through the teleporter.
Yeah, and they were surprised when she found out she was pregnant. I mean, come on.
Come on, please. Davian looks at Hung. I think they're, on par with how much we copulate, darling. I can't believe they're surprised that she got pregnant.
The only reason you don't have 20 little ones running around is what? Hunk, I pull out. We're practicing safe sex. Given what's going on with the kids, we want to be in fighting shape. Not that I think Julius will let us loose on them, or Nicole, or Patricia, but these guys. But yeah. If they hurt my daughter, we're going after them.
Tavi nods. She cracks her knuckles. If they hurt my daughter, or, she gestures to JJ, my son, or any one of those children that are very close and dear to my heart, I am going to eviscerate all of them. Any enemy that I come across, I will eviscerate. And that is a promise.
Oh, I fucking believe that. Scar nodding his head. I'm cutting Scar off. They asked me, I thought Nicole was pulling my chain. Then Julius came up and he was real deadpan about it. They want me to talk to the squad about practicing safe sex. Soletta soul.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, you know how we got basically dad voiced by Julius, right?
Oh yeah, I heard. Proud of him too. Goddamn proud of him.
Yeah, no. It was terrifying, I gotta be honest. He wants that to happen to prevent any issues in the future, let's say.
Well, I'll come up and have a talk with them whenever they want. Make them all get down on eye level with me.
Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. Don't make them think someone has died, because I don't know why, but that's always like the first thing that goes through my head whenever you tell me to get on eye level with you.
The eye level thing is only because Nicole was like 3.5 feet tall back in the day, but yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I've seen pictures and stuff, but I used to think like the aspect ratio and like just the placement of things were weird. Was she really shorter than Elizabeth?
She was she was 4'4", I think, if I remember her combat record from back in the day. She was 4'4". She was legally a midget. Yeah.
Oh my god, she was 4 inches shorter than Elizabeth.
Yeah. Elizabeth legally ain't a midget. Yeah. Nicole was legally a midget.
Davine covers her mouth and shakes her head.
I think that's partially why they never sent her to basic training, because they couldn't. Now, if you're a dwarf, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, they have different height standards and restrictions, but Nicole, there's no way.
Davine starts to slightly chuckle. But you have to admit, darling, when she was that tiny, oh, she was so cute.
Oh, she was. I miss those days. We'll have them again with Hale, but yeah. You could pick her up, carry her around. Can't do that anymore. She lets her mother do that every once in a while. Scar. Ugh.
Davy nods, puts a hand onto her chest. It just makes me feel closer to her, honestly. I enjoy doing it for my little girl.
If that's what she wants, that's what she gets. Soletta, I agree, actually. I miss my mother's embrace, but thankfully I have Clive.
Clive will put his arm around Suletta and give her a kiss on the cheek.
Do you like your Skylanders toy, Clive? What is that even?
Well, the Skylanders was a game released in the early 2000s, and you know they would take these toys. He'll point to some of them in the box. He would take these toys, put them on this little device that would read a chip inside the base of the toy, and the toy would be like, quote unquote, transported into the game, and you would play as that character that you put the toy down as on the portal.
Wow, Skylander look like me on front of box.
Oh my god, that's really cool.
Hunk squinting at it. Yeah, Skylanders Dark Edition. Swap Force. Krellin Dark Edition. Cool, Krellin.
Oh, darling, you know, perhaps we should
Paint me black. He coughs up his piece of bread.
JJ immediately covers his mouth and lets out a snicker. Oh, no, darling, I don't think we should do that.
Maybe Dark Edition Krellin when go on missions with Ash. Hug. Yeah, you know what? I'm sure you can get Ash to put camo on your face, teach you how it's done, but that's as far as it goes.
Yes, the green and black, darling, not just black. Understood?
I'm sure Saris will do it for you. She's quite fond of you, Krellin. Me know. Me save her life, JJ.
I heard about that, actually. From Julius, when he would talk about the old days and I would ask questions. I actually heard about that.
Have breakfast. Handmade by Freddie Lagasse. Scar takes his plate, double portion for good friend Clive, sliding a plate to Clive.
Oh, thank you, mate, thank you. He'll slide the plate over, and he'll start eating it. Oh my god, mate, this is really good. He looks at Fledwick, and Fledwick puts an arm over his chest and bows. Thank you, I worked long and hard on this meal. I hope everyone enjoys.
Homemade recipe by Freddie Lagasse, soon to be in his new cookbook.
Oh, you guys are releasing a cookbook, Davine will say.
Krellin looks down at Davine, trying to show Pequod we can have cooking show. Scar, smacking his lips, slowly eating. Think this show her. Put in good word when see her later today.
Oh yes, darling, I will make sure of it, don't worry.
Need to go find John Deere hat Nicole enchanted. Be back later.
Frederick will wave at everyone. Oh, we'll see you later, guys. Be prepared for George Clooney, Frederick.
Oh, I am, buddy. As they walk off, Hunk nodding his head. I am. Scar. Yeah, this is from Tommy's.
Yes, it really is. She's like moving it around with her fork, takes a bite of it. Yep, that swallows it. That is from Tommy's.
Suletta taking a bite of the toast. No, yeah, it's from Mr. Wiseau's. I can tell the toast is done perfectly. He pays excellent chefs, and yes, is this a Southwest omelet? Yes, oh.
JJ shaking his head. So, are we going to tell Pequod about the pitch of them wanting a cooking show, and also tell her about them just giving us food from Tommy's?
Just tell Patricia that Frederick can cook good food. I don't think Patricia quite, Look, I realize she's smart. I think she's actually underappreciated in her intelligence level around here. Everybody defaults to Laz. But I don't think she understands why they're successful, okay? It's because people like to laugh at them, let's be real. The hand train.
Freddy Lagasse, darling.
Emerald Lagasse. Eating her omelet.
JJ shakes his head. I mean, like, at least it's a nice meal. He'll take a bite of the omelet and shrug. Oh, God, I just cannot wait to see the look on Pequod's face when we pitch the cooking show to them.
I mean, I didn't quite understand it myself until I got involved with the children's productions. I won't speak for Clive, but when they put cardboard on my head and told me I was Optimus, go out there and say heroic things is literally what they told me to do. And I went out there and rewatched the episode back. I was like, yeah, people just like to fucking laugh at them, and they're really easy to make fun of. That's why they make us all the money.
I mean, most definitely. He puts a hand on his chest. If I am feeling, or was feeling, I actually don't feel that down anymore since Sam. But if I was ever feeling really down, really, depressed or something like that, I would put on one of their kids' shows just so I could get a chuckle out, you know what I mean?
So that I occasionally watched Samuel, the science guy at my house. Now, since I had to do all the subtitling, I had to watch it in the editing program, but occasionally I would watch Samuel the science guy. I always bring it up, but my favorite was when he threw the toaster in the tub with him standing in it and nothing happened, and he just didn't understand why he didn't get electrocuted even though he's a robot.
Yeah, no, my favorite part of that scene is the flashing text at the bottom. Do not try this, children at home.
Parental advisory. I put up a parental advisory warning before that scene took place.
It's a very good choice, darling. You probably prevented quite a few children from electrocuting themselves in the bathtub.
Nearly blew off Memory Ann's eyebrows and all of her hair when he was randomly mixing chemicals that he had no idea what they did.
Yeah, no, I'm... Honestly, for the safety of the family and, well, the Stooges themselves, is that one cancelled? Because I think it really should be.
No, it makes a lot of money. I was there the day they pitched Samuel the Science Guy. I don't think we were.
Davine shakes her head. No, I don't think we were.
I'll tell you how it went. They walked in to my office at the academy. Patricia was there. The hooligan was there. Nicole there. They came down to visit me that day. Trying to skip out on work, probably, knowing those three. Well, those two, I should say. Your son and daughter. Come down to visit me. Samuel walked in with a lab coat on. Frederick came in, presented the lab coat with Samuel wearing it, And Krallen said, want to do Samuel Science Guy. And Patricia said, yes. And that was it!
You could definitely tell that they are the favorite children. Especially because if someone like Carter Soul did that, I really don't think she would have agreed that readily.
Nah, I agree. Yeah, no. I think if Laz comes and proposes something, it's gonna be a yes. Carter and Soul, on the other hand, no. At least not for a few years. Especially Carter.
JJ nods. I think that was actually a really intelligent choice overall. That show is like a huge earner for us, so he shrugs.
Starting to see dollar signs like Patricia, are you, son? Playing with Davy and Sam.
He looks at Hunk. Money makes the world go round, Dad.
No. Money makes Rainfall Lane go round. That's what Patricia would say.
JJ chuckles to himself, takes another bite of his food. That is also true. Makes the Rainfalls and Rainfall Lane go round.
Yeah, apparently she just goes to them now, and she's like, I want more money, come up with something, so we're gonna be doing live action at fucking X-Men. You got Professor C over there, I'm the goddamn Beast. So let up, I am Cyclops.
Yep. Frederick is going to be both Magneto and Freddy LeBeau Gambit.
You're Cyclops? Looking at let up, he's a guy. I know.
Davine tilts her head. Why wouldn't you play Storm?
The one with white hair?
Exactly, Storm or someone like that.
Well, Storm is being portrayed by Samuel. Samuel's also playing Jubilee. He's going to use firework sparklers. Mama Lan is playing Jean Grey.
What? JJ covers his mouth and just shakes his head.
Say it, go ahead. You can't hurt my feeling.
That is going to be a very interesting love triangle, I have to say.
Oh yes, do you know who's playing Wolverine?
Who? Please inform me.
I would assume, gesturing back to Scar, Zap.
Zap, darling?
Yes, I'm to be a part of a love triangle with Zap Mama Lan.
Oh my god. Damien covers her mouth and starts to laugh. I'm sorry, Celeste. It's not funny. It is a little funny, darling. I'm sorry.
You deserve it. Enjoy yourself. I gave you a hard time all these years, and it's your big day. You're back in action, directing a real movie, not some Frederick junk. So, I did have a horrible nightmare last night. If you'd like to keep laughing, would you like to hear it?
Davian clears her throat. Please, darling, I would love to.
Clive does remember she woke up screaming last night. I had a nightmare that Clive, in an attempt to impress the Ranger General, went up to Gateway dressed in the Frederick's captain attire, because that's what Frederick wears to impress the Ranger General. The ascot and everything. Scar!
Hunk sees Davine's face go red for a split second, like she's trying to hold it in, and then she just busts out laughing.
Never do that, Clive, please.
Oh no, I'm not stupid enough to try anything with the Ranger General.
Thank you. Kissing his hand as Davine will continue laughing with Hunk. As flashing to an SIS medium-sized cruiser ship, Icy healing Ricky, who's lying. He's on a bed, but it's like a stretcher bed, but he's lying horizontal, strapped to the bed. God, you are so much like your father.
Sorry, ma'am. Got chucked off a train.
Yeah, I saw, looking at Ricky. Your dad used to come back every mission beat up like this. That's honestly one of the few reasons I didn't buff him as much, because if I kept buffing him, they would have kept fucking punching him. He finishes healing, Ricky, and then we'll sit down next to Elizabeth and put her arm around her.
Well, I guess that's kind of my problem. That's my job.
Very true. Kissing Elizabeth on the head, Benny holding Elizabeth's hand.
Elizabeth, with her free hand, will hold Icy's hand and squeeze both of their hands 3 times.
Oz's shoulder is in a sling, but it won't be like that for too long. It's not bad. Sam's just sitting over here by herself, brooding.
Carter will slowly get up and walk over to the two pilots. I'm so sorry, guys. I should have just told you to stand down.
I should have crashed the ship into the cunt. That's what I should have done.
Carter chuckles at
We had her. We gave her a chance. We're not dealing with people that deserve a chance. Sam agreed. Looking over at all.
She shouldn't have been able to raise it that quick. That was scary.
Next time we get into a situation like that, your ass is ejecting, pointing at Laz, and I'm ramming the nose of our ship into her. If we ever get another chance.
Laz holds his hand. All right, but if you die during that, she shakes her head.
I'll eject. Don't worry. He looks at her. I'm not suicidal, but we could have had it.
We. She looks at Carter. It's okay, buddy. Okay, we're fine. Look at us. You tried to, you know, go with her emotions that she doesn't really have, I think. You tried to make her be like, we're brothers and sisters in arms, because you mentioned the Navy, which I thought was good, but she shakes her head. I don't think she has that kind of feelings or emotions anymore, buddy, okay? And he nods. He holds both of their hands. Of course, Oz's, good hand, and he nods. I'm just glad you guys are okay.
It was quite scary there for a bit, but she only clipped our wing, so we're good. Kissing Laz on the cheek. I'll be good to film tonight anyway, so.
Alright, good.
Next time we just open fire.
Laz nods. I won't give her a second to even raise her gun, don't worry.
Just because you think you can't beat the enemy doesn't mean you acquiesce and give up. You should have just tried to fight her. Maybe you get a lucky swing. You don't have the luxury of giving up, Lieutenant.
Carter stands up, looks at Sam. Understood, ma'am.
Are you afraid to die? Then request I don't know. Request leave. Leave the military. Your job is to fight and die. That's what the military is all about.
I didn't want the others in my squad to die, which I did a great job of preventing that too, didn't I? I'm sorry, Ricky.
You're not cut out to lead if you're not going to take the problem head on. You had her on the roof of the train. You should have fought her. If you don't have any confidence in yourself, then you shouldn't be wearing the lieutenant bars. Okay, alright, settle down.
Carter, looking at Sam, he just nods towards her and...
Carry the sword of man. Well, why don't you cut her head off with it next time? Memory Ann, we will.
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Yeah,
He'll
apologize for.
He looks at Ricky. Thanks for saying that, Ricky.
I'm the dipshit who mouthed it off to the guy.
Yeah, I don't think it's like I said during the time deity fight. I don't think it's a very good idea to do that, Ricky, to mouth off to someone like that.
Trying to get his mind off of, and he's gonna lightly nod towards Elizabeth. Rather be focusing on me, you know?
Carter shrugs. Yeah, I guess. He looks at Sam and nods. I'll do better next time.
She nods her head and shakes it. Your job is to fight. Fight her. Nothing is unbeatable, save for people like Lorelei and your aunt over there.
He nods. Yes, ma'am. Nobody.
And your father.
He lets out a chuckle. Nobody is unbeatable, yes, ma'am.
Besides Carter, I see you all the time playing with your sword, staring at the picture of the dragon. I don't know why one is or isn't worthy. You're worthy in my eyes, but that doesn't matter to that ridiculous sword and dragon. Sam, if you want to be worthy, she'll air quote, fight the enemy. Don't acquiesce. Because they're not going to be taken in. If you think you were going to convince her to get on your sister's ship and turn herself in, clearly you're wrong.
Obviously, yeah, we are. I was wrong.
Get him next time. Nodding his head. Get him next time. She looks at Okir. Killed Bash. Get him next time. Okir.
Elizabeth just looks down at her.
Get the hell off the bed. She'll unstrap Ricky so he can move.
Thanks. He'll get off and sit down over here.
No, he really should stay elevated like that. Sam just comes back over here.
Should I stay, ma'am?
Nah, you're okay. Forget it. She's angry. Leave her alone.
Alright, he'll come sit down here.
Who knows? Maybe you could have summoned the dragon and it would have killed her. That would have been cool.
Carter rubs his chin, shrugs. Maybe I could have. Who knows? I'll definitely find out next time, though. That's for sure.
Raise your sword, run at her, and attack her. And so be it if you get hurt. I'm sure I'll be there to cover you.
Carter looks at her. Thank you for always having my back, Samantha.
But you need to have mine, and prove to me you're a good leader. You do sometimes, and then other times you don't. They killed Bash. You kill them. She locks eyes with Carter.
I kill them, I understand, ma'am.
That's the Sasha blood in her. Rubbing Ricky's head, then back to Elizabeth.
Yeah, I can tell.
I'm not one to judge. I see scratching her ear. I almost killed everybody one time, so...
Yeah, fair enough. What I saw was that Rippa dude's a bit of a bitch. He's not unbeatable. She wasn't there, we had him. Just gotta fuck her up, too.
This is a bad decision on, I think, my part. I should have... I don't know. He shrugs. Should have sent Colt with you guys, or Samantha. We could have... That mech... I had that mech under control. I can't keep up with you kids, but she can. So can he. Me and Benny kind of lagging behind.
Elizabeth shakes her head. It's my fault that he got away.
What happened? Rubbing her head, kissing it. Icy isn't one to watch live kill cam footage.
She swallows hard. He got into my head and I lashed out at him, and then that gave him the opening to get away. We had him completely surrounded. We got the ambush on him, he surrendered, we had him surrounded, and he got into my head about Bash. And I lashed out. It's my fault he got away. She crosses her arms and nods. If I didn't do that, odds are we would have gotten him.
Benny, rubbing Elizabeth's hand, will hold a kiss to it. Icy, we lost Tewaz way more times than you'd think.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head. Yep, and quite a few other important people.
Elizabeth looks at Icy. But it never happened because of a mistake you made, did it?
No. No, we had no way to stop the void energy until I learned how to do it. Through my freakout, transcending, but even when we did, there was definitely mistakes made. We went to a planet. You know how Pequot has all those dragons?
Carter nods. Yeah, how could we forget?
Well, where do you think we found them? On a planet with a dead dragon, like an ancient dragon. And General Lorelei was giving the orders. I was inspecting the dragon eggs. We were planning to move them, and she sent Ash and Julius to go and do something, like interact with some Starchild power source that would open the door, basically. And they did, and she didn't send me, and lo and behold, your father encounters Tewaz. Ash gets fucked up, like a 10th degree concussion by Tewaz, and your father basically beats Tewaz, but I wasn't there. I'm not blaming myself, I was following orders. I'm just saying it. Mistakes are gonna happen. And it's not coddling you, it's the truth. These cult people were wacky, fanatics. Julius, Ash, and somehow the rest of Squad Sigma killed their religious leaders, if you will, when they attacked Crease, assassinated them. And then it fell to just Tewaz and the fanatics. And with Tewaz in charge, they were ruthless, but, they were not cunning like these people. This enemy's a lot more cunning and a couple steps ahead of you every single time.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part. Even when we got the drop on them, they're ahead of us.
Elizabeth nods. It was obvious they had an escape plan from the start, so... they were probably always a good 10 steps ahead of us in that regard.
And in some ways, again, I'm not making excuses for you. In some ways, this enemy's way more ruthless. They are. Tewaz and company never ran around a colony shooting up the streets, sending in a mech, shooting down civilians. They wouldn't dare do that with Lorelei in charge. With planet crackers that could be there and crack the planet with them on it, Lorelei ran things differently than we do. And maybe we should do that. But at the same time, I don't think any of us have the intestinal fortitude to crack a planet with 1 million people on it just to kill some bad guys. I'm not saying Lorelei's evil, but she's definitely more brutal than we ever were.
She's got the spine to do whatever needs to be done.
Yes.
Last nods. A good example of that is when you wouldn't crack Port Nowhere. So you had us all go in and get the civs out and get the info that we needed to get, and then you cracked the planet.
Exactly. And there was only 4 or 5 civilians? I don't remember the exact field report, but Icy shrugs. Things are different nowadays.
Carter swallows hard, nods. Mistakes will always be made. There is no such thing as a perfect mission. It's either always going to go tits up, someone messes up, or just something gets fucked up that you didn't really expect. It's always gonna happen, but it's whether or not you can get back up and try it again in the future that really matters, right, Auntie?
Icy nods her head. Memrian, and maybe next time, Fortune, or whatever her name is, will get to meet your pet dragon, Carter.
Carter chuckles.
That's why your sword won't summon your dragon. Sam looking at Carter. I don't know anything about ancient Enovian history, but I know Kamul was their leader. That sword only answers to a leader. So next time, fight her.
Understood, ma'am.
Sword of man, leader of man, king of man. That actually makes sense. Putting a piece of candy in her mouth. I have no idea, Carter. I see shrug. I have no idea how that sword works. I know it's Enovian. I'm not technically even speaking good with swords. I've absorbed people's souls who are, but to say I know how to use them myself would be a lie.
I mean, if it's the sword of a king and a leader, you gotta have resolve, right? To be a king? So maybe that's just what you gotta find, is your resolve.
He has. Just a matter of holding on to it, I'd say. Nodding over at Carter.
Carter looks at Okir, nods to him. I would say so. I just need to hold on to that resolve.
Sam, I apologize, Lieutenant. Looking away from him. I get emotional when I fail missions. I know I was never too as close with people like Bash or Okir as I would have liked to have been. And I'll leave it at that.
Carter will stand up, walk over to Sam, and put his hand out.
She'll put her arms out for a hug. Emrian clapping.
He's gonna hug her and whisper into her ear. Believe it or not, you are and probably always will be my trump card when it comes to this squad, even when Soul comes back.
She pulls her head back slightly. I like the sound of that. Deal.
He smiles. And I'm sorry, I gotta admit I was scared of Fortune. And Ricky was so fucked up already, and I just couldn't see a way, and I should have just fought her.
I'm sorry.
Next time I'll be there. Sam nods her head. You can count on that.
And I'm sorry. He fucked me up with a kidney punch in the first room, and I didn't mention it. I should have mentioned I wasn't at 100% going into that chase on the train.
Little rat. Sam tightening the hug on Carter that will let him go. Memrian clapping, along with Oz, who's ow, ow, ow every time he claps.
Here, darling, let me. She'll take his free hand and put one of her hands up so he can clap.
She'll come sit down next to Les, finally relaxing. She was just very angry. And Okir, once again, saying, he's a rat, a little rat.
He is. And, I still think the guy's an idiot and a coward, but he's good in a fight. There's not a lot of people that can hit a punch like that.
Elizabeth putting her knees up close to her chest, still holding on to Icy and Benny. Sucks at reloading his gun, though.
Huh? Looks down at her. Benny, what?
He jams it in too hard.
Oh.
The mag, he... Too jagged, too rough. He does it too roughly. You know, it's supposed to be smooth. She shakes her head.
Spending time with Ash is definitely rubbing off on you. Which is a good thing, kissing her on that.
Yeah, better.
'Cause I wouldn't be able to pick up on something like that.
Worse people to learn from, right?
Oh, you're learning from the best. Trust me.
She nods. It was just something that I noticed, and she bites her lip. Maybe it can be used in the future, who knows?
Now he goes to reload and you throttle him. I bet you he has a punchable face under that mask. Okir just mumbling to himself, Colt rubbing his back.
Benny sees Elizabeth's jaw lock up. From just the look in his eyes, I'd say he has the most punchable face I've ever seen.
Well, you'll get to punch it.
Punch it, shove your gun in his mouth and blow it off.
Take his head off. Smash it, like that Gears of War game we played, the curb stomp.
Oh man, yeah, maybe I can curb stomp him. She chuckles. And looks at Icy. I'm sure that's a move that Mom never did to someone.
No, and you gotta make your own mark. Because you look a lot like Mom, but you don't fight a lot like her. Which is a good thing. It's a compliment. Well, not a compliment. It's not a compliment or a slight. You gotta make your own mark.
And she nods. Leans towards Icy. I've never been good with swords either, don't worry.
Oh my god, you should have seen the one time. I think it was Kamul's sword when Mom brought it back. I was swinging it around. I almost chopped Sasha's head off by mistake. I was what? Looking at it. I see your...
Carter leans back. Were you ever taught how to handle a blade before then? Or
Oh, Dad showed me how to use knives, but I was not a good student, Carter. Carter. He would be like, "This is what you do," and then I would just, "But I can do this with kinesis," and he'd get frustrated and yell at me.
And I mean, a combat knife ain't the same thing as a big sword like that.
No, that sword was bigger than me. I could only lift it because I was in my armor.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle, leans her entire body onto Benny, and gives him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you for making me feel better, you two.
Anything for my Elizabeth, kissing her, Icy smiling, watching them. Memorian, well, you have to fall and fail to learn how to succeed.
Yeah, and hey, he'll try to get in your head again, but I know it isn't easy, but just ignore what he's saying. And what I do is keep the thought of, he can talk all the shit he wants, it's not gonna matter when we rip his head off.
I got him with my pistol and still tried to take him alive. Orders were alive if possible, dead if necessary. Should have just categorized that as dead if necessary. Kissing Carter's cheek.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods. Yeah, we should have just taken him out.
Next time.
Next time. He looks over at Sam. What's your mom always say? Take no prisoners.
No prisoners. Blankly staring at the ceiling.
Laz will, with her free hand, hold Samantha's hand. Go. You guys got him next time, don't worry.
Oh, we do. Just counting down the days, hours, minutes, months.
She smiles and will squeeze Sam's hand tightly. At least you get to see JJ soon.
That's true. Sam snaps out of staring at the ceiling at the mention of JJ. We'll be back home soon.
Yeah, we will. Thank God. Oh, God. She looks at Sam. You just want to, sit up in the PC room and do our own thing for a little bit, get away from the kids and everything?
Yes, nodding her head.
She smiles and nods. And that sounds like a plan, sister. That sounds like a plan.
God damn, I hate being in this sling.
She looks at it.
That's the first time I've ever been shot down.
Laz nods. Same for me, I think, actually. She will, look at Oz and give him a kiss on the cheek. I can help feed you and stuff if you want, because your arm is in the sling.
Yes, ma'am, with some sugar.
Oh, of course, and she will give him a very nice kiss.
This looks good on you. Trying to reach for her wedding ring.
She'll hold the wedding ring up for him and smile. Well, in my opinion, she'll hold up his wedding ring. Yours looks even better on you.
With his slinged arm trying to reach for her hand with the wedding ring to kiss it, Oz. Fuck!
Oh, please, honey. She'll just hold her hand up to his mouth.
I think rainfalls have that effect on people. Even if you're going to be in pain, you still want to touch them. I've noticed this. Hold, can we just get back to Cecil? See? He looks around the room.
Carter chuckles and nods. He looks at Moran. Do I have that effect on you?
Yes, I really want to just rough you up right now, but military duty time, Carter.
He nods. I think we can get away with you squeezing my hand, though.
Maybe a slap. She'll lightly slap Carter across the face. Except that's a little different.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, that's more different than anything else anyone does.
Pequod coming in with 2 milkshakes. Gives one to Ricky. He's the most fucked up. He gets one.
Thank you, ma'am.
Coming over here. And watches Memorian slap Carter again. Here, Elizabeth, take this one.
She'll take it, nod to her. Thank you, Pequod.
You're welcome. She'll sit down on the bed, making it horizontal. Or vertical, so she can sit on.
Elizabeth will start to eat some of it, and will start feeding Benny spoonfuls of it as well.
You got any tracking information on their ship they took off with? Nah, they're long gone.
Sorry, ma'am.
There'll be another time.
Carter, Pequod realizes it looks a lot like something Julius would do. He pinches the bridge of his nose and just shakes his head. Yes, ma'am. There will be another time.
Problem is, she'll cross her arms. You didn't happen to hear anything that drow woman was saying to him before you tried to take him down?
Carter shakes his head. No, ma'am. I couldn't hear him through the glass. Ricky couldn't hear him through the door. We couldn't hear anything.
And I couldn't get a good angle on his... Well, couldn't get an angle on her to try and read whatever she was saying, ma'am.
Well, we don't know what they risked their asses for, coming out into the open, exposing themselves, but had to be important.
It wasn't very big. It was some little thing. It looked like a case. I don't know what was in it, though.
No clue. Kissing Carter on the cheek, no clue. Here, I'll sit on your lap to make you feel better, Carter.
He smiles at her, lets her sit on his lap, and will give her a kiss on the cheek.
But whatever it was, like I said, not very big, ma'am. Couldn't have been much bigger than one of their game cases, or like a nail clipper kit.
No clue. Didn't even see it. She nods her head.
Carter nods. My guess, it's just a guess, it was information. He looks at Pequod on something you guys are holding close to your chest, maybe. Why else would he show himself now? He had a plan, albeit, but we could have easily... He was out in the open. We were there. We almost got him.
And it being information instead of, like, some item makes sense, because that's probably why he capped her.
Carter shrugs. That's just my guess, ma'am.
Pequod looks at Icy, and Icy will... I like to imagine shrug and gesture back to Pequod, and Pequod... Oh, well... Son, I would venture a guess. It would be... You said a case, right, Ricky?
Yeah, not very big. He's gonna hold his fingers up, showing, like, roughly the size. Like, that big, ma'am?
Information as to the location of this.
Carter looks at it and leans forward. Laz looks at it. Oh my god.
That looks kinda scary.
It's a weapon. It's definitely scary. I almost got killed by one myself, actually.
Carter looks at her. Were you, like, on a battlefield, or did it shoot you down?
Mission. Basically glorified guard detail in the Headhunters.
Oh, gotcha. He nods, looks at it. So, it's a weapon that these guys are after to... He looks at Pequod, replicate, or just fight Earthgov with, or something like that?
Replicate, I doubt. Keep it so we don't have it, I'd bet. It would be really good at killing bugs, too.
What is it, ma'am? Because, I don't know, it just looks different from any other stuff I've seen.
It's alien. It's Starchild in nature. It's your Uncle Krellin or your brother Krellin, depending on who I'm addressing here. A Starchild's take on a dragon.
Starchild.
Mm-hmm. That's right. They weren't all like Krellin, clearly.
So, not only is it a combination of Starchild tech, but if they're basing it off of a dragon, then... Well, let's be honest here, dragons can be pretty nasty opponents, so... That's just a recipe for nothing good right there. And he nods towards the prototype.
Nothing good at all. I almost lost my life to one. Your father and Ricky's father almost lost their lives to one.
Jesus. And
Aunt Suletta killed about, I think, 60 of them back in the day when she was part of the squad piloting a mobile suit. Ricky's father killed quite a few.
well, at least there's that. If you guys could take him down, then if we have to, we can.
Taken down with mobile suits, not on foot.
Right. Oh boy.
Did you guys ever take one down on foot?
No, she shakes her head.
You think they can be?
Depends. Julius and Nicole could have done it back in the day.
Well, he nods towards it. That just means we have to train more and more, and eventually we'll be able to get it done. He looks at Pequod, especially if we have Sol on our side by that time.
Hopefully. Nodding her head, I would hope. And God, hopefully she's studying and applying herself. I see she is nodding at Pequod.
Carter chuckles. She might not have done that well in school, Mom, but I can guarantee you, for the sake of her family and, well, the love of her life, he nods towards Colt. She's studying as hard as she can, Mom.
Pequod nods her head. You're probably right, yeah.
Laz nods. She's studying hard, Mama. Don't worry. She'll give Oz a kiss on the cheek, walk over, and hold Pequod's hand.
These things are very dangerous. You got shot down today. I got shot down by one of those.
She'll hold her hand even tighter. Was it like a missile salvo or something like that took you down?
No, these things, whatever Star Child weapon tech is in these things, Max Tech couldn't interact with. You have to be Star Child apparently to interact with the weapons. So we believe. Either way, my biological father, in all his infinite wisdom, had the two prototypes EarthGov was in possession of augmented with cutting edge, and it's still cutting edge tech to this day, EarthGov weaponry. It was a water jet cutter. It's built into the mouth. It'll cut through damn near anything. Steel, tungsten, uranium. It'll cut near, almost anything.
And if that's what we shoved into it, what can the actual weapons do?
Yeah.
Laz nods. She leans down and gives Pequod a hug and starts to rub her back. This might sound weird, coming from, your child, but I'm glad you didn't die there, Mom.
I'm glad you didn't die today. Tightening her grip on her hand, she's holding Laz's hand. And he didn't die either.
Well, Laz nods. Trust me, I'm very happy that, well, I'm not happy about it, but I'm very happy that all that really happened was an arm in a sling to him.
If you ever have to go up against the last one, what I think they came out for today, information, stay behind it. She looks at Oz, and Oz, yes ma'am, patting his lap for laugh.
Laz will come back and sit on his lap.
Stay behind it and never get anywhere near its nose or mouth. I'll forward you the data we have on him.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we'll make sure to study it, ma'am.
Gonna need some bigger keyblades, I guess.
Bigger hammer. Looking at it, Pequod laughs.
Carter chuckles. Just goddamn bigger everything to take that thing down.
Big dragon.
Big dragon indeed. Carter looks over at Pequod. You know, it's a thought that's crossed my mind before, but when I am able to summon the dragon, you won't be the only Rainfall who has access to him.
Quad nods her head. No, but I got more.
Oh, you have way more than me and would win in that fight any day, but it was. I thought it was pretty cool.
Oh, I think it is. You're truly my son. I wish I could help you, though. I have no fucking idea how to use swords. She laughs. I don't have any. Mom, I never wanted to learn how to use swords. And your father taught me how to fight, so... Yeah.
Oh, that's for sure. He definitely.
Ricky's father basically retaught me how to shoot. I was decent at basic. Decent. So, swords were never on my agenda. I didn't fawn over mother as some people, Carter, you know. I see.
Carter nods towards Icy to Pequod. Yeah, Grandma Davine's favorite.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Carter. Look at Carter.
I mean, it's so obvious, Auntie. Come on.
I agree. You're never around. Shut up. Look here.
I mean, what?
Yeah, but just the way she's always attentive towards you, and there's like Julia's just sitting there like a loser. I see. Yeah.
I mean, what little I've been around you guys all together. Yeah, he's right.
Let's take a vote. You vote. She looks at Ricky. You think she's the favorite?
Oh yeah, she's the favorite.
Okay, clearly Okir does. Samantha, Sam, her. Pointing at Icy. Laz, Oz.
Her, obviously.
I mean, come on. Memory Ann points at Icy. Son, you agree with Mother?
Of course.
Colt points with his thumb over his shoulder to Icy. Elizabeth and Benjamin.
Elizabeth, subtly to Pequod, subtly looks over at Icy and nods her head towards her.
Benny, well, they haven't kicked me out, so I think I'm the favorite. In your fucking dreams. Over at Benny.
So, by popular vote, I believe you are the favorite on Icy.
She'll cross her arms and look out the window. Benny, but really, I think I'm your mom's favorite, because they haven't kicked us out. They kicked her out. Icy, yep, sure did.
That is true. They have yet to kick us out.
Julius is the favorite, nodding her head. He just sits there like a loser while she's all attentive towards you. He ain't the favorite. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Elizabeth looks at Icy. I mean, Sissy, You are the favorite. Let's be honest here. She loves Julius very dearly, and just like she loves all her children.
Has anybody ever seen Grandma Davine and or Mom, or Miss Davine or Aunt Davine, since there's a lot of us here? Has anybody ever seen her carrying a grown man or woman around before that isn't Aunt Nicole? No. Playing with Carter's shit.
No.
Elizabeth shakes her head. No, can't remember.
And she could actually pick up your father and carry him around. She's strong. Pure elf. She's strong. She could do it. She'd struggle, I think, a little bit, because your father got a lot of muscle, thank God. But, yeah, she could do it. But she only ever does it with Istrum. Cold, only on Nicole.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods. Only Aunt Icy will probably ever have that honor of being carried around by Grandma Davine.
Yeah, I don't see her carrying me around if I ask. That's all I'm gonna say.
Laz starts to laugh.
Oh, Mom, Grandmom, could you carry me to the kitchen, please? She'd probably just laugh at me.
Elizabeth scratches her cheek. I could sort of see them carrying me around, but that's just because, I'm so small. If she looks at Icy, if I was your size, I don't think they would carry me around.
Well, Julius is her favorite, trust me. I'm telling you, she points at Elizabeth. They're all wrong, including Benny.
You could read I don't know why I'm trying to convince you. I'm not going to be able to.
Okay, so we're all coming back to the lane. You're coming too. She points at Okiri, huh? Looks at her. Whoever the first person is she greets when we all get down there later today to film is her favorite. And it's always her. So, we'll see though. How about we leave it at that? Oh, it sounds good to me, playing with Laz's hand.
Deal. Very much a deal. And Laz nods, leans over to Oz. Oh my god, she's gonna greet Aunt Icy first.
Definitely. Most kissing her on the cheek. Definitely. I would bet all of our money. And our house. And Monkey Boy's birth certificate.
Laz starts to laugh. I mean, I would bet. I love the jet, honey. I would be willing to bet it on this. I'm that confident.
And Uncle Zap.
And Uncle Zap, yep.
Pequod. It's a black dragon that comes out of your sword, right, son?
Yeah, soul of a black dragon.
Do you even know what they do?
Carter looks up.
Because I don't. Memorian, I think books suggest, like, acid breath or something like that. Pequod. Black and white. That's pretty cool. Looking at Carter, it's like yin and yang. Son and mother. Winking at Carter.
Carter smiles. That is pretty cool, Mom, isn't it?
Because mine are white. But, let's just put it this way. I never thought I'd be in charge of a bunch of dragons, Carter, so I never really paid attention in ancient history class.
Carter starts to laugh. No, yeah, trust me, I understand, Mom.
Black and white, yeah. Looking between the two of them. Go ahead.
I didn't really expect me to wield the Sword of Man and have a chance to summon a black dragon, so I may or may not have paid much attention in history either.
I hated history. I liked business.
Laz nods. I always struggled with like a creative writing and stuff, but she points towards Pequod. I think I get it from you. I really liked math and just logical things like that.
Gym for me.
Carter looks at Oz, nods, looks him up and down. I mean, you have always been really fit.
I hated it because every Friday we had to go to swimming class. Every Friday gym class was swim class and we had to wear Speedos. And seeing a bunch of other dudes in Speedos was not my thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I would probably hate that too.
The class I hated the most was lack of JJ 101, which seems to be all the time. Pequod will awkwardly look at her wrist computer.
Carter, Laz, and Elizabeth all do the same exact thing, checking how much time they have left on the ride to home.
Look, Carter, Uncle Clive's uploaded a new video.
Yeah?
Father, I should call him now. He's look, what's the title? Let me see. She's trying to make it as unawkward as possible. Response to Fred Shedboy stealing my games. Wonderful.
Carter shakes his head. Honey, please don't tell me that thumbnail is not your father double flipping the bird.
It is. Oh, father. Dejectedly looks at the thumbnail.
Carter hugs around Marianne's waist and shakes his head. This is all gonna come back to bite him. I just know it is.
Just Frederick coming at him with a mallet, hitting him over the head. I would, as long as he's not permanently hurt and somebody's close by to heal him, I would be okay with that.
Can you just imagine if it was a scene out of The Shining? Clive as Shelley Duvall and Frederick as Jack Nicholson. Here's Freddy!
Pequod laughs. Oh, maybe we should remake that. I don't think Mom would agree. Mom is in rare form as of late. It's her. She's back to the queen of all directors. Her over prestigious film today. Be on your best behavior, pointing at everybody and then over at Ricky. She's really. You were there for when we filmed. Looking at Ricky, you were there for when we filmed War Gods. That was a Frederick movie. I know Frederick's starring in the movie you're coming to work on today. This is different. This is pretentious Davine 101. And the only person who says that she is not pretentious is the person sitting behind you, pointing at Ice.
Okay, ma'am. I'll make sure to do the best I can.
Just remember, Ricky, patting him on the shoulder lightly because she doesn't want to hurt him. She has all those Oscars, but she only has them because I made the production company.
Understood, ma'am.
Yeah, but I mean, if she's that good at directing, she earned them. She death glares Okir. Right. Just puts his arm around Colt.
Elizabeth leans forward, puts a hand onto Okir's shoulder, and just shakes her head like, don't say that.
Right. Nodding his head. I see the other thing you never mention is I'm only 40. She death glares Icy, who sinks behind Ricky.
Elizabeth also just starts to sink into Benny. Oh god, they're gonna have a sisterly spat, just watch.
Only 40, and she looks like she's 22. She looks the same, Carter. The day I met that vain bitch to right now, she looks exactly the same. Just, she has a ponytail, and the only reason she has it is because I have one. And mine's better looking.
I thought she had the ponytail so Grandpa can, tug on it and stuff.
Right, when she was pregnant with Elizabeth, I suggested, try a ponytail like mine, Julius likes mine. And she did. But then, in all her lack of wisdom, she cut it off, even though clearly Dad liked it. Very considerate wife, thank you. Oh god. Squeezing Laz's thigh tightly.
Laz puts a hand on his thigh and starts to squeeze it tightly. Oh god, she's gonna go on one of her tirades.
I'm not really, I'm into my species of women, Brig Tortolans, as EarthGov would classify us, but I do think Davine's the hottest. She death glares him again. You can be put into an airlock.
Elizabeth just looks down at her lap and shakes her head. Oh, man, I don't think there's any helping Okir on that one.
Her and the Ranger General. Come on now. Speak what better.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods. Good save, Okir. Good save.
Yep. I'm gonna drink some of this. Takes Ricky's milk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle, and she'll actually give the last bite of her milkshake to Benny.
Benny will slurp it up as the kids are not too far from gate. Coming from Clive's house, Frederick John Deere hat in his back pocket. Hunk will look, arm around Davine's waist, look behind Frederick. All right, Fred, you want to try that helmet on, or that hat, I should say, on for me there? I want to see it.
Oh yeah, you want me to try on the hat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He will put on the hat. I actually cannot remember what.
Ah!
But there it is. Oh, I don't have access to it. That's why.
You got it. There you go.
He puts on the hat and just the 5 o'clock shadow and like a. He even hunches over slightly and his stance gets even wider. But like it's all the hat that's doing it to him.
Samuel pushing Father Good's scar. Hunk, does he look up to standard, dear?
Davine looks at him. Darling, front and center now.
Good moving.
He'll walk up to them. She'll hop out of Hunk's arms, start pacing around him, looks at Hunk, and Hunk sees, I'm sure he recognizes it, this certain look on her face that she only gets when producing these kinds of serious movies. She has that look on her face, like lips slightly pursed, eyes slightly squinted. She just gives him a quick and subtle nod.
Enough? Coming up, putting his arm around her.
Good enough, I would say. Very. She looks at Fredwick. Please do remind me to congratulate Nicole on doing just such a bang-up job.
Wow. Clapping for Frederick and Davy.
Fredwick puts his hands together, gives her a little bow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it a lot. He'll walk back over to Krellin. Davy squints her eyes, looks at Hunk. I didn't know the hat would deepen his voice like that.
I don't think it's the hat. I think that's him.
Oh, really putting on a voice for the performance then.
We'd have to ask Nicole when she gets here, but I'm pretty sure that's just him. The hat, when he puts it on, puts him in that, like, working man outfit and gives him the 5 shadow in the hair, but yeah.
You know, she looks over at Fredwick, then back at Hunk. Call me crazy, but the look sort of works for him, don't you think?
Like, middle-aged, overworked father Frederick or something like that.
Exactly, darling. It legitimately works for him.
What do you think, son, as JJ's wrist computer goes off? Let it go.
JJ will give everyone a thumbs up. You look great, Frederick. And he will actually activate his ODM gear and go up into the teleporter.
Hunk's eyes watching it. I am proud of that boy. God damn.
She actually wipes a tear away. As am I. You did such a good job raising him, darling.
We did.
She looks at Hunk and smiles. He did get all your best qualities. All of them. Which, all your best qualities are all of your qualities, so he just got all your qualities, which I'm just so very happy of.
I'm glad he got him too, because goddamn, watching him fucking ODM off into the teleport, he does not miss a beat with Samantha.
No, he does not. She holds his hand very tightly, watching the same thing, him going off into the teleporter.
Now, let's go rescue our beautiful grandchildren, Jace, Hale, and Integra from the clutches of Mama Lan. Not that Mama Lan, it's not that out of character. Mama Lan does anything bad with the kids, it's just she will constantly be picking them up, babying them, kissing them, and that's what Hunk means. So Frederick folds into the group, Hunk squeezes Davine's hand, and I know we're missing half the crew, but the troops are expecting a speech. So you gotta give a speech when we get in there.
Davy nods. Yes, of course, my love. I'll give a speech to all of them.
Yeah, the production studio, walking in, hasn't really been up and running. If you think about it, Carter's drama, we haven't been up and running for a long time. We just restarted a few months ago. Remind them that they are working on a she'll whisper, retarded film. So Frederick can't hear her.
Davy looks back at Fredwick and nods. I'll tell them the set is a touch more serious than previous they've been on.
And Father Goodscar gives speech too, but when everybody get here, so let up. Sure, yes, and Clive will help. Clive will help him.
Yeah, of course I will. I'll stand behind him, help him out where needed, so on and so forth. I'd love to.
Coming through the door, Samuel leading with Father Goodscar. He'll take him up here. Frederick and Krellin coming to sit down here. Scar will sit down with his kids, and Suletta will come over here and pat the table for Clive to sit down. Watch, she's going to go all pretentious mode. Oh, beautiful done Integra. My beautiful granddaughter, she done have my nose and my tusks. Looking at it.
In the Rugrats talk. I don't have tusks, do I, Hale?
Nah, but you would look cool if you did.
Oh my god, you were just like a saber-toothed tiger or something. That'd be awesome.
Did you see the way Jace's eyes lit up when he saw the door open? Thought it was Sasha or Sam.
You do the same thing whenever Pete walks through the door, so I don't want to hear that from you, Miss Missy.
Thomas.
Well, yes, Thomas, but for Thomas to enter through the door, Pequod has to enter through the door, does she not?
Hale getting picked up. Not again! By Sam, come here, sweet. Don't look like little Nicole. He says it every time.
Oh God! Integra's little hands start to reach out for Hale, and they open and close, like a give her to back to me type thing for a baby.
Just the spitting image of Patricia. She done gonna grow up to go to Harvard, I hear. Oh yes, I done hear it too. Kissing Hale on the cheek. Thomas done gonna be a professor, I hear. Hale, take good care of you. I don't care what Thomas does, as long as he's good to me. Getting killed.
You know, they're putting a lot of pressure on us, and we're like the oldest of us is like 3.
I am Hale about to say something. Davine will cut off everybody with a loud
May I please have everyone's attention?
Everybody I play will turn and look at Davine. Zanzibar will sit on the ground like a little kid.
All my characters will turn to look at Davine. I just felt it necessary to give a little bit of a speech, darlings, about this new movie that we are going to be filming, The Perfect Storm. Hunk sees her pull out a pair of aviators and put them on, and Clive leans back. Oh my gosh, she really is getting pretentious.
Yes, her Kubrick phase or something, I don't know. But she produces good results, Clive. Ones that can't be ignored. Gesturing out to all the Oscars.
I mean, that's for sure. As Davine starts to pace back and forth, she dramatically flips her scarf behind her back. This is going to be the first true movie, that Rainfall Productions has released in a good number of years, darlings. And it is going to be, she looks across everyone, a serious set. Because it is going to be my return to form, darlings, and my return to form is going to be a very serious movie. The Perfect Storm is a beautiful story, and we are going to have a wonderful actor playing our lead role of George Clooney. All I wish is a serious set, not much goofing around. Of course we'll have laughs, darlings, and we'll, have a good time, as she starts to pet Norbit's head. But there will be a certain amount of seriousness that we are going to hold ourselves up to. She stops pacing and looks at everyone. And if anyone does not hold up that seriousness, you are going to be receiving a direct talking to from me, the director, darlings. And I assure you, you would not enjoy that. It is going to be a bit more rigorous than some of our other movies. I am going to be requiring more takes, more amount of shots, and more, B footage, everything like that. I will be requiring just more of everything, just to make sure that we get everything correct. If you have issues with that, please bring it up with me now. And she nods. Yeah, we would love to have you, but if you do have issues with it, darlings, then we cannot have you on the set. These are the rules that I'm putting in place. She claps her hands together. We are going to make a wonderful movie, everyone. She smiles, looking around, and I love every single one of you. She will give a bow.
Stop painting, Rocco. She turns around. Rocco's just sitting there looking at Sonny. It's Hunk. He really likes her little bitchy, pretentious Davine thing she does. He's panting like a dog.
Oh, I was looking over at Rocco. Jesus, damn.
Back in the day, we used to think it was Zanzibar. Now it's just him.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's honestly impressive. You could hear that throughout the entire room.
Yes, you can. Ugh, looking at it.
As Davine will walk over to Hunk, sit onto his lap. Good enough for you, darling.
Absolutely, fixing the aviators on her. I think we're gonna produce an Oscar-worthy product. Tommy, absolutely we will. With this type of leadership.
Oh, darling, I will accept nothing less than Oscar-worthy.
Cut her teeth on the room, did you know that? Looking down at Father Goodscar.
Oh, my son told me a lot of good stuff about the room, especially how it was Miss Davine's first go around at it all, and believe it or not, it was his too.
Tommy nodding his head. And Julius, excellent performance. Don't know why he didn't get nominated for supporting actor that year. Well, he's gotten a supporting actor. Maybe, hopefully JJ gets one. Here he's up for a Razzie Award. Looking at Davine. This is something that should really bother Davine, that her son is up for a Razzie.
Davine rubs the back of her neck, and Hunk can see her like grabbing her hair and pulling it slightly, thinking about it. She just shakes her head. Yes, my son is nominated for a Razzie, which we will be fixing with this movie. He will be nominated for an Oscar. She looks at Tommy. I will make doubly sure of it, don't you worry, Mr. Mizzo.
I'll have a talk with him too before the first scene and, just really set the stage for him, help him out.
Yes, please do, darling. She cups Hunk's cheek with her hand. I would greatly appreciate that. A bit of advice from a wonderful actor such as yourself would be great for the young lad, I think.
Done going to be an interesting film. Can't wait to film it.
I mean, I'll be honest. It's gonna be my first time on the big screen. I've made YouTube videos and stuff like that, but that doesn't count when compared to this. And the children's productions, of course, but again, doesn't really count when compared to something like this.
And yes, even more so, holding Clive's hand, this is pretentious, Davine. These films are, well, you heard the speech.
Yeah. If I mess up or flub my lines, but will she get angry at me?
No, not the first time. Probably not the second time. But the third time and onward, yes.
Clive nods. Right, of course, so try to minimize the mess-ups then.
She'll drop the pretentious act when she'll look around. Nicole walks in to baby her, and then she'll go right back to it. At least, that's what I kind of recollect from the last time we did a good film. So Frederick can't hear her.
Okay, so not only just focus on not messing up, but really hope Nicole comes around pretty quickly so she'll just stop babying her.
Yes. Yes. She's the favorite.
Oh, most definitely. I was here for a single week and I could see that she was the favorite.
Wonder who Father Goodscar thinks is the favorite. Looking over at Father Goodscar, but she doesn't want to promote discussion from Father that Davine would overhear. Zaru, come here! Picking Hale back up. Oh, God!
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Hale. I really am.
I like this guy, but please! She keeps kissing her on the cheek. Done got the cat ears on!
Here, maybe I can try something. Hold on. Jace will reach up, hold on to Hale's hand, and gently tug at her to tell Zap to help bring her down to him.
Zap looking down at Jace. Oh, I understand. I'm sorry, honey. Come here, big boy. Putting Hale down and picking Jace up. Starts kissing Jace on the face. Your sacrifice will not be in vain.
Oh, Jace. Oh, Jesus. God damn, these are some slobbery kisses.
Mwah! Done wanted attention from Uncle Zap, but I think he liked the ladies. He wanted from Mama Land. Oh, I know. I look just like Sasha. That's where she gets my nose from. He hands him over to Mama.
That doesn't even make any sense. Oh god, how are these even more slobbery?
Oh, poor Chase! Gasping.
Oh god, jeez, Integra, like, covers her eyes. I can't even watch!
Don't like Sasha. We all know Jace. Well, Sasha, my daughter, too.
I don't think that makes biological sense, but I'm not gonna say anything to her about that.
She's like the least looking of Sasha or Aunt Samantha.
The fact that Mama Lan compares any of the females in this family to herself is insane to me.
What's that thing Samantha does to him? How she picks up his shirt and blows on his stomach.
Oh god, this is so weird.
Oh no! Gasping, screaming. Poor Jace!
Integra reaches over and starts to cover Hale's eyes as well. The humanity!
Well, they're having a good time, dear. Looking over at the kids and Jace. He's getting his attention from yet another lady. So let a gigolo alert.
I like to imagine that's the conversation the kids are having, but in all reality, to all the adults, it looks like they're all laughing and stuff.
Stiletto will, I'll take him for a while. Clapping her hands at Mama Lan. He just so cute. Doesn't remind me of Oz. Yes. Hopefully he grows up to be like his father. Taking Jace.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Dude, you lucked out. Aunt Suletta bailed your ass out. Frederick patting Jace's head.
Oh, it's pretty cute. If we don't have to go in hell.
The ugliest of all hair in creation. What the fuck? Looking at crap.
It's not. Chase, like, looks up and grabs his hair and looks at it. It's not ugly, is it?
I think it's cool. If your hair is ugly than mine is, orange is a really unnatural color.
Integra nods. I think it's really unique, James. Don't worry about what they say. Yeah, I guess you're right. He looks at Soletta. I mean, she has probably the most unnatural hair color here other than me, and, well, everyone thinks she looks beautiful, so I guess it's pretty cool.
I remember when her hair used to be pure white, now it's kind of like faintly silver, pointing at Aunt Suletta.
Jace tilts his head. Oh yeah, that is true. What do you think that means, Hale?
Don't know. Shrugs. She's a baby. She doesn't understand. Clive is making it happen.
Integra nods. Maybe she's using a new conditioner? I've heard my mom say stuff like that before.
Could be. Looking over, Zap, come here, Integra, picking her up. Oh! As Mama Lan grabs him.
Oh god, oh Jesus, this is not the turnout I wanted. Oh, look at them. They all look so cute, darling. He's pointing towards those four.
Yeah, I think they're trying to raise their stock value. Favorite Aunt Mama Lan and favorite Uncle Zap, maybe?
Davy nods. Yes. We should probably save the children. I mean, look closely at Integra. Doesn't it look like she's trying to push Zap's face away instead of, like, grabbing at it?
Yeah, I'll get him. Scar will get him! Alright, I want some time with the other kids. Jasper and Nora are busy playing with yo-yos. Yeah. Okay. I'll take Hale, too. You taste so beautiful. Takes after me. Scar will bring them over. There you go. You can hold Hale, Grandma, looking at Davy.
Davine will hold Hale and give her a kiss on the cheek. You remind me of a little Istram, darling. Just so cute.
She wraps her little arms around Davine's neck.
Oh, you just wanted some love from your grandma, didn't you?
She nods her head. God bless this woman. I see why my mother worships her.
Integra nods. I mean, yeah, she saved us from that one. I mean, she hugs onto Scar's, like, big paw. This guy saved us all. Oh man, I love this cat, I really do.
Uncle Scar looking over at Krellin. Krellin, maybe one day Jace be in children's shows with us? Suletta, I think that would be fitting for him.
I think so too. I think this guy has actor written all over him. He can only be in the children's show though if he puts a wig on.
Agreed. Normal hair color. Krellin sticks his tongue out at Jace.
Suletta sees Jace's head just recoil when Krellin does that.
Suletta looks down at Jace. Are you ready to see Samantha Gigolo? Aunt Sasha will be down. She wears a scarf now. She'll be around more.
Jace looks at Suletta and nods. Yeah, no, he definitely wants to see those two, I think.
Of course he does.
I mean, all children are allowed to have their favorites, I suppose. I mean, he points over to Hale and Davine. Right now, you know.
Like mother, like daughter, yes. Look at it!
Exactly, like mother, like daughter.
Give it 20 years and she'll be carrying Nicole and Hale around. Have you ever seen that, Clive? When Davine carries around Nicole.
I actually have, believe it or not.
It's strange at first, isn't it?
It really, it happened within my first weeks here at Rainbow Lane. I was doing work around the academy, and I walked in, and Nicole was there, and she hugged her mother, which, it's normal. That's her mom. And then she hopped into her arms, and Davine just started carrying her around, and I was like, man, gotta be honest, that's a little weird.
And I'm sure Hunk was right behind them and or next to them, clapping with a huge smile on his face, as if she's an infant.
That was definitely happening, Lafayette. It was, he looked like the happiest man in the world at that moment. Like he just saw his child take their first steps.
Looking over at Hale and then back at Jace, I'm going to teach you something, Gigolo.
Jace will tilt his head to her.
Make eye contact with me.
She actually sees his eyes widen as he makes eye contact with her.
So, you wish to impress a girl like Samantha or Sasha?
He nods.
Well, girls like that require a high level of attention. I can't remember everything, but I believe you were told to model yourself after your father, Granddad Hunk, and Uncle JJ. Do you remember? Looking at it!
Jace nods.
Give whichever one of them takes you and starts carrying you around. Give them a gift. She'll pull out a small lollipop.
Jace will take the lollipop from her, look at it and nod, and then give her a hug around her neck.
If you do that, I'm sure if you can understand me, which I think you can, I'm sure you see your Uncle JJ doing that a lot with Pokemon plushies.
Jace leans back and nods, his eyes really wide, like she can't hear him, of course, but like he's saying, oh god, yes, I see it all the time.
And then it strikes Jace, I should give this lollipop to whichever one, and then do the hand thing.
Jace looks down at his hand, his free hand, looks at Suletta, and tilts his head, puts it over his face like he does.
You see? He's such a fucking gigolo, he wants me to kiss his hand. She takes it and kisses it. Wow, the biggest of jello. Gigolo.
Yeah, he's so jealous.
Jello. Looking at Jace, Gigolo, it's Gigolo. I'll kiss your hand. She'll kiss it again.
He leans back, looks at his hand, looks back at Suletta, and just gives her a couple nods and then puts his hand down. And in the two other kids' head, wow, that's not what I expected at all. I was just asking her if that was a good idea.
Gigolo. Still hugging around Davine's neck.
Jace shrugs. At this point, I've come to accept it from her.
Well, she only has one kid, and that's Aunt Memory Ann, so I don't think she'll ever be your mother-in-law.
Well, probably not. You know what? I'm actually sort of happy about that. I think me and her would, like, butt heads or something like that, honestly. I love her dearly, but I still think we would butt heads.
She's a badass bitch, but hard to impress.
Tegra nods. Oh, that is for sure.
Hunk playing with Davine's aviators, kissing her on the lips lightly, flashing up to Nickway. Samantha is in the kitchen waiting for JJ. Actually, up here in the computer room, waiting for JJ Soul, and JJ arrive at the same time. JJ almost bumping into Soul's back.
I'm so sorry, sweetie. She looks back. It's okay. And she just immediately runs up to Colt, and in a move very similar to her mother, she will just put her arms out and stamp her foot once.
He'll walk right up and wrap his arms around her, but then go behind her to put a little baby bump, put a little bit of the pressure off her stomach and lift her belly.
She lets out a huge breath. Oh, thank you, honey. That feels really good.
Kissing her on the cheek. This feels good. It sucks ass not having you on mission. He chuckled. Did it really suck?
Trust me, I didn't feel too great about it either. I cried into your mom's shoulder about it.
That's okay. Bringing her over here, sitting down. That's okay. That's what she's there for.
Soul nods. She's a really good mom.
Mom can be really comforting, believe it or not. It's just like rare, and you get it more if you're a girl. Looking around the room. Emery Ann playing with Carter's hair. I believe that, yes.
Yeah, makes sense. Hey, JJ, if you're looking for Sam, she's in the back.
Thank you very much, Mike. He ODM gears out of there and will go make his way towards the computer room.
Up here in the computer room, Sam is logged into her SWOTOR character, and then she just starts banging the mouse on the table, getting frustrated, waiting for JJ. Oz will move Laz away.
JJ will come up behind her, put both hands on her shoulders, and start rubbing them.
About time.
He leans down, kisses her cheek. It is very nice to see you, my love.
She'll turn around and flutter her eyes up at JJ.
He smiles, cups both her cheeks with both of his hands, and as always, you look positively smashing.
Bad day. Reaching up for a kiss.
He'll give her a kiss and lean back. The best thing about a bad day is that you can always make it good.
Very bad day. Looking at JJ intently. Need kisses.
He will give her another kiss. Do you want to talk about it, love?
She'll gesture over to Oz because she's too busy kissing. Oz, went on mission. Bad guys got away. Laz and I got shot down. And, yeah.
JJ's eyes widen at the they got shot down part, still kissing Sam. Laz puts her hands up. We're okay. The only thing that's wrong is Oz has to wear a sling for a little bit, but he's gonna be fine before filming starts.
Aunt Nicole said I can take it off for filming and I'll be good. For, till I break it again.
Laz holds his hand. I would really... I hope that doesn't happen, honey.
It won't, because next time we shoot first, ask questions later.
She nods. Exactly. Shoot first, ask questions later. And she'll smile at Oz and give him a kiss on the cheek. Well, although, that part's on me. I'm the one who has to shoot first.
Like I said, could always just ram the ship into her, but either way, kissing Laz's hand, live and learn.
Yeah, exactly. Live and learn. Smiling at Oz, she'll lay a head on his shoulder.
The only thing I could think of when we got shot down. It's true what they say. When traumatic events happen, your life does flash before my eye. I saw Steve. I saw the first time I saw you. Monkey Boy for some fucking reason. Lorelei in a godforsaken tie-dye shirt and green tracksuit holding Jace. You in your wedding dress with your father next to you. And then we hit the ground.
Laz nods. looks at him. I don't know why, but it's comforting to know that if things ever do go bad, I'll be in your last memories.
You'll be the last thing, trust me. Last thing to go through my mind, first and last. Kissing her on the lip.
She smiles and gives him a kiss back. Let's just hope that never happens.
It won't. Sam pulling away from JJ, monkey boy. I said for some reason. Looking at JJ and Sam and then Laz. He's my son!
Laz sits up. Exactly! He is our son, thank you very much.
What was he doing? Trying to fight back laughter. She'll stand up for JJ to sit.
JJ will sit down for her.
She'll sit on his lap. Alright. Do I have to tell what he was doing?
Ah, well, it's good to talk about traumatic events, mate.
It was when he was... Aunt Nicole showed us the vision of him dying in the tree.
Laz actually just starts to laugh.
Saw him reaching up to the sky, and then, he got his second wind or whatever Aunt Nicole did that, and he, swung away, if you will, and then more flashes. But he was reaching up to the sky.
Well, JJ looks up at the ceiling. Was that the first time you really saw Monkey Boy?
I had saw a silhouette of a monkey, in the tree line around our house, but that was the first time I saw him in detail, yeah. Well, besides, that was the first day I saw him in person, then Aunt Nicole showed us the vision.
Well, honestly, mate, I would chalk that one up to one of those things just being more memorable than the other. I vividly remember the sight of Monkey Boy almost dying. I gotta admit.
And I will always vividly remember Sam yelling at Carter today. Sam, a bit out of line, I think.
JJ looks at her. Well, did he mess up really bad?
I guess that's up to interpretation. She'll shrug.
Okay.
He surrendered, basically.
JJ clicks his tongue, leans back.
Yet he waltzes around wanting to be the worthy combatant to summon a dragon from a fucking sword that a king wielded. I was taking orders from Ricky's father. And then I got bumped down to Memory Ann, who I always liked, but thought she was a brat. And now Carter. You want to be a leader, be a leader. You don't, get out of the military. And put somebody in charge, like Ricky's father, who's going to get the job done. Simple as that, JJ. And my mind will not be changed.
Oh, I wasn't planning on changing your mind. He shrugs. Will hug her around the waist and give her a kiss on the cheek. You have every right to be angry about something like that, love.
But really, just because you think something, you shouldn't say it. So I made sure to apologize. He's weird. He shows, really good leadership qualities. But then he's put on the spot and he's surrendering to this fucking cunt. Whatever her name is. Fortune.
JJ opens his mouth and closes it. Resolve. That's his issue.
That's why he can't summon his dragon.
He
doesn't take a wizard to tell you. If it's the sword of a leader, it answers to a leader. I never really thought of it that way. I never thought of that. Scratching his head, looking at Laz. I never really thought of that because I know Kamo, the big monster guy that your grandmother defeated,
I mean, honestly, same. I didn't really think about that either.
The sword of a leader. Of an ancient race of the most powerful humans. Variants of humans. You think it's gonna answer to somebody who can't lead?
JJ shakes his head. No. He's always... This is no excuse for him, by the way, but he's always struggled with second-guessing himself. He needs to overcome that if he wants to become a better leader.
His father is a good leader, and his mother clearly is, so. I don't think they second guess themselves much in terms of battle. I don't know, anything else. But.
Exactly. They are good leaders. Probably did not second guess themselves much. That's something that he needs to overcome when the cards are truly down, and so on and so forth.
I wouldn't feel bad about what you said to him. You kissed, you made up. He knows you're there for him. Some things need to be said, I think.
Laz nods. Did you ever think that what you said might have helped him rather than hurt him in our reality?
No clue. Shaking your head. I was just angry that they got away. I wasn't even thinking about how it would affect him. I have a problem with that. Us, clearly.
Laz shrugs. Everyone has little things that they can work through, I guess. For me, it was confidence issues. She looks at Oz, and Oz helped me through that kind of thing. I mean, still does. Problems like that just don't go away overnight. It has to be worked on over like months and years and that kind of thing. He still helps me through my confidence issues.
Rubbing Laz's thigh. For me, it was mental health, wondering if I was gonna turn out like fucking Steve. God knows what the fuck happened to him. Just stop making videos. Oh, your crazy brother. She starts laughing. Yes, my crazy brother, thank you. Who you stole his bike and mounted on a wall here on Gateway. Oz, it's what she wanted.
Laz will hold his hand.
What if that bike was the only thing that brought him joy in life?
Oh God, we can return it if you want to, honey.
No, I think it's kind of funny, actually. I think it's kind of funny. Maybe that's what forced him to get mental health. Help, I don't have my bike anymore. Time to go to the psych ward. Maybe they took it.
Laz starts to laugh. Yeah, maybe. JJ nods.
How will he get to Costco or whatever it's called? Tesco.
Tesco.
Without being vehicularly... She grabs JJ and starts laughing.
Vehicularly harassed by a car that sounded like it was going 5 below the speed limit.
I always kind of thought, the more I got to know the Rainfalls, that if my brother got mental help and he was, safe to be around, I don't want him around anybody if he's crazy at the lane. But if he was safe to be around, I think he would do well with Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel. They could make a show about vehicularly harassing people with him there on the bike filming it.
Laz nods. I think so too. I think he would be absolutely amazing in terms of, helping out with the Stooges at least. JJ nods. Yeah. Who knows, maybe he would have taken up like a Clive role in their little, I guess you can call it a posse that they have now.
Sam nibbling on JJ's chin. He'd be making fun of Clive too.
JJ starts to chuckle. Just another E2 account that he has to worry about.
Crazy Steve Gaming. She'll look at JJ.
Crazy Steve Gaming. That JJ looks at Oz. Did your brother like video games and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, no. He played. He was into retro games for a while, and then he was hooked on Patricia. Your mother loved this fucking game. This ridiculousness.
Oh, SWOTOR.
He was hooked on it. Hooked on it like hooked on phonics. He loved it. He was in some guild. They did raiding, operations or something like that, and had a good time.
Oh, right. Well, that's definitely good for him then.
Even when he was crazy. It was like the only refuge he had, at least so he would say in the letters he would write home, which he thought he was writing to ghosts. But, yeah.
That's good for him. He nods. At least he had a bit of an outlet to let some stuff out, maybe.
I think so. Yeah. He'll nod his head.
But yeah, no, he would definitely have a gaming channel then, honey. He looks at Sam.
Crazy Steve Gaming. Warring with Uncle Clyde. Access areas. Did you see his, not the newest video, but the one he put out? Access Area 6, yes, in fact, it does have a wife. I am not a virgin. Thank you.
I did see that one. He basically just repeated that like 5 times in a row.
We appear in one of his videos. You look very handsome in it. You know that, right? We're walking in the background. He's turning the camera around, talking in front of his dining room window, and we walk by. You carrying me.
I didn't actually know he appeared, and most of the time I'm really focused on Clive to see if I can predict when he's about to put up the double birds.
He points us out in this video. He turns around. There's somebody who's not a virgin. Another one of us who's not a virgin. Even Zanzibar's not a virgin.
Oh my god. He is really pointing this shit out then.
I could go for a Makta.
JJ looks at her. You want me to get you a mocktail?
I don't want you to leave me again.
JJ clacks his teeth together.
She will, I don't care! At the top of her lungs. I'll be right back.
When Carter heard that, his shoulders like went up near his ears.
Settle down. She's yelling at him, not you.
No, I know that. Just
Are you okay, Carter? She was harsh on my poor Carter.
no. It's. He looks at her. I needed to hear it. It's fine.
Yeah, looking at Sol, she yelled at Carter. It was kind of scary, nodding her.
Kinda. It was fucking terrifying.
Thought we were all gonna get kicked in the nuts for letting them get away.
Soul bites her bottom lip. Oh Jesus! Well, thank God none of you got kicked in the nuts.
No, but she looked like she was gonna at least kick Carter. But she didn't.
Carter clicks his tongue and nods. Yeah, she definitely did.
Why'd you guys surrender to her? I don't judge. I was in a fucking tree shooting a mech. Then I got blown out of the tree. I'm not judging. I just... Why?
Ricky was already worse for wear. I had to use my med pack to get him up. And then, after that, he looks at Colt. I saw her take down my sister with a single shot. Sure, it was just to the wing, but still took the ship down.
You think she purposely shot the wing? Ricky remembers her lowering the rifle when seeing Carter and Ricky. She gave you guys a lot of chances. She looked like she didn't want to fight you guys. She made it clear.
Yeah, I think so. She didn't want to fight. She wanted just for us to walk away.
Benny coming over. They're scoundrels. That's my opinion. And if they give you an opportunity, we need to take it. When I get my new gun, if she gives me an opportunity, I'm gonna shove it up her ass.
Hey, it's a good plan, man, but, don't take her lightly.
No, but we can take them down. Just like we took down those sectoids.
Carter nods. Goddamn right we can.
Did you learn anything about her? Looking between Ricky and Carter, I mean, she's got the big railgun. We all know that, and she's strong. Orion Project, scientific stuff from a long time ago. Anything? And they didn't. You didn't. Because you didn't choose to try and engage.
No.
Carter shakes his head. No, we didn't.
I should have been there. We were trying to pry open a door to get to fucking Ripa.
Carter sighs. It's okay. We'll get her next time. There's nothing, sadly, we can do about it now. But we will get her next time.
We'll get her next time. I will say, I don't know, just based off how she looked at us, she's a different kind of fighter than that Ripa dude. She's actually kind of scary.
I don't know your dad all that well, pointing at Ricky. But what they debriefed us on is she gave your dad the same luxury. Like, warning, basically. If your dad had the chance, he would have taken it, I think. He didn't have the chance. He had a gun to his head. You guys had a chance. Next time we take it together. Nods his head. Next time I blow her head off.
If we're all together, those guys are fucked.
Carter nods. Goddamn right we are.
Yeah. And honestly, we might not have been able to take her at that point, but we could have fucked her up a little.
You should see her. She's like a ravenous, rabies-filled, this is a compliment, raccoon at the sight of Ripa. Salivating at the mouth, looking at him in that window.
She looks down at her feet. I really wanted to kill him.
All I'm saying is I almost feel sympathy for him. Almost. Winking at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth smiles at Marianne and nods. Thank you, Marianne. Trust me. When I'm done with him, I'm not going to feel any pity or sorry about it, but trust me, he's going to feel sorry for himself.
It's hard to control yourself. He knows the buttons to push, you know. That's probably how he's operated all his life.
Plays mind games with people, and when mind games fail, dirty tricks and the lot.
I'd bet money on it, yeah.
Makes sense. When it's life or death, there is no clean or dirty or nothing. It's just staying alive. And talking shit and fucking with someone's head can be really powerful.
And let's be real. Fortune, we don't know much about. Okay. But we know we can take that man. And we know we can keep up with him. You and Ricardo kept up with him. I was lagging behind. Carter was even keeping up with him. So, we'll get him.
Yeah, I can keep up with him. He's tough, don't get me wrong. Like, he's not gonna be an easy fight. But
It's just a matter of catching him somewhere where there's not 85 fucking colonists that is also our job to protect. Empty streets, a different story.
that too. No distractions, no dirty things he can throw at us. Guy's got nothing.
Elizabeth nods. I didn't shoot my shotgun. I was just trying to hit him with the butt of my shotgun because we were in streets full of people. I couldn't do anything to him.
He knew that. That's why he went for it there.
Should have broke off. I mean, I don't want to disobey Carter's orders, but fuck's sake, it's my job to surgically snipe people. And I saw you guys running after him, and I thought, God damn, Okir's gonna crush this thing. And then I got shot out of the tree and just focused on dealing with the mech, but I should have had him in the crowd as he was running at me! But there was too many people. It was like that Hecker thing. I knew I could have got Hecker. This shot on this Ripper guy, I think I might have hit somebody. Civilian, man.
Soul will hold Colt's hand and rub it. It's okay, honey. She shrugs. You didn't have the shot, and well, you dealt with what we needed to deal with, and that's okay.
Yeah, that guy ain't worth accidentally hurting or even killing someone to get him.
Carter bites his lip and shrugs.
Only a fucking coward would use civilians as a shield. That's what General Lorelei would say.
Or start to mow them down without pity or remorse.
Hell, I mean, even Sam didn't take a shot. And she's pretty hardcore. Yeah. Nodding his head. Yeah. You know it's a tough shot when Sam's not taking it.
Yeah.
I mean, he was completely surrounding himself pretty much constantly with civilians all around him, so unless we wanted to hurt the civilians, which none of us did, I don't think there is much more we could have done about that.
In that instance, the only person who really can engage him safely is Ricardo. Keyblades, you know.
Yeah.
We have guns. Carter has a gigantic sword. You have shotguns. You know, I mean, only Ricky can really do anything to him, and even that is arguably too risky.
It's really risky. They stick out farther than you think, and sure, I might get the kill, but when they go into something, they go straight through it. I wouldn't want to. My style's too fast moving and too wide swinging. I'd be scared, and that would fuck up my flow.
Colt, it's not funny. Never mind, I'm not gonna say.
Say it.
Soul looks at him. It's okay, go ahead.
As he was saying that, I just got the image of some poor old lady with a walker as Ricky, hiya, and chops her head off by mistake,
God.
but gets her rip off. Oh, we'd never hear the end of it from the Ranger General.
We would get our heads bitten off.
That's why I didn't want Colt to shoot Hecker. I didn't want to pursue him. It's a job of the local authorities. We're special forces, all granted at the time junior grade, because we're in the headhunters. But still, you know, and if he had shot Hecker and the bullet went through, which phase 556 goes through things, in case you never noticed that, hit a car, we never would have heard the end of it. On Earth, an EarthGov Special Forces Marine Scout sniper shooting somebody's car.
I mean, it probably would have been Sasha telling it to us, but my dad was also our superior officer at that point, and, well, let's just say I think we would have felt some heat rise in the room during that time as well.
Aunt Nicole would have just been laughing at the sequence of events. Your mother would have been sitting there, probably laughing. But those two would have grilled us good.
Yeah, they would have.
Of 100%.
It would have been one of those overpriced, ultra expensive cars. And with our luck, it would have been some businessman or mogul, somebody very influential in the civilian theater. And thus, Hecker got away and the local authorities got him, I'm sure.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. How can you not catch someone like that? He was riding a horse, for Christ's sake.
I don't know. Introduced himself as Tessin Hecker, Jeff Hecker, and I think he introduced himself as both, actually. But, yeah. And Tessin Malthus? What a fucking loser.
Soul shakes her head. Got everyone's names wrong, except for mine.
Eliza! Looking at Elizabeth, trying to make her laugh to make her feel better.
Elizabeth, staring at Benny the entire time this Tessin Hacker conversation is happening. She looks at Colt suddenly and just starts to laugh. He did call me Eliza, and a sex bot, I think, right?
He nods his head. My favorite was, he chuckles. My favorite was Benny. He literally asked Benny's name. Benny introduces himself. Yeah, Bernard, good to meet you.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. That sort of makes me think he, remembers our names, but chooses to say them wrong. But that doesn't really work, because he completely remembers Soul's name, and also just says it completely right, so she shrugs. I'm not really sure on it.
Because I'm probably biased, but he remembers her name because this one has scrunching her lips, her face together, the most beautiful face. Kissing her lips very hard.
She kisses him back just as hard as she starts to pump her eyebrows at him.
Settle down, we have a movie to film.
Carter puts his hands in his pockets and nods. Yep, we gotta get prepared for the filming of The Perfect Storm. He smiles, looks at Memorian. It's actually gonna feel nice to be on a actual film set this time around.
Grandma Davine, in true form. All resting bitch face pretentious mode.
Honestly, your grandma could literally shoot me and it would be an improvement over today so far.
Well, I mean, you get a role in the movie. Krellin, she doesn't know what role. Krellin said they wanted you to. Ricky knows it's the guy in the plastic. Krellin said they wanted you to be in the movie. Ricardo, what role are you playing? I know who Carter's playing, but and JJ and Frederick.
I'm a cameo in this frozen dead guy in plastic.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't act, because that's what they would have me doing too. But you get to be in a movie and paid. So.
And, I mean, let's be honest, it'd be pretty sick to show off to Ellie. Guess you had a cameo in an Oscar-worthy movie.
Dead guy in. Oh, that's the other thing you missed. Your mom's like kind of on the warpath, looking at Soul. So, not at us, but yeah.
She tilts her head. About what, though?
Seems like a lot of things. I think she was angry that the bad guys got away, but she didn't channel it into us because she's good. But got into an argument as to who is Grandma Davine's favorite. Made us all take votes. It was really awkward. Yeah. Something else.
Something about your grandma saying she only looked 40 or something like that. Made her really mad.
But I'm only 40, snapping his fingers, which we don't say around your mom. Emery, obviously.
Carter and Soul shake their head at the same time. No, you do not say that around Mom.
Something about, remember Grandma Davine has Oscars, but only because of the production company I made for her, and then Okir just wouldn't shut the fuck up and kept digging a hole deeper and deeper.
Oh, God. Soul rubs the back of her head and shakes it.
Well, I think Davine's the most beautiful, but I prefer brigand turtles. Benny.
He did say that, and oh God, I don't think he was digging a hole for himself. He was digging a goddamn trench.
Poor Okir.
I think he was digging a mass grave for all of us.
My poor Carter. Scratching his scalp.
Carter will smile at Memorian. I'm okay, Memorian, don't worry.
I was just afraid she was going to kick you in the nuts. Only I'm allowed to do that, Carter. You understand, of course.
Of course I understand that, honey. Only you are.
His eyes go wide and he looks at Soul. Then he leans back in his seat with Elizabeth.
I hope you guys ain't doing that too often.
Why not? We have an aunt that can heal him. And she does.
Carter shrugs. She actually doesn't have any real problem with it. She understands people get up to what they get up to during their free time.
It's only when he's been very bad. Kissing behind his ear.
Carter nods when I need to be really punished, and Soul just looking at Colt with eyes that are super wide.
If you really wanted to, you could. You can. I'll let you, but please, have mercy.
No. I just feel really uncomfortable about this conversation.
Does your girlfriend do that to you? Spring into Ricky's ear.
No, she does not.
Benny, look, clearing his throat, hearing Ricky's response, looking at Memorian, who's dangling a pair of handcuffs in front of Carter's face.
Carter starts to smile, watching the handcuffs swing back and forth, and then he looks at her and pumps his eyebrows at her.
Up here, Sam is reading off the most ridiculous list of ingredients to Okir for her drink. Right. And then what did you say? Cumin? Cumadin? What is that called? Cumin. Okay. He looks down at the paper he has that he wrote all the ingredients down on. An extra foam.
Foam. Okay.
I'm just kind of nervous. He looks over his shoulder at last. How do you fit 85 ingredients in a drink? I'm sure the barista asks themselves that, but JJ pays them well.
JJ nods. Yes, yes, I do. And here, he will hand Okir his card. It's on my time, of course. It's for my wife, so it's on my time.
Yeah, okay. Do you guys want anything else? Coffee? Points at Laz, Oz. We'll take one. Yeah, two. I mean two.
Yeah. We'll take us some coffees.
And a coffee for JJ. He needs to be on his A game for acting today. Right.
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. So yes, please, a coffee would be great.
Okay. Just staring at the list. He has his mask off. He's sweating, looking at the list.
JJ leans forward. Are you?
You do this every day. Looking at JJ.
Yes, every day. I do it for my wife.
What is Harakta?
Horchata?
Right, yeah.
It's like a it's a Mexican like a milk almost, right?
Do you tip these baristas?
Yes, I tip them quite well.
I would hope so. Good God. Looking at the ingredient list. Sam, I don't see a problem with it. Okay.
Laz looks at Okir and smiles. It just means that JJ loves Sam very much, sir. And JJ looks at Sam, gives her a kiss, and looks at Okir. I do love her very much, Okir.
Only the best for me, his wife. Okay, I'll be. He puts his helmet on back, walks out of the room. He's gonna fuck up my drink.
Oh, I don't doubt it for a second, poor man.
It's kind of the reason why I wanted to send him. Should be pretty funny.
Oh, it 100% should. When he comes back and he's positively sweating in fear that because he messed up your drink, that's gonna be the funny part.
She lets out a laugh and gives JJ a kiss on the lip, a light one, while then pulling her head back and fluttering her eyes. Okir walking past. Medium chain trilaglycine. Looks over at the group. You want some coffee? Sure. Putting the handcuffs down.
I'm good.
I wouldn't mind some, sure, yeah.
You want anything? You don't want coffee, Ricky?
No, I'm good for right now.
Iced tea, something healthy, mocha cha.
Honestly, man, I was just gonna grab a soda out the back.
Okay. Decaf for you, honey, my queen. We miss you out there. Bowing to Soul.
The soul smiles and nods. I miss being out there, but yes, please, a decaf for me.
Okay. Elizabeth, you want one? Benny, yes. She does. Actually, get her a milkshake, vanilla. She needs it. Okay. And I'll take a coffee. Cold, regular, black coffee. Alright. Mocha cha. Leaving the... Oh, poor man.
Oh, Jesus, I feel so bad for him.
Samantha's drink order of death.
The one that JJ somehow manages to order for her every single day.
And you know what? JJ doesn't write it down. That's impressive.
Yeah, he has it memorized, which is awesome.
Good man. Couldn't think of anybody better for her. Nodding his head, kissing Soul on the head.
Yeah.
Soul nods. Very good man, I would have to say. And he's very good to her, which is the most important part, I think.
Grandfather is proud of him, I'm sure. Lifting the handcuffs back up, dangling them in front of Cansa Winje Mortis Valorius. As Pequod and Icy and Towns come back, Icy sitting down, Pequod will sit down on Julius's lap and sigh lightly.
Julius rubbing her thighs. Everything okay?
Yeah, I think they're disappointed, but you know.
Julius clicks his tongue. It's something to be disappointed about, I guess.
It was their first big league shot at these guys, you know. So yeah.
And I'm sure we can all empathize with the same exact disappointment.
I tried to tell him, but you know it ain't gonna work.
Would it have worked for us if someone told us?
No, I believe Lorelai just said things like "do better" and stuff like that, which maybe that is what we should do. I don't know. Icy shrugs, but that's not my department.
Julius shakes his head. Maybe we should. I'm truthfully not sure.
The results can't be ignored. Lorelai produced efficient soldiers, and things were different back then. There was more of a, I don't know, what would you call it, Ash? A hard edge to things.
I'd say a hard edge and a willingness to get a lot dirtier than maybe we should have.
Stroking your chin. Pequod, the more we interact with these people, against them, the more I think you don't beat people like this without getting dirty. I've tried to keep us squeaky clean, but I mean, at some point, would we have beaten Tewaz and company back in the day if... I don't know. Pequod actually shivers thinking about it. If it came down to it, I mean, and we had to kill, I don't know, a civilian to get to Tewaz and save the universe, I don't know. See, we had Lorelai to make those decisions for us. We could be like, had to follow orders.
Julius nods. Yeah, it was always no prisoners, no matter what. So, if it came down to it, God forbid, but if it came down to it, I would have said, no matter what, ma'am, the civilian was probably going to die anyway. But I got our man, and that probably would have been the end of it.
We compare our experiences because it's all we have. The cult, Tewaz, Max Tech, blah 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 blah. These guys, Dead Cell, they're responsible for assassinations, running black bag operations, false flag operations. It's their business to get their hands dirty, keep them dirty, be perpetually dirty, and find a way to get more dirty. They don't care about getting clean, Pequod. Pequod nods her head.
On top of that, I don't know if trying to outdo them at their own game would work. To be honest, I think they'd beat us with experience at that.
I don't know. She looks at Julius. I don't know.
Julius looks at her, bites his bottom lip, and looks her in the eyes. To dig a hole, you gotta get your hands dirty.
I think Lorelai would have really cracked a planet to kill that goofus, whatever, Ripa and Fortune. Yeah. Try to evacuate as many as she could, I'm sure. But, oh yeah. Think about it. And this is true. But don't worry. The Lightning Count's spirit is so restless, it can wander through space. Think about it. Lorelai knew the UIR had a base on that mountain when we went to fight Blaze. She gave us a deadline and told us to be off the planet at a certain time, because she cracked the planet. Remember?
Julius nods. I do.
That's the death nail of the UIR. Their leader killed again, gesturing to Julius, and the vast majority, save for a handful of the elite grunts, made it off the planet. And I think the handful of elite grunts were killed by the squad in Port Nowhere, if memory serves. Tapping her forehead. So, yeah.
Julius looking at Pequod. I think we should stay clean, but we should also really start to look into getting dirty. Because, in my opinion, the only way to fight dirty, the only way to defend against dirty is to fight dirty.
I think about all those men with Ash that died. Dez just stood there like an idiot. I mean, he couldn't do anything.
It's hard because, well, things like that. Even if he had fired at them, it probably wouldn't have won us the day.
He could have saved maybe some of your guys. I know I don't deal in what ifs, it's not healthy, but he just stood there because he's been trained not to do anything. Which is exactly what Lorelai didn't want. Looking over at Pequod. Not saying she's right, I'm just saying. Those dragons would be a lot more dangerous if she had trained them.
It's true.
Which is not necessarily good.
Personally, at the time, when we were under Lorelei, I don't know if I could have killed a civilian to get to Tewos, for example. I don't know. What I think now is willingness to get dirty and ability to are important to have, but I personally think it should be a last resort, but that's just me giving my input, ma'am. I know it's your decision at the end of the day.
Well, it's valued. Everybody's input's valued. Looking around the room, I don't... Maybe I wouldn't be so introspective if it wasn't our godforsaken children out there dealing with these fuckwads.
I think they're coming to a very startling realization that sometimes you need to bend the rules to beat enemies who don't follow any.
I hope. She shrugs. I don't know what I would have done today. I don't.
There's not much you could have done differently in their position. I mean, if we were all there, we would have had the skill advantage. And I do believe the kids can kill those people, but I don't think they understood just how powerful someone like Fortune was until seeing her in person.
Julius shakes his head. It's also difficult for us to put ourselves in the kids' shoes because just how much more experience we have. Most of those kids, other than Samantha and to a lesser extent Colt than Samantha, are still very wet behind the ears, in my opinion. Compared to us, he looks at Pequod, would we have made the same decisions they made today when we were as wet behind the ears as they are?
No. Probably would have made stupid decisions like tackling a raptor off a waterfall. I see. Bah!
Well, to put a little ease on Carter, I would have surrendered. I know for a fact I would have, because I did, the first time we met Tewos.
No comment. Shrugging.
Julius crosses his arms and shrugs. The boy needs to stop fucking second guessing himself.
Agreed. I think there's... far be it from me to go too far or overstep bounds, but I think there's some self-doubt going on with him at the moment. And normally leaders have more time than you'd think to get through that, but he doesn't have that luxury right now.
No comment. Looking at Sasha. She just looks at town. He should have fought. Shrugs. I'm sure somebody ringed him out. Pequod. Yeah. I heard. I could hear it all the way from the cockpit with Towns. Crazy. Oh. Sasha, that's exactly why I'm not going to say anything to him. He only needs to hear it once.
Samantha got to him?
Oh my god.
I should have known. She wasn't going to let him get away with that.
Oh my god. She was livid when she found out. I wouldn't call it surrender, but, you know.
Of course she was. She's a mini Sasha.
Julius starts to chuckle.
Which is not necessarily a good thing. Ow! As he gets elbowed in the chest by Sasha. I mean, every squat's different. Looking at Sasha. Every squad needs a leader who has a touch of ruthlessness. And if he's not ruthless, he's gonna find himself with his throat slit or a railgun up his ass. He needs to get a little more ruthless.
Julius nods. Is that something you think, he points to himself, I can help him with? Or, hell, Icy. You were taught by Lorelei how to be fucking ruthless, right? Is that something like me or you can help him with?
She babies them all too much. Icy looks away from Julius and Sasha. But I don't think it's something you can help either. I think it only comes from wanting the respect of those that are supposed to be under you.
That, and speaking from experience, you can see all the ruthlessness and brutality you want. When the time comes and push comes to shove, you need to get past that mental block on your own.
Leadership, at its core, leadership is about being the one to make the hard decisions, regardless of what the outcome may or may not be. You're willing to do that because you want the respect of those around you. So, I don't think it's anything that can be taught to him.
Julius clicks his tongue and shakes his head. It's something I wish I could help with.
It's just like tactics or anything else, Julius. You can teach him anything you want, but at the end of the day, he must be the one to apply it.
Agreed. Squad will have one killer, I guarantee you. When I get done with Soul and Lorelei, more importantly, I mean, when we were training together on Earth. A lot of bad things could have happened, and she would encourage me to push myself. She didn't care. She shrugged. EarthGov needed a trump card, especially if she was leaving. She wasn't going to leave till she made sure somebody was there to partially take her place and blow up Julius's city, which I am still sorry about.
It's fine. I'm over it. Icy, you saved our lives. How can I be angry at that?
And I'm very grateful that you saved all of their lives.
She wasn't going to retire until there was somebody willing to She's going to do the same to your daughter, I assure you.
And I think she'll be better off for it. I know Samantha's a killer, and I know if push comes to shove, Colt will do the same.
JJ, Dad, and Mom. Shrugging. He is.
He is. And of the other ones, believe it or not, do you know who I think has the best potential to be one?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. I think she just needs to get a handle on her emotions. She's gonna be something if she wants to be.
Did you see were you watching live kill cam type of feed? Sasha, unfortunately. I see she looked like a little raccoon or something with rabies, I think they said. Or I said, actually. I think I coined it. If there wasn't a door between her and that Ripa guy, do you think she'd, bite into his neck and start, cannibalizing him? That's kind of what it looked like, yeah.
Honestly, I would not put it past her in that moment.
She gets that from Mom, I think, for sure. Thank God she doesn't have Mother's vain nature. I see. Oh, shut up.
I think so. Honestly, if push comes to shove in moments like that, I think she would if she had no other option on killing him.
You just need to, get her locked in a room with that dude. She'll bite his neck out like that one movie. I can't think of it right now, but yeah. Like a little flying squirrel. Sasha, good God!
Julius starts to laugh. You know, if we keep on comparing her to small animals, she's gonna get even more of a complex about her height.
Small is good, though. She's fast. She's, second fastest behind Ricky on the squad. That's good! That's the only reason they were keeping up with that cocksucker.
Well, yeah, no, I know that, but I'm sure Elizabeth feels that her height is somewhat of a disadvantage in a lot of ways, more than the advantages of being small.
Yeah.
I think something she needs to learn is the biggest advantage of it, which is what's the word? The
Evasiveness?
perception. People see you're smaller than them, and they naturally take you lighter. If she could learn to take advantage of that, that's a big advantage.
That guy definitely does. Little girl, blah, 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 blah.
And when she figures it out, that will be his undoing.
Julius nods. Yeah. He bites his bottom lip and shakes his head. They just gotta get the chance for that to happen, I think.
I think she just needs to find her point, her emotional point that she works best at. For me, it's riding the edges of rage. For everyone, it's different. I think when she finds that, she's going to be a dangerous little whirlwind.
Turn into a mini mom, but with shotguns. You see? Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And don't worry, I've got a few toys picked out. We're gonna have a good time getting her ready.
By the way, we held a vote on the ship, Julius. You want to hear about it?
Oh, I would love to hear about it, please.
I have a surprise for you today, Julius, as well.
He tilts his head. Oh, I can't wait.
It's a big surprise, but not time for that yet. We held a vote on the ship as to who is Mother's favorite.
Oh, yeah.
Unanimous decision. Nicole. Except Benny, who thinks he's the favorite, because he hasn't been kicked out yet. But does Benny's vote really count after crotch chopping us? No. I see. Or I'm sorry, Sasha.
No, I would have to say Benny's vote does not count. Julius looks over at Icy. I'm telling you, Nicole, you're the favorite.
She puts her thumb to her nose and does the thing with her fingers, and Julius with her tongue stuck out.
Oh, don't neener me. Come on.
I mean,
Bleh. She copies Jacoby and pulls her eye down.
That's just immature. Come on. You are the favorite. Just face the simple fact. It's a good thing.
Both their heads are going in between Icy and Julius. Oh, strawberry.
Are you kidding? Oh, Istram, how are you today? Oh my god, you look so beautiful. Let me pick you up and carry you around the goddamn academy.
Grown woman, mind you. That's all I'm saying. I'm staying out of it.
Hey, thank you. That just proves my point even more.
I'm not taking a side here, but I will say, Saris and I wouldn't carry Ricky anymore.
Damn straight. I mean, I wouldn't pick Carter up anymore. I think he'd be upset. Demasculate him, like.
No, I think Ricky would try to beat the shit out of me, and I'd let him.
I could hug Carter for hours, but I would never do that to him. Like, come here, Carter.
Julius starts laughing.
That's basically what she does with her. Come here, Lystra.
I know. I have literally seen the two of you, Icy, run to each other. You hop into her arms, and she princess carries you around. And then Dad's in the background clapping, and I could swear I saw him tearing up in one eye.
He did. Are you talking about Christmas 7 years ago?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, Ash. I'll fill you in. Christmas 7 years ago. We were hosting it at our house at the Lane, Julius and I. Mom and Dad got there early. Nicole here, poor Nicole, had to stay on Gateway, help Sasha with something. Then she came down with Sasha in town, so she was 35 seconds, dear God, 35 seconds late. You know, she said, I'll be down there, ma'am, at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. comes around, 35 seconds after she was late. I'm pretty sure Mom was pacing, waiting for her.
She was pacing around the entrance to our house.
And there sat Dad with his fucking eggnog, just trying to, come on, dear, she'll be here. You know she'll be here.
I mean, Nicole, you're the favorite. Come on now.
I am not. I made that woman see visions of what she did to her son and threatened her son.
Just read the woman's mind, maybe.
No, you'll have to ask permission. You don't with us. Why, see, I do most of the time.
I would,
Well, then ask her permission, then.
yeah, and I would also put into account, you did that. He was a fucking hooligan.
That is true. Look at Julia.
Julius puts his hands up and looks at her. Listen, Nicole. She loves you so much. You're the favorite, okay?
Pequod shaking her head. Istra.
Here, hold on, honey. He holds her cheeks. Oh, Istram, you look so beautiful today, darling. I love your orange hair, darling.
Pequod laughing slightly, then pointing to her face for Ash. Every time they see one another after being separated for at least 30 minutes, Ash. Okay, every single time. Let's round that down to 20 minutes, actually, Ash. Sasha, yeah, that's kind of true in my experience.
She still pinches your cheeks after 20 years, I see.
Oh, of course. If she had a bottle and wanted to feed me, I'd let her. Sasha, whatever.
Julius, does she pinch your cheeks still?
Nope.
She's not gonna try to feed me with a bottle, I hope, now that I put the scarf on. Pequod, no! You're not Istra.
Yeah, you're not the favorite child, Sasha.
Why does Benny think he's the favorite? Because Benny said I must be the favorite because they haven't kicked me out yet, which prompts a tear from Icy's eye. Pequod, we don't talk about it, Sasha. But in all reality, I think you give enough time for Mom and Dad to get frustrated. I hope they kick his ass out so Elizabeth can have her own home front and be proud of herself.
Those two, his time is coming.
She chuckles at the way Ash said that. The bell tolls for Benny, Julia.
For whom the bell tolls for Benny.
One of these days he's gonna get frustrated and crotch chop Davine and thinks he can get away with it.
And then he's gonna get combo womboed mom and dad voice on it.
Bitch! Crotch chopping, pretending to.
Oh my, I feel pity for him when that day comes.
Don't. Sasha looks around the room. I don't.
I feel pity for him if he's that foolish at that point, though.
By the way, Pequod clears her throat. I was up in the apartment the other day, looking around. We left a lot of stuff up there, you know. We left Elizabeth's, or you left a mall. Well, you didn't. I'm sorry, but you know, lazy ass Scar left a mauler, and the kids said they found, you know, old relics of bygone era of the Malcolm stuff I used to hang up, and I was up there looking at some of the stuff they had, and you know, telling them they could have it or throw it away, or you know, maybe somebody would want it. I figured you wouldn't want any of the Malcolm stuff that was about killing you or degrading you, so a lot of it ended up getting thrown away. But either way, I was up there. Pequod looks, her eyes kind of like roll up into her head slightly, and then her lip curls up. She's doing it again.
Okay. Julius will hug around her waist and start to kiss at her jawline and her neck.
What?
Hi, honey. He looks at her.
We're still judging the unborn fetus.
Are we actually still judging the unborn fetus, honey?
Only every once in a while.
Okay. Well, every once in a while is, well, I think that's okay. He starts to rub her stomach for her.
What was... She kisses Julius on the cheek, holds it there for a couple seconds. What was I talking about, Ash? Looks at that.
Are you looking through the Malcolm stuff in the apartment? You found something?
Oh, those fucking little smart-ass fuckers. On all their gaming computers Uncle Zap set up for them, the screensaver of all those computers is a picture of your face when Benny crotch chopped us.
Oh my god.
My face?
Yeah, because you look confused and shocked. I see, because it's the logical response.
I thought I was dreaming, or one of you had fucked with my drink.
No, it's your face after the first crotch chop. I guess your sons put it there.
That is awesome. I am so proud of those kids.
Good on them.
That's almost promotion worthy for Ricky. Sasha, making fun of his father is not promotion worthy in my book, thank you.
At least he's growing up and doing it in a more productive way than just hating my guts.
Mature way, nodding her head. It was a good picture. You look stunned. I've never seen you make that face.
It honestly reminds me of something we would have done to you back in the Headhunters.
Yeah, I've never seen you like that either. Looking over at Ashtowns. Nah, never seen that look on you.
Well, let me put it into accounts, right? I just watched a young man walk up and crotch chop a literal deity, a demigod, one of the greatest fighters to ever live, one of the greatest agents to ever live, and the master of dragons, and me. I thought I was in Bizarro World.
I was so fucking angry. If he was not talking about needing an edge back, if he was not who he was, picked by Lorelai and with Elizabeth, if any of those things weren't on the table, I would have shot him in that.
I was so close to just charging him. I was honestly close to just charging him and almost killing him.
The point blank key blast.
I have to ask, Sasha, you would have shot Ricky if he had done that.
If he was your son, he's your son? No, I wouldn't. If he was not your son, yes, I would have.
Well, know that you have my permission to at least wound him if he ever does something that stupid.
I think we know what works with Ricky, a kick to the balls.
Goddamn right, holy shit.
I would have just kicked him in the balls. I never would hurt him, never would shoot him. But no, Benny, on the other hand, he is so lucky he's with Elizabeth and handpicked by Lorelai and from her orphanage. You take those off the table, he's dead.
100%. If he was like just one of your rangers, as an example, one of your rangers that did that to us, I would have murdered him. Not gonna lie.
I would have taken it as an insult that somebody like that was a ranger under my command. What am I doing wrong?
Yeah, same here. Especially when he did it to... I'm not going to toot my own horn too much, but I'd say 6 of the top 10 most dangerous single individuals in the galaxy.
You should not be doing it to any of us ever, regardless of rank, position. You see, we saved a universe, little fucker.
Yeah, he should have, like, at least an iota of respect for us, because we saved the goddamn universe.
His ass wouldn't exist if it wasn't for us.
No, it wouldn't. I think he found out that there is a point where confidence becomes stupidity.
Yeah, since she finally put the scarf on, Unc and Davine got us a TV for our kitchen. I think it's like a gift they give all the couples. I see. Yeah, mostly. And we have the Epsilon Squad footage on loop. Sasha, good way to start your day, Julius.
Oh, I'm sure it is, watching all of our children get absolutely dogged on.
Pequod puts her hands to her eyes and then motions her eyes bulging out of her head. My poor Carter's eyes were like this far out of his head.
Julius' laugh. I feel extremely bad that he didn't even get the privilege of just dying. No, he had to throw up immediately before he died.
And I think he was really, probably really riding Cloud 9 because he got a compliment from Sam and Sasha about his leadership and then put into that situation.
Well, at the very least, maybe it can act as a Kobayashi Maru for him.
Sasha, you live as a team, you die as a team. One person does something dumb, you're all gonna get punished.
And the hardest thing to accept as a leader, sometimes there are situations where there is no victory on the table.
Very, very true. Sasha nodding her head, Pequod playing with Julius's cheek, flashing back up to the apartment. Okir's come back with coffee for everybody. Ricky's girlfriend has arrived. She's in here drinking a coffee. Okir just ordered like 60 coffees. He's standing in front of Samantha. She's yet to try the drink. Ugh. Just nervously sitting there as she sniffs around the glass multiple times. I made sure they put yours in I asked for a special glass, and they said this must be for somebody very special, and so they picked that glass.
Thank you. That was quite nice of you, Okir. Laz is recording this entire conversation.
That's all she keeps sniffing it. That's all she does.
JJ looks at her. Does it smell okay to you, love?
I don't know. It smells slightly, ever so slightly off. Oh. Takes off his helmet, wipes sweat off his head.
Oh, do you mind if I smell it, my love?
Mm-hmm. Putting it up to his nose, sitting on his lap.
He'll start sniffing it. He knows her order by heart at this point. Does he smell anything off?
It's perfect. She's just making him sweat.
JJ purposely makes a face like an oh shit face and then just purses his lips and looks at Okir.
That bad? Looking back at JJ.
I don't know. Only time will tell, I suppose, Okir.
Don't take the little straw out and lick it. You know, we can talk about this. It don't have to come to an ice cream bowl over the head, Samantha. It's good. Thank you, Jesus. He'll lean against the wall.
Yeah, no, mate, don't worry. We were just fucking with you.
How do you remember that order? You don't write it down. Sam, no, he doesn't.
No, I know it by heart, mate.
And the most impressive thing is the order has evolved over time. Like any creature. It's evolved. It started, just give me that drink. Okay. Then this much sugar, this much this much cinnamon. Right, love?
Oh, yeah, no, it definitely started to gain more and more complexity over the months that they were together, most definitely.
You go to the one, and JJ always goes to the St. Buck's on Gateway. You must go there a lot, because when I handed them the order, the lady was like, oh, it's for that bitch who likes her drink overcomplicated. Sam, aha!
I'm sorry, who said that about my wife?
You know the, what's the word? Barista lady, the big fat lady.
Oh.
Shelby is her name. Big fat lady. Yeah, Leogan, big fat lady.
Shelby, yeah, no, I know about her. He looks at her. I'll deal with it, after filming is wrapped tomorrow. Okay, love?
St. Buck's. Owned by Tommy. I think it's time she loses her job. Come on!
I think so too, at this point.
Call up Tommy.
JJ will get on his wrist computer and call up Tommy.
The phone rings a couple times because Tommy very busy down the info line. Tommy pick up the phone. JJ, Samantha, Liza Laws, what okay? What can Tommy do for you today?
Laz will wave at Tommy. Mr. Wiseau, how are you today?
Doing fine, down here with your mother, awaiting the return of Nicole. She's waiting for her, and very pretentious, ready to win Oscars, Davine. My favorite Davine, of course.
Of course, mate, of course. There's a business matter that I wish to speak to you about, sir.
Of course, anything for the son of Hunt.
Yes, it's about the St. Buck's here on Gateway. Are you familiar?
Yes, Ring 3, big honor for me.
Yes, well, are you aware of a worker there named Shelby?
Leogan woman, I think about trying to set Scar up with her, but she not the nicest person. But there was time where Scar was always angry. I thought it might work, but no, Hunka Davian told me no.
Yes, well, I need you to fire her immediately.
Why should I?
She called my wife a bitch.
Oh. I'll make the call now, JJ. He nods his head. I assume you'll be going there tomorrow to get Sam drink?
Of course I will be.
She will not be there ever again.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem, Samantha. Hope this pleases you. She nods her head while sipping her drink slowly. I see you down here for the movie. He hangs up. Well, I won't say poor Shelby, but rip Shelby is what I'll say.
Oh yes, rest in peace, Shelby.
You're fucking fired? Can you imagine? You're fucking fired? I'm trying to get my Tommy voice a little better, but need to spend more time around Colt.
I mean, Colt is the one to learn it from. He does a spot-on Tommy impression. It's actually pretty scary at times.
So I handed her the list, and she was like, "Oh, it's for that bitch," So glad she's getting axed.
Oh yeah, I mean, just truthfully, past the point of her calling my wife a bitch, which is unforgivable as it is, but that's just poor customer service overall. She deserves to be fired for that.
I risk my life all the time protecting children, and even when I wasn't protecting children, I was risking my life, so I deserve a fancy drink if I want one. I agree.
Yeah, that's poor customer service, especially on Gateway, because you're around people who are risking their lives every single day to protect you and other civilians around you. That's just poor manners, honestly.
Oh, fuck Shelby. Fuck the bitch. She's a fat Leogan woman. Yeah. Big wide. Sam, I think I kind of know her. I've seen her. I mean, oh well, not anymore.
Les shakes her head. Oh no, thank God for that, not anymore. She'll take a sip of her coffee and just smack her lips a couple times.
Sitting down in the big ass recliner. How many times a day do you get that drink, Samantha? 10 if I want, 2 if I want, just depends. Oh, nodding his
JJ nods. Depends on the day, how she's feeling, so on and so forth, yeah.
What if she wanted it like 80 times? Then I would get it.
Then I would get it for her 80 times.
Don't you get sick of drinking that looking at her? No.
I mean, it is quite delicious. I've had, she's let me have a taste a couple times. It is quite delicious, I have to admit.
Is it true down at your house on the lane you got all them Pokemon things? The stuffed fluffy bears? Plushies? Hiding a Snicker?
Laz just covers her mouth and shakes her head. JJ nods. Yeah, I get her Pokemon plushies all the time.
I heard Colton still talking about it. You got like multiple copies of each. Mm-hmm. Drinking? Don't you really only need one, though? Right? Because one, if I want 10 Poliwags, I get 10 Poliwags. Oh.
If she wants 60 Scythers, I'll give her 60 Scythers.
I think she does have like 50 Charmandas? Or, no, not that guy. I can't remember the name. Cyndaquil, something like that. She's got quite a few. One of her favorites. She sips her drink, nodding her head at Okir.
JJ smiles. Anything for the love of my life.
Can't wait till you're on the team. Nodding at JJ.
JJ smiles at him. I truthfully cannot wait either, as he'll give Samantha a kiss on the cheek.
She pushes her cheek into JJ's lips because she wants it held there as she sips her drink. Okay, I'm gonna go check out on the other ones. I think Ricky's girlfriend's here. I'll be back. Walks off. She then starts to laugh. You have that effect on people, Samantha. It's impressive. You terrify them.
Laz starts to laugh. He was sweating so much. Look! She points to where he was standing. There's a puddle there.
Oh my god, there's an outline of his head on the back of the recliner. Took his helmet off.
He was so sweaty, it isn't even funny.
You know, that's a gift, I think. That is a gift.
If you can manage to make Okir, who is a very, very, very brave man, Okir sweat like that, honestly, Samantha, that really is a gift.
You command respect. Sam, yes, I do. Sipping her drink. But honestly, I just like to make people sweat. It's fun.
And I have to be pretty honest, honey. It is pretty hot whenever you do.
Really? She looks at JJ.
He shrugs. I sort of like to see you acting all like serious and stuff and making people nervous around you.
I've been trying something out. She'll death glare. It's a progenitor death glare. She hasn't gotten it quite down yet. She death glares at the wall, not at Ricky. Ricky can't see her, but just at the wall. Oz.
Laz actually scoots a bit back into Oz. That's actually pretty freaky.
Kind of looks like, you know, when Ricky was getting reamed out by Sasha for not following Carter's orders. It looks like the way she was looking at Ricky, but more. I don't want to say more threatening, but more impending doom. Imposing, I should say.
JJ nods, looking at her, just death glaring at the wall. He puts a finger under her chin, turns her face towards him, and just gives her a very passionate kiss.
Oh, she'll take the kiss, setting her drink down. Oz looking at the drink. You know, they let me try that once and it tasted like dog shit.
Laz's eyebrows go up. Really?
Yeah, no, they got me one once. I don't know where you were in a briefing with the Ranger General, and they got me one. It was dog shit. I choked it down. Not be rude, but I don't think she probably even likes the way it tastes. Just the fact he gets the overcomplicated drink right.
Laz nods. I think so, because honestly, from here it looks pretty good, but with how much she recommends and wants in the drink and stuff, it does sound like a hodgepodge of ingredients, doesn't it?
Ask her if you can taste it. She'll let you.
She looks at Sam. Hey, Samantha?
She'll pull away from JJ, wiping saliva off her chin. Her saliva.
Would you mind if I tried this real quick?
Go ahead. You can have it if you want.
Oh, thank you. I'll just take a sip of it. It's yours after all. And she'll take a sip of it.
It is good to Sam's taste palette. It's fucking disgusting to normal people. It's mostly just because he gets the order right.
Oz sees her hold the drink in her mouth, look down, and swallow super hard. Her head sort of shakes like she just took a shot of whiskey, and she sets it down. It tastes really good.
Do you want it? I can send Okir to get another one.
Oh, no, I'm okay. I still have my coffee that I can drink.
Yeah, we don't want to overload her. Sam, okay. She'll take it back. Call Carter in here. She'll look at JJ. Actually, I'll do it. Carter! At the top of her lungs.
Carter, all the way down here, jumps up and he'll actually just start booking it.
Go ahead, move him up as she watch this. Fluttering her eyes at JJ will pre-death glare the door as Carter comes in.
Carter enters in through the door. Yes, God.
It worked! She goes back to her normal expression.
Carter, with his hand behind him, still on the doorknob. You're not gonna yell at me, are you?
No, come here.
He'll walk up to her.
You know, I'm not, I'm too much like my mother. I feel bad enough to say sorry again. That means I like you.
Carter closes his eyes. He'll kneel down and look at JJ, if you don't mind. He'll gently take her hand, and JJ puts his hands up. He trusts Carter. He looks at her. Sam, like I said, you're always gonna be my trump card, and on top of that, it's always good to hear your advice.
Sometimes the delivery is lacking, I'd say, when it comes to my advice, but ergo kicking Ricky in the balls instead of just, telling him to calm down.
Honestly, I think he needed the kick in the balls. Just like how I needed to be yelled at, and It's been a problem of mine ever since I fucked up in the past, and even before. I didn't call Memory Ann because I was second guessing myself if she even liked me. Memory Ann, Sasha. Or Sam, I'm sorry.
I take that as a compliment.
He smiles. I've always had issues second guessing myself, and I need myself and, he nods towards her, someone like you or your mom to drill it into my fucking head. Just be fucking ruthless. When I saw Fortune shoot down my sister's ship, along with Oz, and I just saw an unwinnable fight. He shakes his head. That's not how it later should be, and you help me more than you realize, I think, Sam, because you have the experience. And if you want, or if you'll allow it, I would like to probably take some lessons under you, or maybe lessons are a weird word for it, but lessons under you on how to be more ruthless.
I can teach you a thing or two about that. I shot Nick Del Castro. Pretty sure he had a mental disability. Oh my god.
Laz covers her mouth.
Nick Del Autisane, excuse me.
Laz covers her mouth and looks over at Oz.
It's with the UIR, and they were trying to poison a water supply of innocent frontier colonists. Dead.
Carter nods, as he should have been.
Just give me another hug and call it square.
He'll give her a hug, pat her on the back a couple times, and take a step back from her. I am sort of looking forward to the lessons that you'll give me on ruthlessness.
Try my drink.
Sure.
AJ knows that's high praise. She doesn't let most people try it. Go ahead. What do you think? Your sister likes it.
Oh yeah? Well, actually, she has pretty specific taste buds and stuff. So you'll try a drink, the drink, and his jaw definitely locks. He looks around up at the ceiling for a bit, nodding. I don't think I would personally order it, but I could definitely see why you like it.
Good. Nodding her head. Do you want to keep it?
No. I think Memory Ann is keeping my coffee warm in the kitchen.
All right, run along to her then.
He smiles down at her and nods. Thank you, ma'am. He'll leave the room.
He goes back down to play with this picture of his dragon. As in the kitchen, Ellie drinking some coffee. Bad missions are gonna happen. At least you're back. And we get to be... Do you guys know Ricky's gonna be in a movie? Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't call it necessarily a cool role. But he's definitely gonna be cold.
Yeah, it'll be a short little cameo. It's not gonna be anything special.
The cool part is getting the paycheck.
Getting the paycheck and... I mean, hanging out and working with you guys is a very nice bonus.
Yes, but just remember, Memory Ann rolling her eyes, this is... You really have nothing to worry about. It's just I actually kind of like more goofy... It's probably because I was a child star. But I actually kind of like the Frederick movies and stuff of that nature. The sets are more tame. This is pretentious, Davine. You have nothing to worry about. It will be enjoyable for you and Ellie as Ellie sits on Ricky's lap. But the rest of us, she can be... meow. Kind of a slave driver, if you will.
Soul sighs. I mean... I'm honestly, scared. Not scared, but nervous to be around her while she's, directing and stuff. I know how she can get during it.
Ellie will look back at Ricky and then look at Soul. Didn't you direct the last movie, though, Ricky was on set for? And Soul did. So are you going to be directing this one, Soul? Marianne, nope. I think her input will go in one ear and out the other.
Sol nods towards Marianne. Exactly. Honestly, Ellie, I'm probably not even going to make suggestions. I know they just won't be used. But yes, I did direct the last movie that Ricky was on set for, and that one did pretty well, I think.
She's going to have aviators on. She looks great in them. Elizabeth, you should take a cue from your mother and get a pair. Benny looking down at Elizabeth, trying to picture her with the aviators on. And she's going to dramatically flip her scarf often. It looks cool, it really does. But she just does it way too much. It turns on Granddad Hunk, so, you know.
And don't forget about the French beret.
Oh, yeah! Wait. Oh, yes, she does wear a French beret, that's right. And she likes to roll her R's when she speaks.
Which I'm not really sure why she does that, but it definitely is something that happens.
Did she roll her R's last set? Marianne, no. This was... Last set was Fred Gods of the Deep. It was a Frederick Price film. They're planning a whole line. They're supposed to be more campy 1950s, 60s B-movie style. This is Davine Rainfall winning another Oscar.
I don't know. I find it kind of hard to believe. I'm not saying you're lying, but your grandma's been nothing but sweet and nice anytime I've been around her.
It should be hard to believe. It's a complete... It's like I don't know. A switch is flipped, so to speak. And it's only a specific set of scenarios. It has to be good story.
Okay.
Yeah, good story. Actors she might enjoy working. Well, she'll definitely enjoy working with, and thinks they'll be good in the role. And a film set that she's very familiar with, which, you know, she's always familiar with the film set and the people and everything like that, but she has to be very familiar with them. If some random person, such as like a Okia, who hasn't really been on sets before, were there, she wouldn't be as pretentious, I think.
Luckily, Okir will not be in the movie.
No, he won't. As Elizabeth will look at Benny, push herself up from on his lap, and start to nibble at his jaw.
You should get some aviators. I know where you can get some. We have a store. Well, they're like cheap, but Benny, that's all you need. Is your mom's pair expensive? Marianne, yes, they are. Granddad bought her a 10,000 credit pair.
It's so nods. Yeah, only the best for grandma when it comes to grandpa and his opinions.
There's a small like dollar store down in Palo Alto. We can pick you up a pair. Benny, please do, and I'll pay you back. Pointing at Ricky.
Bro, think of it as a gift. You need to pay me back for a pair of glasses.
You know what I need to do, payback? My fucking gun. What is Blaze doing? Ugh.
It takes time to make a weapon, honey, she says, pulling back from Benny's jaw.
Yeah, man, think of it. It's like a fruit, right? You're not gonna yank a peach off the tree before it's fully ripe. You wait for it to be correct. That way you don't get something gross.
Isn't gunsmithing an art? Benny, you can go ahead and back nibble, please. Try the ear.
Oh, okay. She'll start nibbling at his earlobe.
Gunsmithing is an art. Your future father-in-law would assure you, trust me. She nods her head, looking at Ricky.
He's gonna put his arms around her and kind of tilt so he can look at her face. Yeah, if you ask Dad, the way he talks about it, it's more like a religion.
Well, hopefully Blaze doesn't take too long. Cool.
Soul chuckles. It'll get done as soon as possible. I'm not sure if he knows everything that's been going on, but he knows we're against an Op 4 that's quite dangerous, so I'm sure he's working on it as quickly as possible.
And it's probably taken a little bit because he's making sure everything is perfect.
Then he's got a list of guns for your dad.
Oh yeah. Dad seems rather excited to be getting a lot of pieces for his collection.
I think it's good. A little harder, Elizabeth. Come on, put your back into it. Oh, care, Jesus Christ.
She'll like bite down on his earlobe.
That's the ticket. Colt massaging Cole's ears or Soul's ears.
Soul starts to chuckle. Is it just me, or has Blaze sort of been like more chipper almost? Like now that he finally has some stuff to do.
Nodding his head as he rubs her ears harder for her and then starts sucking her finger. Yes, it's good he gets him away from the fucking TV, honey.
I mean, did he have nothing else he was doing?
He'll pull Soul's finger out of his mouth. Well, he doesn't teach at the academy. He makes gear, but Jennifer has that covered. And Star has that covered. And he's Davy and Hunk's attendant, but their kids are grown. Elizabeth don't need taken care of anymore, and neither does JJ, obviously. So, yeah.
So basically, when he's not helping them with the really little ones, he's got just free time.
Yeah, and I think Grandma, Grandpa like to do most of the work with the little ones, so for God's sakes, our third... Does anybody remember when you weren't there, Ricky, but maybe you were, I can't remember, but we went into our house for the first time and Uncle Zap was literally sitting in our dining room with the lights out. Okay, turned on the lights and he was sitting there. It was during the SWTOR Dargos rival thing. Blaze basically started doing the same thing, except in our large TV room. Uncle Scar bought us a 90-inch TV, flat screen, put it in our game room in our basement, and one day we just heard the TV on when we got home that Friday night, went down, and Blaze was just watching television in our house.
Huh. Looks at Ellie. Maybe I should send him some seeds and stuff. Maybe he'd enjoy having something else he can do with his time, too.
What does he even watch on TV? Looking at Ricky, but Ricky doesn't know. Soap operas.
Really? I mean, I guess...
General Hospital is his favorite, believe it or not. Every hand taking a sip of her coffee.
You know, I guess if you got all the time in the world, it makes sense, because you're never gonna run out of content.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, that's true. I've actually heard him say I have to watch my stories like he's a 80-year-old woman before.
Benny laughing, kissing Elizabeth on the nose. Yes. We watched some with him.
Grandma never even said that.
Soul chuckles and shakes her head. I'm just happy he has things to do nowadays, other than wondering if I don't even remember the characters' names in General Hospital. I'm pretty sure Ethan is one of them, I think.
I have no idea. I just know seeing Uncle Blaze sitting unannounced watching TV in our house was very shocking. But you know what? We're good to him. We just said hi, Uncle Blaze. He acted like it wasn't a problem that he was in our house, and we went about our business.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, we if he ever does it again, we're gonna let him do what he wants to do, because you know he does a lot for the family, he does a lot for us, and I'm personally okay with it.
Does that happen a lot at Rainfall Lane? People just appear in your house doing things? Colt, no. The Zap phase, yeah, but then it tapered off, and Blaze, I think, only really did it in our house and probably Grandma and Grandpa's. So thankfully, no.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't happen often. We sort of go off a trust system at the lane. We don't really lock our doors or anything, understand? Because it's our family and it's like the most heavily guarded place in.
There's no reason to have to. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't really lock our doors or anything. So it's understandable as to how he got in. He didn't break the lock or anything. But He hasn't done it to anyone else, and I think that's a very good thing.
Yet, lifting his stomach up. Her stomach.
Soul smiling at him, resting her head on his shoulder and letting out a relaxed breath. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, you and Carter, she looks at Moran, you and Carter just walked into your house one day and boom, Uncle Blaze was there watching fucking the times of our lives or something like that.
Our house is essentially 3 rooms, so it would be quite awkward, I think.
Yeah. Does Father still show up randomly around the lane?
No, actually, he's settling down on the home front. Carter and I see him often because that's where he lives, and my mother now lives with Father Clive, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to, but either way, Father Clive, like he's a preacher. In the name of God, or Colton, in the name of God, impure souls of the living dead shall be banished to eternal damnation. Amen.
Soul starts to laugh very hard.
Better than what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Father Good Clive.
Father Good, can you imagine, Elizabeth? You move out of your mom and dad's house, you open your door one day after a week of work up here on Gateway, and you just hear, he always comes back to snuck out.
That would be terrifying, at least to me. And Elizabeth nods, wide-eyed at Colt. I wouldn't. I think I would just stop running, honestly.
Benny, we don't gotta worry about that. We live with mom and dad. Marianne takes her coffee, gets up, walks out. Benny, what? Look at her.
Soul smacking her lips together, shaking her head. I think she just really wanted to see Carter, buddy.
Yeah.
Okay, nodding his head.
I'm sure that's what it was, right, Ellie?
Yeah, no. Shrugging. But you guys should spread your wings and fly.
Yeah.
You know, I actually happen to agree. It's very good to have a sense of independence, Benjamin.
Nah. Drinking his coffee.
I'm just gonna say, having the shop and the house to me and Ellie just to ourselves, it was a pretty fun time.
I'm telling you guys. Sipping his coffee, rubbing Elizabeth's head with his free hand. You don't know what you're missing. Looking around the room as memory on Carter. What are you doing?
Carter turns around. Hi, honey, sorry.
Your coffee's getting cold.
He'll take the coffee from her and take a sip.
And Benjamin's basically bragging about living with his parents.
Oh, well, what's new with Benjamin, right?
What's new within the dragon? Here we go.
He puts his hand up. Can you blame me?
After today, no.
He nods. He'll hold her hand and start rubbing it with his thumb.
I wish I knew how it worked, Carter. I wish I could assist you, but I can't. She shrugs. I know nothing about being the king of men, that's for sure.
Samantha is right, I think.
She's not a magic adept, Carter. I'm not saying she's wrong. Don't tell her I said that. She shrugs. If your aunt doesn't know, but I don't know. Your mom doesn't know.
Well, it's the best hypothesis we have at this point.
I suppose it's better than just be worthy blank.
Exactly. It's actually... He opens his mouth, closes it. It's something to work towards. He looks at her, holds her hand. And before I say what I'm about to say is Carter, the two of them have been talking. They have been, she's been helping him through his PTSD things and everything like that. They have been talking. Holding her hand tightly, he squeezes it a bit more. I've been having a lot less dreams since we started talking. You know?
I think it's the only thing you can do when you have PTSD. Express your emotions. No matter how good or bad, Carter.
He nods. Looks at the dragon. It's just not the day at the facility anymore. The RC assassin has also been coming up in the dreams as well, and he shakes his head. I always have to watch as my friends and family perish, and I'm not able to do anything. Looking at the dragon, I feel useless, incapable, sort of a pun, but unworthy. He looks at her. And I felt just that way today. When I saw Laz get shot down, and I saw Ricky, fucked up as he was, and it scared me. He looks at her and he starts to tear up a bit. I think that's why I surrendered. I was scared, and I shouldn't be scared. I'm the leader.
I'm your wife, Carter, kissing his hand. I'm not supposed to agree with Samantha, but I think she has a fair point, Carter.
No,
If everything's on the line, and odds are you're gonna die anyway, you may as well go out fighting.
I know. He looks at the dragon again. And I think that's why I can't summon it. I felt scared. Worthless, yada yada yada, and I just second guessed myself. Which I think you know, but is something I've always had to work on.
My mother always told me, always go with your gut instinct. If you do, then you bypass second guessing yourself because you just choose the default option. But then again, that was well, it applies, mobile suit piloting. Marauder suit piloting, but that's what she would tell me when reading books to me.
That's good advice.
I probably should not have been shooting Ripa. There were people behind him. I didn't second guess myself, I shot him, and sure, I got him in the shoulder and he got away, but if my aim was just a little better, right through the neck, and then you or Ricardo's finishing him off quickly thereafter. I don't second guess myself in combat, I don't. Maybe that's because, well, yeah, my mother's teaching is all I can imagine. I try not to. If you throw an RC assassin at me, though, I may second guess. Well, think about it. I didn't second guess your orders when you told me to go get Benjamin, and you made quite a big deal out of who was sent and why I was sent and this and that. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter who went to go get him. Somebody had to go, and I was the closest. End of discussion.
Carter nods. He'll hold her hand. Do me a favor, hon, okay?
Anything.
If you ever feel like I'm starting to second guess myself, or hell, if I'm starting to overthink something, smack me in the fucking face.
Oh, gladly. I mean, you don't even have to ask, but you can't rely on me. You're the squad's leader.
I know, but it's always good to have backup when I'm able to have it. And through that, it'll help me stop to second guess myself, yeah?
I will gladly smack you anytime.
He chuckles and nods. Yeah, thank you. He looks at Bash. The picture of Bash. You think he would be proud of us?
Oh. She looks over at the picture, sets down her coffee. You, probably. Elizabeth. Soul. Samantha, definitely. Ricardo. Me. Yes, I do. I'm going through everybody one at a time. I do. Maybe scratching the back of his head, drinking a beer, looking at Benny. He used to do that a lot. She kisses Carter on the cheek. But I think he would be proud of Benjamin and Cole. But Benjamin definitely head scratching.
To be honest, Benjamin makes me scratch my head quite a bit at times.
I think he would be proud of us. I hope he would be.
He nods. I think he would be proud of us too. He looks at her and he gives her a smile and a kiss on the forehead.
Now, to stop you from staring at this picture of this dragon, here, she'll pull out the handcuffs. Anything you like this weekend you may do to me, yet again. But enough of this.
He smiles at her.
And you know what, Carter? You can't rely on me in combat. You know, there's no time for me to come over and slap you. We're not going to have this come to Jesus moment. We don't have this luxury like your fucking sister and Colt to have an argument or slap you, or we're the leaders, and more specifically you. So, you need to stop second guessing yourself or you will never get another weekend like this. That should be motivation enough.
He raises his eyebrow.
Ever again, she'll take the handcuffs away.
Takes a step closer to her. It's my gut feeling. He'll take the handcuffs. And I'm not second guessing it. That you should do anything you want to me this weekend.
Are you sure, Carter? She'll dangle the handcuffs.
He leans in. I mean, I have been quite naughty, haven't I?
Yes, you have. I was going to give you the ruler.
Carter clicks his tongue. Then I suppose I'll need the ruler.
She'll kiss Carter lightly on the lips as coming up here to round up the children briefly. In Ash's case, say goodbye to Ricky, because Ricky ain't coming home quite yet. Pequod glaring at the gym door. I see, come on! Let it go! She's just staring at the door. Who cares? It's over. The person that got hurt the most was me. Not that I'm saying I didn't deserve it. Yeah. Pequod glares at the door.
What are you talking about, Nicole? You didn't deserve anything.
Saying, I'm trying to be in the middle ground here, Pequod. I hate that fucking gym so much.
It's alright. She can't sit in it anymore, Pequod. It's fine.
Did you know, Ash? She turns around. When I built Mother and Father's house down on the lane, Julius and I guided them in. I see, and they didn't have a gym because I'm Pequod and so cool. Pequod, shut up! We got into the house, and what did Mom say? Where's the gym? Do it, honey.
Where's the gym, darling?
And I responded, I smiled at Mother and said, oh, you don't get a gym in the house, Mother. You should have seen the look on her face, Ash. If I could have snapped that picture and bottled that feeling up, I'm telling you, better than any hard drug out there. I'm telling you the truth. Sasha, good God. Looking at Pequod.
I will take your word for it. Well, at the very least, you don't have to worry about that again, because I think Suletta would kill her before you got the chance.
Where the hell did the woman work out? She had the gym at the academy, Sasha. Sasha.
She would wake up often, walk all the way to the academy, and start to work out there. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Well, would you rather chance it and have her sit in the gym? I see. It hurt you a lot that she sat in the gym, right?
I mean, it was dumb. I've said it a million times. Could you imagine poor JJ growing up, wanting his mother, and she's sitting in a gym, eating a bowl of fucking soup that should be shoved down her throat? Good God, you have anger issues looking at people.
I'm not going to say any more on that matter because I feel like it may be bad for my health.
I just hated that gym period, and it will never leave me, and I will never stop hating it. And I will not change.
No one's expecting you to change, honey.
I'm not saying you should. I just will say that holding on to certain things can cause adverse health issues.
Like I always say, I don't agree with sitting in a gym, but I liked it, because my physique was good. She bumped my physique up 2 levels. Sounds, yeah, looking Sasha up and down. Those legs.
I will say the few times I did end up training and working out near her, she's a hell of a motivator.
Really, I didn't put a gym in. I figured she would sit in the gym and never talk to Dad, is what I kind of thought would happen. That's just dumb.
Julius clicks his tongue. Yeah, can't really blame you on that one.
How can you side with her, Julia?
Julius gestures to her. Well, for one, she's my wife, and for two, she walked away from the man, Nicole.
New York Yankees. Banned from every sport. Even fucking... You know what? Where are these fucking kids? It's movie time. Coming into the kitchen! Oak here. The kids are just talking amongst themselves about Steven Seagal up here. Pequod, where's Carter? Looking around. Sitting down here. Oak here will move for Julius to take a seat so she can sit on his lap.
Him and Memory Ann are... I think Memory Ann went off to find him. I'm guessing they're probably down over, and he'll point off in that direction. That area somewhere.
Staring at a picture of a dragon. Pequod,
Julius sighs and rubs his face.
He's not taking it well, man.
I'll go find the adults. She'll go off this direction. Pequod, hard mission. Hard day. Remember, it's important to let it go. Because you have to come back to it Monday one way or another. But you don't have to deal with it for the next 48 hours.
Understood, ma'am, although I think there's certain things that I saw that aren't going to be that easy to let go.
No, but you're coming down to the lane, you're making money, you're going to enjoy yourself. I heard you have a role in the movie. What is it?
I am playing frozen dead guy in plastic, ma'am.
Alright, who got you that role? It was Krellin who was championing for Ricky to get the role.
Krellin, ma'am, and to be fair, I'm going to appear on screen in a Rainfall production that's probably going to win an Oscar.
Well, it gets you into the Screen Actors Guild, which means you get more money, so there's that.
That too, and I'll be honest, how many people can say they've appeared on screen in a Rainfall production?
Elizabeth, come with me, please.
Yeah, sure, of course. She'll get off of Benny and walk with Sasha.
Benny will walk to go with them in town. Sit down. Benny, oh, okay.
This one's, I know you want to protect her, or be with her. This is something she needs to talk about alone.
Okay, yes, sir. Nodding his head awkwardly, sipping his coffee as Pequod. I hope she yells at her.
Julia sighs. Again, I think she needs it.
She's gonna scream at her. Not that I want to hurt Elizabeth or see her hurt, but remember when we would get screamed at back in the day and others would stare awkwardly like watching a car crash happen or a wrecked person on the side of the road? They would always look at us like that.
Remember that one time? I believe Saris was there and Sasha were all there while Lorelai was like beating me and Ash down.
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head. It was hard. That was hard to watch.
Yeah, no, that one was rough to be in. But
I,
I don't want that to happen to Elizabeth, of course, but still.
Lorelai's bodyguards watch, just like when you drive down the road and you see a burning car on the side of the road. They're giving you that look.
I've been on both sides of that situation, and I can tell you, it sucks to be the one getting yelled at. By God, do you want to jump out a window when you're having to watch it?
Colt will cover Soul's eyes and kiss her on the cheek, or do you want to watch?
Let me watch this. I want to watch.
He'll remove his hand before we get to Elizabeth. Icy comes up here. Sam was showing off pre-death glare. Icy, what the hell are you doing? She's death glaring the JJ Cool J. What do you have against JJ Cool J? Sam, oh, nothing. Looks up at
Yeah, no. This is just something new. She's trying out to, make people sweat and stuff.
We're gonna have a lot more kids running around the lane, God willing, in due time. They're probably gonna be troublemakers. I want to develop a Sam will run her hand down her face and do the death glare, a look that lets them know they're in trouble. I see. Oh, you're on the right track, I think.
Les nods. I'm sure if you tried that on Jace, his heart would probably be broken, and
Oh,
then,
please don't. Looking at Samantha.
yeah, his heart would probably be broken, and then he would start crying.
Oh, I would never. She shakes her head. He's too cute.
Laz starts to laugh. He is a very cute boy, isn't he?
The cutest. Second only to this one. Pinching JJ's chin.
He pumps his eyebrows at her and gives her a kiss on the chin.
You should have seen how I made Okir sweat over my drink. You see, what is that? Looking at
It's a moksha.
matcha. Oh, the green shit. Sam, try it. I see. Well, I can just sip out of it, Sam. Yeah. Sip out of her drink. Oh! Starts laughing. This is good!
Laz covers her mouth and she starts to snicker a bit, and JJ just clicks his tongue looking at Icy.
This is a weird taste at first. It has to get to the back of your throat. Take your fucking drink, Samantha. She takes it back. I like it, looking at it. I don't.
JJ chuckles.
How the hell do you drink that? Damn it. You have to sip it slowly. It's actually kind of gross. The actual matcha drink is good. But then why do you drink it like that? Because it's hot that he gets it for me the way I want it. Ah, looking at Sam.
JJ smiles at Icy and nods. Yeah, when it started to become more and more complicated is when I started to realize she just likes me really listening to her and getting it for her how she likes.
The upfront taste is good. It's the aftertaste that's slightly gross, but either way. Icy, I hope Thomas is like you. Looking at JJ. Because I don't buy all that crap Krellin's saying personally. Sam, I do. Oz, I don't.
Laz just sort of clicks her tongue. I hope he's right. Let's just say I'm hoping for the best, prepping for the worst.
I hope Thomas is half the man you are, JJ. Sam, for Hale's sake, I hope so too.
Yeah, for damn sure I hope so. Hale only deserves the best. He smiles at Icy.
Sam, are we leaving for the movie? Icy, not yet. Sasha's got Elizabeth alone in a room down there. I think I don't know what she's gonna do. Uh-oh.
JJ looks at Sam. Should we watch through the window?
Oh, come now. You want to watch Elizabeth get scolded? I kinda do.
Laz, again just clicking her tongue, looks at Oz with a mischievous smile on her face.
Let's watch. I feel bad for your sister and all, but she is stressful to protect, so, yeah.
Yeah, no, let's watch it.
See, we'll sit down on the recliner. They can watch from where they are as Carter and Memrianne coming back, seeing poor Elizabeth alone in here with Sasha. Memrianne, oh, Carter.
Oh god,
If anybody should be getting scolded, it's us. Our leadership is directly responsible.
Nah, it's me that should be getting scolded. He looks at Sasha. Should we just back up and watch?
She's staring intently down at Elizabeth. Let's get closer.
Carter will hold her hand and start to get closer with her.
Looking through the door, she's just had her arms crossed, staring down at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth staring up at Sasha. I have a feeling I know what this conversation is going to be about.
Good work. Pats Elizabeth on the head.
Elizabeth's eyebrows go straight up. What?
Next time, she puts her hand out to her side. Lorelai told me something once a long time ago that doesn't sit well with most people. And I feel really awkward being this much taller than you. This is like talking to old Nicole back in the day. So I'm gonna get down on eye level to be respectful to you.
Oh.
Not to be your dad.
Okay, yeah, no, I was about to say you could do what my dad always does.
It's a simple shit saying that even a bumfuck farm girl, because that's where I came from, a colony, a frontier colony, a farming colony, that was attacked by the UIR until I joined up with the Marines, that even a bumfuck farm girl could understand. Things might be different now, but listen, sometimes we have to kill when our real job is to save lives. It's that simple. Next time, shoot him. Somebody gets hurt, it's not your fault. It might feel like it's your fault. A civilian, it might feel like it's your fault. But you know what? You're following orders. The buck passes up to your brother and me. And you're on. You're working directly under us. Shoot the fucker. Kill him. If somebody gets hurt, they get hurt. And that's it. Because you had him, Elizabeth, if you just would have shot. 20 years ago, you would have been shooting. I assure you, it was different back then. And I'm starting to think maybe changing things was not the best idea.
Elizabeth nods to her. Yes, ma'am, just shoot.
You hurt somebody, a civilian, it's not your fault. It's ours.
Understood, ma'am. I would... Next time I'm in that kind of situation, I'll just shoot.
Take him down. Kill the fucker. You had him. And I think Ricky, you all had him, but Ricky had him too. He was holding back. But you definitely had him.
She swallows hard and nods. I'm the reason he got away, ma'am.
I know that. I understand. You got flustered, but you only got into that situation because you wouldn't shoot at the guy.
She nods. Yes, ma'am.
You can keep up with him, so can Ricky. You'll get him next time. Just, sometimes we have to kill Elizabeth. She starts rubbing Elizabeth's head. A soldier's real job is to save lives. But sometimes it gets more complicated than that. But the responsibility will never fall on your shoulders. Remember that next time you're in a situation like this with that cocksucker. And worry about collateral damage after the fact.
Understood, ma'am. I'll definitely take that into very close account, ma'am.
'Cause he's never going to give you a fair fight. Cowards never fight fair. And that's what he is.
Elizabeth shakes her head. And Sasha sees a look in her eyes that you most of the time only see in an angry Davine. As one of her eyes actually starts to twitch like Davine's. He's not a coward, he's a little bitch.
That's the spirit, soldier. Looking her up and down, patting her on the head. You can go back to Benny now. Remember you had what? Watching this unfold?
Carter, with a hand on his chest. Oh, thank God she didn't get yelled at. She didn't really deserve it.
Run along. She'll wink at Elizabeth and then walk up this way to see her daughter, basically, in Lazanov.
And Elizabeth will make her way back into the kitchen.
If that was us all those years ago, Lorelai would have fucking screamed in my ear till I was deaf for a year.
She would have legitimately punched me in the face at least 6 times.
Pointing at Julius, laughing at it.
God damn. He just rubs his forehead. Just goddamn, she got off easy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Clapping for her. Clap, Ricky.
Yeah, alright. He'll clap lightly.
He claps. Yeah. Clapping at Elizabeth. Towns claps. I didn't expect that, but okay.
She's not wrong. That's all I'll say on the matter.
Yes, sir. Trust me, I'm gonna be more willing to get the job done. Trust me.
I thought she was going to scream at you. I'm so glad she didn't, but I was bracing.
Yeah, no, I thought she was gonna scream at me also.
She's right, be willing to do anything it takes. And listen, I've been goaded into something I shouldn't have done before in combat as well. It happens to the best of us, just if it's something where you can't attack somebody at all, just try to keep you cool, alright?
I mean, for God's sakes, I wouldn't be able to hear for a calendar year.
She probably would have given me a black eye and made sure I had that black eye for an entire year through some kind of magic means.
She would have reversed my back surgery.
Oh, grabbing her back.
She would have reversed the surgery that I got to remove my facial hair.
Oh God, now that's nightmare fuel.
Forced the beard to grow out too?
The pubes, from what we heard.
Oh, yeah, no. I was called Pube Face, Pubinator, I believe.
You have no idea, Benjamin.
Lorelai called him Pubinator. Pequod, it was that bad, Benny. Okay.
You guys gotta be exaggerating.
No, looking at her, I'm not lying to you.
No, Ricky, it was... I will fully admit it was the worst facial hair you will probably ever see, which you won't ever see because I can't grow it out.
Have you ever wondered why Carter doesn't grow his facial hair out?
That bad, huh?
He gets it from his dad, yeah.
Oh yes, it's that bad. I think he could have left it to grow for a year and it still wouldn't have looked good at all.
I think Carter did try to grow his facial hair. When I came back to teach you how to drive, you had... It looked like elongated peach fuzz. It was really gross, Carter.
Yeah, no, and then you told me that, and I immediately, after the lesson, I immediately went inside and shaved it all off.
Everybody says rainfall men are super attractive, and they are, but, you know, I'm just saying, they tend to not have good facial hair. Unless they come from Dad, JJ. Good facial hair. Dad looks really good, and I think Mom likes 5 o'clock shadow on him. But, no, our kids, unfortunately, need to be clean-shaven.
It's for the best.
They're in the military anyway, right?
That's true, it gives a nice excuse to require it.
Never do it again, Carter.
No, after you said that, I just full-heartedly decided to keep my face completely clean-shaven.
Oh, come on, Carter. How about just once? I'll grow mine out with you.
Oh, I will be gagging every day looking at it.
No, yeah, can't do that to my wife. Sorry.
You're cool, man.
Ugh.
Are you actually gagging thinking about it?
It was that bad. Do any photos exist? Memory and now, thank God.
And none exist of him either. They made sure of that.
No, it was 2. You take the total package of a man that's 20 out of 10, 100 out of 10, and that facial hair just ruined the whole package. Like, just, no. Look here, pube face. Looking at Julia.
Julius looks over at Okir and just starts to nod. It did look like I had pube looks on my face so cure. It, it really did, as Soul leans forward. I wonder if Aunt Nicole would be willing to teach me a spell, like an illusion spell, just to see what it would have looked like.
Nodding his head's, getting close to her so Mom and Dad can't hear. If we beg,
Beg and plead? Yeah, I think so.
then we do, because I want to see this. Looking at Julius, because I always thought he had, like, the perfect face kind of thing,
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. He has like a jawline is nice, a good ratio on all his features. He's a quite handsome man.
Colt looking back at Julius. I just can't picture him with pubes on his face, though.
With how many recruitment ads and stuff I've seen him in, aside from working under you, sir, it'd be like someone putting graffiti on the EarthGov flag.
Recruitment would go down tenfold, Ricky, if we had pube face Colonel of the Headhunters on the posters, let me tell you.
Oh, I'd agree. You couldn't even use it as the same way you did the picture of me off the Majestic. It would just be worthless.
That was, lest we forget, that was just a joke I said to my father, and it showed how much he never actually listened to what I had to say. He was like, all right, Patricia, whatever. And then the next day, posters of Ash looking like he just got hit by a train and he had a lazy eye was all over Gateway and EarthGov Media. But it worked because somebody saw the picture and put, look like this, join EarthGov, we will help you.
Yeah, I've seen the picture.
Lorelai has one of those hung up in her home.
I would assume she does. That was not a fun time to be living on Gateway.
Right in between some nude drawings of your father or your brother.
Oh god, yeah, I would sort of like to see the best. I would not like to see those pictures.
I don't know if it was like a child reaction in my brain, but as I came into adulthood, I did not remember her having like statues of you and stuff. Samantha did. I must have blocked it out. Looking at Julius and back at Soul.
Well, the way I think about that, Colt, is you probably knew around that age that like you wanted to be with Soul and everything
Yes.
like that. So you were probably already thinking of me as your father-in-law, and let me tell you, bud, nobody wants to see their father-in-law like that.
He starts laughing. Nude pictures of him? Pequod. Hand sketched nude pictures. Statues, some have the genital areas covered, some don't. Lorelai really likes my husband. Always has, I think, once he started maturing.
The closest thing I ever got to giving her a nude picture was the fireman calendar that we gave her that one time.
Yep. That's one of her most coveted possessions. It's in plastic seal wrap. Benny points around the room. Pequod, we put his musk, if you will, all over the calendar. It was a gift. She did a lot for us.
Oh my god.
I'm sure her eyes nearly bulged out of her skull when she saw it.
I think she goes up to it and like opens it, sniffs it when she's having a bad day, and quickly seals it back up.
Colt, buddy, I would really hope she doesn't do that, but I can't put it past her.
Oh god. I ran, and people say we have weird kinks, Carter.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, that one's really weird. I wouldn't I wouldn't seal like your sweat in a bag and then sniff it and stuff. I probably wouldn't do that, no.
Memory Ann giving Carter a kiss on the chin. They'll expedite down from Gateway soon. Goodbyes will be said as we part ways for the weekend with some of the cast of characters. Down here, Davine Hunk is putting the beret on her head. Clive is, I would imagine, in shock that she's wearing a beret. A lot of the staff of the Academy and the film set that were here have gone to prep the film set, though.
Oh, you aren't kidding.
No, I mean, no, this woman wins Oscars. This is a tried and true method, albeit a little hoity-toity.
Yeah, but you know, before I came to the lane, and hell, even while I was at the lane, I never like imagined she could be like this. Even putting on like an act or something. She seems as a person quite down to earth in most things you see her in. From like a
Extremely down to earth.
yeah,
Looking at Davy.
from like a bird's eye perspective almost. And then you actually meet her, still quite down to earth, and then this right here, this is quite surprising to me. Honestly, it doesn't really freak me out, but it makes me sort of uncomfortable almost.
Scar smoking a cigarette, taking a long drag off of it, just shaking his head lightly back and forth. We had an old saying before your time here at the lane, Clive. If she put half this effort into being a good wife, the man... Well, you can probably finish the rest of the sentence.
Yep, I can. Luckily, she does seem to be putting in that effort nowadays, though.
Oh, absolutely. How is the Mustang coming along? Scar, we got a date and time set up with the dealer for the engine. Don't suppose we can talk Davine out of going, because he's going to see her face, which is hardly recognizable, as is his, pointing at Clive, but just let it, she's going to come. It might not be her money, but it's for her husband's dream car, and it's her daughter's money. So, yeah, she's going to come.
Clive nods. Yeah, mate, I don't think there's any way, any force on heaven or earth that could convince her to not come to this.
Can't you just... Is there any way we could let her come, but let me go in the building and do all the talking? You want to tell her that? Go ahead, Scar. Scar, no. Looking down at the table. Tell Davine Rainfall to stay in the fucking car when her husband's dream car engine's on the line. Enjoy.
Yeah, I would legitimately ask you, what do you want your tombstone to say after you did that?
Oh well, I tried. Shrugs.
It's gonna be a rough one, I think, most definitely, but I think we got it covered, don't worry.
Over here, Blaze was playing a card game. He was playing Go Fish with Father Goodscar to pass time. Frederick has left, so Blaze has just been sitting here with the cards in his hand. Father has his cards in his hand, just staring back at Blaze. Hell, what the hell? Looking at Father Goodscar and Blaze.
Integra starts to tilt her head back and forth. This is weird to watch, I gotta be honest, guys.
Do you think Uncle Blaze doesn't know that Father Goodscar's a mannequin? He has to. He's like super smart robot dude.
I mean, yeah, he's a super smart robot dude. Hell, we're babies, and we know he's a mannequin. Come on.
You are a cunning opponent, Father. I'll give you that. But I cannot be beat in a battle of patience. Glowing, he makes his eyes glow slightly, staring at Father Goodscar. Hell, oh man, scratching your cheek.
Oh God, we should probably be worried about this, don't you think?
I like Father Goodscar. Looking at Father
I mean, Father Goodscar is awesome, but I believe Blaze actually thinks he's real?
Or is he just that bored?
I'm sort of leaning towards bored, I gotta be honest. Like, you don't think if, like, one of us tried to get his attention, he would be suddenly surprised and completely drop the game, do you?
Start crying, Integra.
Alright, sure. She will immediately start to cry.
Blaze immediately stands up as the attendant in the family. Hunk turns around, seeing Integra. Blaze, I have her. Walks over and picks her up. Now, little miss.
She will continue to keep the act up as she'll hug around Blaze's neck and rest her head on his shoulder, continuing to cry. But in her head, she thinks, oh my God, you guys were right.
He's good at his job. Looking at...
I mean, I gotta admit, he is a very comforting presence, and he's very good at holding me. Wow.
Huh. Scar, looking back at Davine, then Hunk, then Suletta. He's been fixing that beret on her head for like 20 minutes. Dear, they're okay over there. Integra's fine. Blaze got her. Is this good, dear? He'll hold up a mirror. I think it's a little off. You want the logo on the beret, Rainfall Lane Productions logo, lined up with your left eye, right? Perfectly lined up.
Perfectly lined up, darling. Okay, so like I said before, draw a line from the very tip of my nostril right here upwards, and that's where I want it lined up, my love.
He will, and hold the mirror up, and it's perfect.
Oh, darling, you are amazing.
Oh, God. Hunk giving Davine a light kiss on her lips, not wanting to jostle the beret around. My God. Just oozes with pretension.
He just shakes his head. It just doesn't work for her. Like is it just me, or it just doesn't work for her, you know?
Look, Clive, I don't want to sound like a broken record, so maybe I shouldn't say what I'm gonna say. I'll just keep it to myself.
He looks at her. I mean, you could say it if you want to.
It would work for her if she wasn't such a fucking idiot in the past, okay? It doesn't, because she treated him like shit. And then paraded around the lane, wondering why, woe is me, what do? I need help. Scar agreed. She could be quite like Samantha is. You know, kind of like uppity bitch mode all the time. It would fit her, I think. She has the looks to get away with it, you know. Most Rainfall women do. But in this case, no, the rest of us are just kind of like, what in the fuck is she doing? And why does he indulge this behavior? Fixing the beret a little.
Well, I think all I gotta say to that one is, he points to Hunk. He does it out of pure love, honey. Pure love.
Oh no, absolutely. I've known that man. I knew that man long before she ever met him, and I never saw him drool until the day he laid eyes on her.
Did he actually? I thought I had stories about how he would like only wear masks and stuff.
No, that's correct. You could see. She'll clear her throat. His old mask was a tactical helmet, and he would wear a ski mask, or not a ski mask, a ski cap, if you will, a very thin one under that to keep his hair down, and then tack helmet, thin ski hat, the mask, then his combat gear. The first time he saw her, he was wearing the mask. I wasn't present, so I didn't see their first meeting, but the exact first meeting I saw between the two of them, the mask wasn't adhered, a two-piece set like Elizabeth's is, if you've ever seen her combat gear. It was just your regular run-of-the-mill high-tech gas mask that strapped onto the back of your head with Velcro straps. Drool was coming out of the bottom. He drooled so much, the airtight safe pocket that's supposed to be made around the rubber around your face was breached.
Oh my god.
Yep, he would drool around the upper echelon, the upper steps of the apartment the apartment on Gateway. Scar, I came late, but no, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sometimes I'd see him shoving paper towels up there. He'd just lift the mask up slightly, pull it away from his face, I should say. Shove paper towels up, put it back on his face. Sweat and saliva, I think.
God damn, the second he laid eyes on her, it was out before him, wasn't it?
Game over.
Yeah, I respect it. I definitely respect it, as he holds Suletta's hand.
Well, thankfully, you or I won't be putting each other through 20 years of torment.
No, we will not be. Trust me.
Gonna give Sasha her candy, Jace. Hell in Jace's head.
I
Meow,
mean-
meow, 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 meow. Mr. Snuffles is back here, but he can still talk to them. Jace, just do what Suletta tells you.
I mean, of course I'm gonna give, either Samantha or Sasha the candy. Of course I am.
stops to look up at Davine. Ugh. Meow, 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 meow. Listen to this woman. Gesturing with his claw up to Suletta, who's too busy kissing Clive's hand. She tried to help that dipshit, but well, it was too late for her. Gesturing to Davy. God, that beret is so gaudy.
Jace looks over.
It looks cool. Ugh. Yeah.
He looks at the beret, then at Mr. Snuffles. Don't tell anyone, but I sort of agree with you, mate. I'm not a fan of the beret. The aviators, I think, work. The beret, nah, I don't like it.
Meow, 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 meow. Integra, what do you think?
Integra has, like, dropped the act. She's just laying her head on his shoulder. She looks back at Davine. I think it looks cute on her.
Oh, Snuffles, another hairball. She'll pat him on the back, and he does cough up a hairball into his chair. Meow. Thank you.
Well, damn, I didn't know you felt that strongly about it, Mrs. Snuffles.
Meow, 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 meow. Gestures dismissively at Davine, saying, stupid woman, and then turns around to look at Jace.
You know what, mate? Fair enough. And then he, like, leans over to Hale. What the hell is he even talking about, though?
Who, the cat? Looking at Mr. Snuffles?
Yeah, the cat. What's he, like, talking about? Stupid woman, dipshit, tried to help her and everything like that.
I think the cat's just jealous of how good she looks. Meow, 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 meow. Imitating him.
I mean, if you're jealous, that's okay, mate. I would understand. Yeah, we can get you a beret, I think.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. In about 10 years, you'll understand what I'm telling you when you're stuck in courses based off that idiot. Gesturing towards Davine.
I can't.
Meow, 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 meow. When that day comes, you'll know what I'm talking about, Jace. Hail, Integra.
Integra nods. Well, I can't really say I'm looking forward to that, but... Well, I mean... I guess we can try to make a fun time out of it.
Suletta, looking at her wrist computer. Now he's gonna bring her over here. She's gonna ask how she looks. And I am going to be a good supportive sister and support her, Clive. My days of belittling her are behind me. Privately, every once in a while, yes, but just help me through this.
Oh, of course, honey. I'll help you through it.
Like clockwork, as Hunt comes up. Alright, Suletta, she wants her sister's opinion on how she looks. Suletta will stand up, hand on her chin, looks her up and down.
Davine will raise her eyebrows up and put her arms straight out to better view the entire package that is Davine.
I say the only thing you're missing is some... I don't want to make light of it, but stars on your shoulders. You look like you're prepared to lead a war on a film production. You look beautiful, sister. Give me a hug.
Oh, Suletta! She'll start to hug Suletta, immediately starting to tear up.
I do think the stars would help, though, large and in charge. That way anybody new to the set would know, you know, she's in charge. From a distance, they could tell. Maybe we could get some from your children.
Maybe, perhaps. That would be quite cool, wouldn't it be?
The beret is quite flattering on you, though I do think your hair without any hat is just... it's perfect. Jealous of it for sure. Yes, me. Gesturing back to her hair.
Oh, darling, you should not be jealous of mine. Truthfully, I'm jealous of your hair, darling.
Suletta going to say something, and everybody else showing up Pequod, watching intently as to what Davine does as she lets out a light gag, seeing Davine in the beret. See what Davine does as the whole group of kids come in.
Davine, hearing all the kids come in, will turn around. Oh, hello, children! And she'll go up to Icy and give her a big hug.
She turns and looks back at all the kids she made the bet with.
You called it.
Nods her head. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as usual, Mom, you're right.
Yep. Oh, Mom, you look so hot.
Oh, darling, please. She leans back, cupping both of her cheeks with her hands, and she starts to pinch him. You want to talk, Istra?
Long day at the office for Istrom, Mom. She had a rough one. You see, it was fucking tiring.
Oh, darling. She starts to pet the top of Icy's head. Do you want me to pick you up?
I wouldn't mind. I work hard all week. We don't get many days off. Pequod.
Oh, darling. She will pick up Icy and carry her over to Hunk.
Big smile on his face, clapping.
Oh my god.
Julius, get me something to vomit in.
Julius will.
No, I'm good. She swallows it. Julius sees the bulge go down her neck. Sam is laughing at Pequod.
Oh, honey. Oh my god.
Sorry, Julius. I'm so sorry.
You're okay, honey. I'm more worried about you than I am about that.
Look at her. Oh, Istrom. She's doing.
Oh, Istrom, you are so cute today. Oh, did you do something new with your hair, darling?
No, I didn't brush it when I woke up. That's the only difference.
Oh my god, you should look into doing that more often. It looks quite good, all frazzled and wild like that.
She blushes slightly. I need help with my hair. I've never been good at taking care of my good looks. Pequod. Veins popping out of her head.
Julius will.
She's one of the best looking women I've ever seen. They're both so vain, Julius.
I know. He will hug behind her, start to pet the side of her face, and just start going, shh, it's okay.
The vein resends into her head as Julius comforts her. Maybe I'm not the favorite looking at Ice.
Ricky's gonna lean into Sam. I was scared for a second there that we were gonna see a repeat of what happened with the Unovans.
Looks around. What's it called? Limit break Pequod looking at her.
Carter starts to laugh. He only slightly overheard that, but he looks at Sam and just starts to nod.
She somehow limit breaks with. Oh, he taught her how to fight, but I don't think Kai stuff. She somehow does it through anger at. Well, I think it's kind of cute, but that. Pointing down.
Oh yeah, I think she would've.
Somehow stronger than you. Looking at Ricky just through sheer anger.
But I wouldn't want to be in a fight with her.
Sam will work her way into the room. Everybody's working their way into the room so the discussion can continue. Pequod is gagging. I can't do this. I can't go in there. Look at that.
Dude, I can get you a trash can, honey. Anything you need.
His hand on the wall. Are they still doing it? And they are.
Oh, darling, I can so help you with your hair, my love. Please.
Cynical mama, you just have to ask. I see. Okay, smiling at Davy.
Davy sort of moves her hair around and will start to move Icy's hair around as well. I could definitely work with this, darling. Don't you worry for a second. I will make it look gorgeous.
She smiles at Davine and her eyes start to sparkle as Pequod staggers into the room, hand on the table, keeping herself up, and Julius keeping her. Patricia, are you okay? Coming over? I'm good, Dad. I'm good. I just back pain Julius is helping me through.
Yeah, some back pain and a bit of nausea, Dad. You know, the baby and all.
Where the fuck is Frederick? Krellin and Samuel, they better not be fooling around today. The mom's winning an Oscar. The berets on. Mom, could you put down Nicole, please? I see, nah, bitch.
Oh, but she's had a rough day, darling.
Let me down. She's starting to gag. She's not feeling good today. Morning sickness.
Oh, of course, darling. Of course, she'll set Icy down.
She'll come sit here, hunk clapping at mom and daughter. Pequod, good God, mother, you look like you're ready to fucking kill it on set. And kill me in the process.
Davian tilts her head. What do you mean by the second part of that, darling?
Just I don't know, just you look very intimidating in that outfit. It's weird. It's in a good way, is what I mean.
Oh, of course, darling, of course. She'll walk over, kiss Pequod on the hand. Suletta had a wonderful suggestion. She said that I should have stars on my shoulder.
Oh! Gritting her teeth, looking at Suletta. You want, like, Sasha's general stars? The ones Nicole has? The one Julius will have someday?
Oh, I mean, that would be somewhat stolen valor, darling. I haven't necessarily earned those, but...
Well, I mean that type. The real shiny ones.
Yes, exactly. That type of thing, like that.
How many do you want? I will get you whatever you want. How many do you want? 10 total, 5 for each shoulder. Yes, mother. Looking at it, looking back at Julius. I'll get them for you, but only if you promise to, only wear them on the big special film sets.
Oh, only the special sets, darling. No. She looks around, making sure Fledwig's not around. No, Fwed Gods of the Deep or anything like that.
No, I can tell you're excited. It's your first real movie back in a long time.
Oh, I am, darling. I am quite excited, and I am excited that I get to share it with all of my family.
I have a surprise for Julius today, Mother, so he may be exiting set. Nodding her head. I hope that's not a problem. We'll be back, of course, but it's a surprise.
Oh, no, of course, darling. Take all the time you need.
Jace pulling out the candy. Everybody's spreading out. Suletta looking at Ricky. I made that remark. It was sarcasm, but I don't think it came across as sarcasm on the whole general stars. You realize this.
Oh no, ma'am, I know you're too smart to say something like that seriously.
Sasha doesn't care. She's just gonna sit down over here, and Samantha comes to sit down with her. How was the day at the office, kids? Marianne, we failed.
Bad.
Carter rubs his face. Yeah, we felt pretty bad.
Oz and Laz got shot down. What? Stares at Laz.
Laz puts her hands up. We're okay, don't worry.
Bad
He's in a
guys.
sling. Oz will take his arm out. I'm good for now, right? And Icy nods her.
Bad guys got away. Bunch of civilians got killed, and I got thrown off a train.
What? He looks around the room and then at Ricky and then back around the room. What the hell's going on out there, Julian?
The Op 4, Ripper, is still around, sir.
And that one fortune bitch with the big cannon.
Great.
Laz nods. She's the one that shot us down, Grandpa.
Well, you're okay, though. Come here, give me a hug. Now, Laz.
Laz will walk over and give her grandfather a hug.
You two, Gimp Arm. Oz comes over. I like that nickname better than the Penguin.
Laz starts to laugh. It does have a certain amount of kindness to it as compared to the penguin.
Jace sees an opening. Sam is lightly clapping, watching Laz and Oz get hugged. And JJ doing the same.
You ready for this?
Bro. Looking at Sam. Give it your best shot.
Oh, hell yes. He'll actually, start crawling his way over, and then to really get her attention, he manages to push himself up and, baby stumble, but, stand up in front of her.
Sam looks down. Aw. We'll reach down and pick him up. Your mom and dad are busy right now. I hope I'm a decent substitute.
Jace nods very quickly and will hand her the lollipop.
Look, JJ. You got me a gift. She'll blush and lock eyes with Jay.
Jace sees her blush and knows this is his opportunity. he puts the hand in front of the face.
She looks at JJ. What's JJ doing?
JJ, I like to imagine the two of them were like talking while that thought was going through Jace's head. Oh yeah, no, that's adorable. He gave you a sucker. He gave you. He just starts doing that so he doesn't laugh and try to make a little baby feel bad. What the fuck is he doing with his hand?
Sam will move his hand down away from his face, not hard or anything, just lower it lightly, and he feels compelled to put it back up.
And he does.
She starts laughing at Jace, which he takes as a good sign. She bursts out cackling. Hunk stops, hugging Laz. Everybody's attention is drawn to her laughter. It's that loud.
Is everything okay over there? Oh god, what is Jace doing?
I don't know, but it's kind of cute. She'll take his hand and kiss it. He got me a sucker.
So he did. As Laz looks over at Jace giving Sam a sucker, leans over to Oz. Like father, like son.
He learned from the best. You could stop squeezing me. Hunk will. He put the hug back on after she stopped laughing. My arm. I'm sorry. Let go.
You're okay, Grandpa. She holds both of his hands and nods to him. We're okay, don't worry.
You know what, Jace? The best way to any girl's heart is through her stomach. She'll flutter her eyes at Jace and peck a kiss on his lips, and I'll be taking this. She takes it!
Jace immediately, just fully tomato red face, and in the babies' heads, they all hear Jace just basically yell out, I am telling you, I have got it, mate!
Hale looking over at Integra. I think the hand thing's really dumb. Fine, so Jace can't hear her.
Integra shakes her head. If a boy did that to me, I definitely would not kiss him. I would laugh at him, which I think that's what Samantha was doing, but I definitely would not kiss him.
He's so cute. Looking over at him, Sam, I guess I'll just have to hold him all afternoon, JJ, so you'll have to hold both of us. 'Cause he got me a gift.
JJ shrugs. I will definitely hold both of you, don't worry, as he'll pick her up in like a princess carry.
She'll unwrap the lollipop and start sucking it. Jace feels compelled one more time for the hand. He's trying to really lay it on.
And he does. But he puts on a little flair this time. He like whips his hand out before he does it.
Her head recoiled. Did you see that?
I did. I did see that, love.
Okay. Well, she'll kiss his hand, lower it. You can have one more kiss. But no more. Do you want it now or later, little boy?
He looks up and to the left like he's thinking, and he'll nod his head to the side for later.
She'll wag the lollipop in her hand. This is only good for 2 kisses max. You'll have to do much better next time.
He nods and gives her 2 thumbs up.
She'll lightly kiss him on the nose as Suletta. He is such a fucking gigolo. God, he's probably going to break the hearts of millions of women. Oh, he's so cute. He's just a baby.
Yeah,
You don't know the half of it. You're lucky. Trust me.
Hey, I'm just gonna say with who his dad is, I think he's just gonna make one girl very, very happy, man.
Oh, you have no idea, Ricardo. We're having to develop a whole course of curriculums about you do have an idea. You lived the drama created by my idiotic daughter.
I lived all the drama created by the kids. By the
Yes,
slum.
how it's supposed to work is very simple. You meet, she points, she's arms wrapped around Ricky. You meet soulmate, you're together. No walking away, no drama, nothing like that. But does your family need a curriculum? I'm just wondering. I don't think they have any plans to do that. Point, game, set, match. Looking over at Jay.
Yeah, I don't think we need that at this point. I think me and Dad figured it out.
Jesus Christ, his head looks like a volcano. Looking at Jace blush.
It's. I didn't know someone could get that red, let alone a baby.
My God, he's hot for Samantha and Sasha.
I mean, they are both very attractive women. Just holy crap! I didn't realize a baby could have those types of feelings.
Well, Lorelai handpicked me, and I turned out okay, I think, so she clearly handpicked him for something.
Oh yes, most definitely she did. Would you mind carrying me over to my dad real quick, honey?
Caught up looking at Jace. No, absolutely. I would just want to make sure his temperature isn't too high. But yeah, okay. Carry her over, set her down. There you go.
Thank you. She is gonna walk up to her father, look him in the eye, and just put her arms out for a hug.
No, you want one too? Come get some. I'll pick her up and hug.
She'll hug him very tightly, and I like to imagine it almost reminds him of when she was like a little girl, but she just rests her head on his shoulder, keeping the tight hug on him.
Rough day at the office, yeah.
She nods. Ripper got into my head about Bash. But it's okay. I'm gonna kill his ass next time.
That's what you have to do. That's the only way to avenge the man. Sometimes you have to get down and dirty, honey. Your mother, me, your brother, your sister, all your commanding officers. We had to get down and dirty to get it done.
Elizabeth nods. Down and dirty. Yes, sir.
Just remember this, points to her temple, and Uncle Blaze would tell you this. Ricky's father, Ricardo, would tell you this. This is your best weapon right here. Your brain, pointing to his temple. This is your weapon. This is where it all starts and ends. Nobody can get to you if you just turn this off and act on instinct and emotion and training.
Yes, sir. Trust my gut. She smiles at him. You're really good at making me feel better, Dad. You know that?
I try my best. Looking at Elizabeth. Does anybody else want some hugs? Marianne, I could use some. Hunk will put out his other arm. There you go.
Carter chuckles. Why the hell not? He'll also join in on the hug.
Now, your your grandmother and our mother already gave a rousing speech. And I'm not gonna, she doesn't want to give another one. Dear, Avine's locked in the zone of directing, I imagine, just kind of staring off into the distance. As you can see, she's locked in. So I'm gonna keep it brief. Everybody be on your A game. Let's try not to fuck up, and don't incur the wrath of the director. Yeah? He looks around the room. Pequod, fighting back, gagging, looking at Davy.
Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
Yeah, we'll do our best, sir.
Hell yeah. Alright, and we got you lined up for a part in the movie. Krellin was talking about it earlier. Who you playing? Looking at Ricky. Dead guy in a plastic bag, sir.
Yes. Frozen dead guy in a plastic bag.
How was that agreed to? I don't know. They said they wanted him in a movie. I said he can have any small role because the big ones have been taken. Come on, Patricia. It gets him into the Screen Actors Guild, father. That means more money.
Hey, I'm just having a good time, to be honest.
Alright, fine, as long as he's okay with being frozen dead guy in a bag. That's so Krellin, though.
Oh yes, I have to agree. That is very Krellin.
Alright, let's make our way to the film set. Move out. Davine should order them. Hunk gestures to Davine.
Davine nods. Rainfalls, move out!
And they will. Everybody getting set up, but kids are back here. Pequod's mysteriously vanished. For now. Frederick's over here. Suletta is just staring at Frederick with the John Deere hat on. And Marianne's doing the same thing. Holding Carter's hand with a free hand. She's holding Hale. He's quite different looking. That polymorph is impressive. He's not fucking fat. Wow! Looking at Frederick!
Yeah, he lost. Looks like he lost a shit ton of weight.
It looks like he's a normal blue collar working gentleman. It really does. Like very rugged, very blue collar looking, which I never expected to say about Frederick.
Everybody to, well, yeah, everybody. But I would imagine Carter and Ricky are the ones to only really see it first. See a tear coming out of Memory Ann's eye. What happened to my uncle? Looking over at Frederick.
You alright?
I know he's goofy, and he gets on my nerves sometimes, but he was a huge part of my childhood. I spent more time with him some days than with my own mother. What happened to him?
Honey, it's just a spell that was. But the hat, remember the Aunt Icy enchants the hat and it makes him look like that. Don't worry, he's gonna be his normal goofy self as soon as we're off the movie.
Rubbing Ricky's thigh. It's the residual image of him in your brain since you were around him so much as a child. Yeah, he does not look like the Mr. Frederick's Neighborhood guy anymore. It is kind of shocking that I agree with you. It's Clive. She's getting taken aback by Frederick's hair.
Looks like him from another universe.
Alternate dimension, Frederick.
Oh, the alternate dimension where he wasn't a malfunctioning Max Tech android.
Dude, Uncle Frederick looks so fucking dumb to Integra in her head very briefly.
Oh my god, he does. Like, that 5 o'clock shadow? What the hell even is that?
Oh my god, look at his work boots. She even had there's dirt on his boots. She goes to such great attention to detail.
Look at the flannel he's wearing.
It's worn! What in God's name?
Exactly, it's worn. You could see like holes and even a patch, a small patch on the back of it where it looks like it was patched up with just another piece of cloth. It is quite impressive.
Not just
How hard is that to do? Looking around, Suletta, speak, Ricardo. I need a drink, Clive. Water.
I was just gonna say that you see the little staining along the bottom edge of it? That's from repeatedly being soaked with seawater.
What was the question? How hard is that to do? Enchant? For somebody like Nicole or myself or General Lorelei, you could enchant thousands at a time. You should market that.
Clive turns to Ellie, then to Suletta.
We'd sell that at the flower shop, I'm telling you. Give us a cut? Suletta, oh, you'd get a cut, believe me. Do you really think that would sell?
Make yourself look skinnier, be able to put little details on. We'd sell out of them whenever there's a wedding.
But you're stuck with that ridiculous John Deere hat.
There's a lot of people who would feel fine about that, and in theory, couldn't you just enchant it to be whatever you want?
Well, looking at Frederick, I suppose, but I don't know, Clive. I don't like that look on him. It's so weird. It's taking Memory Ann and Suletta aback.
Carter hugging Memory Ann, Clive looking at it. It's well, I'm just gonna say it. It is completely unnatural looking, I think.
There's no sequel to this movie, Father, right? Looking over at Julia.
Oh no, sweetie, don't worry. There's no sequel. This is the only one that was ever made.
Okay, good. Good. Looking down at Hale. Where did Pequod go? Carter?
Carter shakes his head. He didn't see her, like, anywhere she went off to.
No.
No. I haven't seen her.
Hunk coming up to a JJ. Cool kids hiding back here, huh?
JJ chuckles. I mean, we are the cool kids clique, you know?
Yes, you are. Give me your hand. Handshake time, son.
JJ will stand up and give his father a handshake.
Saw you running off after, when Samantha texted you today. Saw you running off. Goddamn proud of you, son. I probably tell you too much. I don't want to get annoying with it, but it's a father's place to tell his son he's proud of him.
Dad, please, it can never get annoying to be told that you're proud of me.
Goddamn proud of you. Looking over at Samantha.
Thank you, Dad. Thank you. He tightens the grip of the handshake a bit. It means a lot to hear that from you, Dad.
What's he doing? His focus breaks on Jace holding the hand in front of his face. What the fuck is that, bro? They don't notice it. Laz and Oz haven't noticed.
JJ looks back at Jace, looks at Hunk. I got no clue. I'm chalking it up to just something a young kid does that he might think is cool. But who knows? He's a baby, you know?
She scoffs at Jace, takes his hand, kisses it, and puts it down. I think that's why he likes it.
Because she kisses the hand. Yeah.
Yep.
I get it. You know, do you think she would kiss my hand if I did that?
Son, I think she'd kiss you in a lot of places that are not safe to talk about in front of children. I don't think I think just you being you, she already does that. But yeah, probably.
And JJ starts to laugh. Okay, I was just double checking.
Give it a try. Give it a try sometime. You never know.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Hell, here. He'll let go of the handshake and look at Samantha. Hey, love.
She turns around.
He'll do the same thing.
No. Hand on his shoulder. Go get into costume and do it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of which, son, before you take her away to go get into costume, listen to me. Your mother's not happy with you for getting a Razzie. You understand that because you're the poster boy of the academy. Everybody knows you're her son. Now, your mother. Okay, that's your mother out there, right? But this version of your mother, director Davine, is not happy about it. Your normal mother just feels bad for you. But locked in Davine is not happy. So, son, no accent. Light on the accent. Sam, I can live with light on the accent.
Okay, so instead of doing the whole like gabagool thing, just sort of like draw it back, no gabagool, no motherfucker, that kind of thing.
Yep, your mother wants to get you an Oscar bare minimum nomination with this movie, but she's setting her sights for award. And if you win and you're on basic, Sam can't hear. I'll go up and accept it, or somebody will, and it'll be waiting for you here. Okay?
Yeah, of course, understood, Dad.
Take your girl back. I'll take Jace.
Okay, sounds good. He'll pick Samantha up. Go ahead and hand Jace to my father, love.
Oh, she will. Parting such sweet sorrow, Jace. She'll wink at it.
He'll actually wink back at her and start waving at her.
Hunk holding Jace as they'll go back, here. Changing.
There you go.
Hunk coming up here with Jace. Oz and Laz were sharing some of Patricia's favorite Japanese strawberry soda. Jace has stopped doing the hand thing. Hunk, you guys got a smart boy here. I know you know that, but I have never seen a kid this young already after women. Oz chuckles. I don't know.
Laz starts to laugh. I mean, it isn't even like rainfall blood, or I guess you could say galleon blood, I guess. Because, he doesn't have any of that kind of thing, so maybe it was just his personality from the get-go. Lorelai did choose him specifically for us.
She picked the one with the highest testosterone range of all the kids that day, stroking Jace's head.
Laz starts to laugh. Oh, God. That, you know what? That would make sense. Most alike of rainfall.
I don't want to cramp your style as the cool kids. People gotta be on set. You gotta be up there in front of the cameras, but you got shot down today. Would you mind staying close to me and director Grandma? I feel useless. I can't come out and help you guys. And neither can your grandmother. And believe me, it sticks. Every day we think about it. Then you come home and you're like, we got shot down, and Ricky got pushed off a train. Starts to pile up. No, I could understand that.
Laz will hold Hunk's hand. We can do that for you, Granddad.
Perfect. You can come sit with us up front and watch Grandma go to work. It's gonna be boring for poor soul, but oh well.
Plaza shrugs. At least you'll get to see one of the best working, I suppose.
And by the way, sitting down here behind Davine, Laz can sit on Oz's lap here with Jace. By the way, I'll be coming up to give the sex ed course to the squad. Oh, rubbing Soul's shoulder. Oh, I can't wait. What do you think, Jacoby? Nah, tongue out.
Soul hides a bit of a snicker and shakes her head, looks over at Hunk. Can't wait for it, Granddad.
Yeah, just, hey, any child is a blessing. I cannot wait to meet, what's the name you picked for yours, Soul? Rebecca.
Rebecca.
I can't wait to meet her. I can't. But you know what? Getting pregnant on the job, your father wants the big guns to come in. So we're going to have that talk.
Understood. Yeah, no, that's completely fair.
Suletta and Clive back here. How old are you, Ricardo?
Gonna be 20. You can see if I actually think about it. Gonna be about 21 soon, ma'am.
Ellie. 19, basically 20. In a couple months. Right. Memory Ann, I know her age, I know Carter's age. Nobody in that squad is under 18, Clive. And yet that man's going to go up there and preach sex education to them. At the whim of his son.
Nobody in our squad's a virgin either.
She looks at Huck. What a waste of his afternoon.
Julius shakes his head. You know what? I still think those kids need it, and Auntie, it'll be a good deterrent from any of them getting pregnant on the job again, because I'll just have it happen again.
Well, you are a ruthless commander. Integra would be proud of you. Looking at Julius smiling big.
I mean, come on, sir. There's only really 2 of us that need it.
I'm so glad I ain't gonna be there that day. Oh, don't worry. I wouldn't put it past him. That it's arranged you're there to hear it.
Don't tempt him, Ellie.
He gave that discussion to Nicole, I believe, when she was pregnant. She'd been married for how many years?
Not only when she was pregnant, but he had me and Pequod join in on it. You know, the people with 3 children.
Shaking her head, looking at Hunt. Well, we won't be present for that, Clive. But it's worth reiterating. Integra would be proud.
Julia shrugs, just trying to do right by her name, man.
Bringing out the big guns, Clive, pulling at her collar.
You know what? Thank the Lord, I'm not gonna be there for that one, I just gotta say.
Grandma would laugh herself silly at the thought of it.
Quad coming out in an attire Julius has not seen her in a long time.
I like to imagine Julius was leaning on the wall. He sees her, pushes off the wall, and Carter has to help his father because his knees immediately go weak and Carter has to help him up again.
Now, do you want to be here to gag at your mother, or do you want this? Prompting up a bouquet of flowers, the elf ears on.
This place?
You sure? Gesturing back to Davy.
Julius walks up to her, hands on her hips, and pulls her in for a kiss.
Carter, you are the man in charge of our house this weekend. Mom and Dad are going to the snow cabin.
Carter will give her a salute. You two have fun out there, ma'am.
Pick me up, handsome.
He will pick her up and fly out of here.
Where in the hell did they go turning around? What do you think? Oh, shaking his head. We'll be okay without him, dear. Patricia trusts you to get the job done. That's actually a big sign of confidence from her, rubbing Davine's shoulders. She knows you don't need her help.
It most definitely... She sort of just fixes a tie that isn't even there. It makes me feel quite good about my abilities, yes?
God damn, she trusts you so much. The owner of Rainfall Inc. just pieced the fuck out. She knows the true. She knows who is truly in charge on sets.
Oh, darling. She leans over to Icy. I would never say it to her face. I love her too much for it, but I do command a certain air of respect while I'm on this set, yes?
And she knows she couldn't make the beret look good, so.
Oh, please, I think I'm the only one here who can, other than, well, probably you, darling.
Well, me, maybe Elizabeth. Looking down at Elizabeth, she looks a lot like your mom, like perfectly like you.
Oh, yes, it actually... Did I ever tell you about the story where she came to our room because she had thrown up in the middle of the night when she was about 8, 9, or 10. Came to our room in the middle of the night. She had thrown up, and she knocked on the door, and I legitimately thought it was a younger me, and I was still dreaming.
You want me to get her a beret?
Oh, darling, I think it would look absolutely adorable, but only if you wear one as well.
She'll snap both her fingers, putting one on her head and one on Elizabeth. Benny, shit. Looking at Elizabeth, nice. Does this mean she's a director? No.
Oh, no, darling, we just think it would look absolutely adorable on her.
It does. Smiling down at her, pinching her chin.
Elizabeth smiles at Benny, and she looks over at Icy. Can you also give me some aviators, sissy?
Done. Yeah. You look so much like Mom. Snapping her fingers.
Well, honey, how do I look?
You look amazing. I wish I could fly out of here. Hunk, you're staying.
She smiles, looks at Hunk and Davine. It's okay if I nibble on him just a tiny bit.
Oh no, have your fun. Yeah, just, you're staying. We need the help. Patricia is the owner of Rainfall Inc. She can leave if she wants.
Yeah, that's really fair. And she'll push up and start to nibble on his ear like she was before.
Rubbing the back of her head, Sam helping JJ get into his attire. JJ's gonna try the hand thing.
JJ looking in the mirror. How do I look, love? And before you answer, let me get into a nice pose for you. He turns completely around, shoots his arm out, and turns around. And as he does, he puts his hand in front of his face.
Don't do that. It's so stupid.
JJ starts to laugh.
Oh my God.
He starts laughing. Oh my God, love, I'm sorry. I needed to try it. I needed to try it one time, love.
I love Jace. I would do anything for him, but let me tell you, I think maybe Lorelai dropped him on his head once or twice before handing him over.
JJ starts to laugh his ass off.
I mean, what the fuck is this? Puts her hand in front of her face. And then I put his hand down, and he lifts it back up.
I don't know what. And he even added he does the little flourish that Jace did before he put his hand in front of his face.
My God, it's so stupid. Look at me. Well, I probably look hot doing it.
Yeah, I mean...
But not because you can't see my beautiful face!
He puts his hands up, takes her hand, and will give it a kiss. You look hot doing absolutely anything. It's just that when you do that, it is just the tiniest bit comedic, my love.
I mean, for God's sakes, we're hardwired to be attracted to each other's faces, and he's covering up more than leaning into JJ a third of his face.
JJ starts to laugh. He really is.
Fucking Laz and Oz were walking into Lorelai's mansion. Oops! Accidentally dropped him on his head. Picked him up. Oh, nice to see you.
JJ starts to laugh. Oh my God! If she gave those two a defective baby, then that would be just so fucking funny.
I hope he doesn't do that to real girls when he grows up, because they're gonna be like nerd and walk away from it.
Oh, I mean, please. He's just a baby. He's a little lad at this point. He's what? 3, maybe 3.5 years old. He'll learn eventually.
Coming out here, she's doing the hand thing to JJ as they're continuing their discussion. Laz and Oz have yet to see Jace doing it because Sam was kissing his hand and putting the hand down quickly. Oz, what the fuck are they doing? To Laz, seeing Samantha put her hand up in front of her face to JJ. Is that like foreplay for them or something?
I guess it looks really stupid, don't you think?
The stupidest. Kisses Laz on the earlobe, but Jace, being held by his grandfather, sees them doing it. What is he thinking?
He thinks to himself, I knew it does work. Now they're even doing it. Come on, I am a mastermind.
Samantha, JJ, coming out here, JJ carrying her. Scar. Alright, so, I figured we're going to film this scene here first, the opening scene. Now, and that's not in Davine's agenda. She wants to do the final scene that evokes the most emotion and see her son give an Oscar-winning performance. The whole, come on, scene, including JJ floating in the ocean.
Davine will put a finger up.
Alright, so Soul, we're going to be shooting the opening scene here. Huh?
No, darling. We're going to be going about this a different way. Thank you.
Alright. Okay. He pulls his head back. I mean, I know how this works. You don't shoot movies in order most of the time, but shouldn't we just start with the beginning?
The final scene.
Yeah, but people haven't been acting, you know. It's like we gotta ease into it type
We
of thing.
will be doing the final scene. I want to see my son, the poster boy of the ODM Academy, act his ass off, forgive my French, up there along with Fredwick. See how good they really will be during this shoot, if you will.
Jacoby points at Davine, then back at Scar. Nah! Sticks his tongue out, pulls his eye down. Scar. Alright. Okay. Sure. We're doing the last scene, Uncle. No! Fine. Sits back in his seat. Fine. Benjamin, you're gonna have to get a boom mic up. You know, you get to work!
Yeah, let's go, honey. Let's go.
Her little beret following him. They come over here with Uncle Zap. I mean, you know, we're gonna need the whole, little special effects thing going on. She can handle it. She's studying now. Points to Soul. I'm helping direct. Not really. I just look cool. Scar. Yeah. Alright, Soul, you can do this now, right? She's taught you.
Oh, the whole, special effects and what I have to do and stuff?
Yeah, so here, I'll turn to the last page of the fucking script. This is what I need done. Just read these stage directions, please, darling. The boat's there, and the cameras are set up on the internal of the boat, and we got our long shot, wide shot, medium shot, and back end shot of the boat as requested. How many fucking angles are we getting? You want a front end shot too?
As many as we can, darling. It is the final scene. We must get them from all angles. Thank you.
Okay, no, I'm not critiquing. I'm just shocked. All right. You know what? It's been a long time since you've been in this mode, Davine. It's good to see you back in form.
Thank you, darling. It is good to be back in form.
You see how she rolls. Form. We're going to do as many shots as it takes. She'll roll her R's, sometimes her L's. You get it now, Memory End. I've always gotten it. I remember the Rainfalls 11 trilogy. And yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely remember Grandma in her rarest of forms. Probably less so than Memory End, but don't worry, I remember.
I imagine Clive is shocked. Ricky can continue his sentence as she is clapping.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. I'm happy to be back in form. Like cheese.
I told you, Clive. I don't think you were prepared for this.
I wasn't. I don't think I was the least prepared for this, I think.
Blaze coming over here with a boom mic. He will be doing the boom mic on this take so Ricky can enjoy himself. He's got the boom mic. Poor Benny can't sit and enjoy himself, but that's okay. He's got Elizabeth by his side. Zap looking over at Davine. I done love when she gets like this. This when you know you motherfuckers gonna get another Rainfall Oscar. This the best Davine ever. And she's not threatening to kill you or something. She done never did that. He looks at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will look at Zap. So, even while you were extremely stressed out and stuff, did you know you were just making all that up?
What you talking about, darling? Everything okay? Benny fixing her beret. You know I get mad sometimes when there's drama and get annoyed with your family, but I really do love it.
It is quite nice to be around here. I think I'm just thinking about a dream that I had, darling.
I understand. Fixing the light. These lights don't have to be perfect. Give me a second, Davine. I got you back.
Yes, please do. I want to see it perfect.
Well, let me fix it, and then you can decide what you like on the lighting, but we don't need the actors up here. Who we waiting on? Scar, JJ, and, Fred.
Yes, sir. He looks at Sam. Wish me luck, love.
She does not verbally wish him luck. She will just kiss him.
He smiles at her. Just what I needed.
She doesn't let him go.
He continues to just stay in her hold, and he'll give her another kiss.
Wow. Frederick and JJ, the acting duo of lifetime, smacking Frederick on the ass. Sletta. Oh god!
Oh my god.
Samuel coming up doing the same thing. She almost falls out of her chair.
That's... I've never seen that happen. Have you ever seen that happen before?
Oh my god, what is going on? It's those galleon genes rubbing off on everybody, Clive. Good, that's kind of gross.
Yeah, a little bit.
What happened to my uncle? She's tearing up.
I don't know. Here, you don't have to look at that, honey. You don't have to look at it.
Oh, Carter. She starts crying into Carter's shoulder.
He just starts petting the top of her head. It's okay, honey. It's okay. You don't have to look at it.
Come on, Banksy. His makeup done. You know what to do. Banksy, alright. And we'll slightly tap Frederick on the ass. Oh no!
What
Oh.
the fuck?
Good frisky, are we?
Oh, well, we used to do it on the Spartan team, and most of us were guys, so get out there and have a good time, champ.
Yes, sir. He will start moving upwards towards the set.
What the fuck?
Banksy will come sit down next to Icy. Keep going.
What the fuck did I just watch happen?
I don't know. I don't know. Things have been very good, don't get me wrong, but strange lately.
I think that was probably the strangest thing I've seen on set today, and I've seen pretentious Davine Rainfall.
Slapping perfect ass of Fredwick. Samuel sitting down, even Uncle Banksy do to appease us.
So he's got a perfect ass, does he?
In me opinion, and Samuel.
Well, I mean, yours two's the only opinion that matters, doesn't it?
Krellin looking over at Clive, putting his arm around Clive. Need to calm down, Clive. Stop making mean videos.
I'll ease up on them, okay? But I'll definitely ease up on them. I got a nice gift today. It definitely calmed me down. I'll ease up on them, okay?
Skylanders Dark Edition.
Exactly, Skylanders Dark Edition.
And nobody will be touching it. It's just for Clive, but by Scar. Never touch. But me think me look like main character on box. Paint me black, Ricky. Looking down the line!
No, I'm sorry, bro. I can't do that.
Me Skylander Dark Edition, Samuel. Samuel Clapp!
Carter just shakes his head. Oh, Jesus.
Hale looking up at Aunt Memory Ann and Uncle Carter. I really like how overdramatic Aunt Suletta and Aunt Memory Ann are. Looking between the two of them. Jace is gone. There's not a range, but only Integra and Hale are talking. Like, they are so overdramatic.
Extremely overdramatic. Honestly, it breathes some life into the family, I think.
It really does. And they got beautiful hair.
Oh, absolutely gorgeous hair. I'm jealous of it, to be honest.
It's my turn with the grandkids, Memory Ann. Oh, no, I want to keep her. Carter and I like to take her and Integra. Oh, come on, Carter. Please let me hold your little baby sister for a while. Come on. Carter feels bad for Mama Leia.
Carter looks down. He looks Integra in the eyes, and Integra's eyes look terrified, like pleading in a way, and he just clicks his tongue. Yeah, sure, you can hold Integra, but I would like her back pretty soon, okay?
Oh, you done get her back, don't worry. And if we apply that logic to Integra, then you know I'm gonna bring Hale back too. Come with me, children. No!
No! No, they betrayed us, damn it!
I hate that memory. Scream.
God damn it, you're supposed to be my brother!
How's that lighting look, Davine?
Oh, darling, it looks spectacular.
How's the effects looking, Davine? And Soul is doing a bang-up job. It never... Icy taught her, but it didn't take too long to be taught. Natural aptitude.
Beautiful, darling. Positively beautiful.
Wow, Ricky. Frederick going to pretend to die, get killed by giant wave. Hope hat don't come off.
Yeah, I hope that'd be pretty funny.
What would happen if the hat comes completely off? Then he go back to Fat Frederick. Oh, remember it?
Would it be like just and he snaps his fingers and he's back, or would it like slowly return?
Nah, instantly. We playing around with it earlier. Looking up at the stage. Don't think Davine consider this when wanting them to get hit with bunch of water.
Oh my god, please, you fingers crossed and everything, please let the hat come off.
Krellin intently staring up as Samuel sits down on Krellin's lap. I imagine Clive is very uncomfortable at the sight of that.
Yeah, he scoots closer to Suletta and like, I don't want to be rude, but I also don't want to be next to that.
She'll pull him closer, arm around him. Davine is a good mother. Everybody knows this, but this is Davine's moment, and Sam is not letting go of JJ. They've just been kissing this whole time. It's time for Davine to put her foot down.
JJ, darling, we need you on set now.
Nope. Keeps kissing it.
She looks right at Samantha. Yes, he needs to be on set.
She'll blink twice at Davine and let go. Yes, mother. Sorry. She'll pick up her drink.
It's quite alright, darling. JJ will put a hand onto Samantha's shoulder, looking at Davine with not a scared look in his eye, but just like a surprised look, and he'll go up next to Fledwick.
Alright, guys. You've studied the script, I hope, because you're under the fucking gun if there was a gun to your head. Gesturing back to Davine. Frederick, what's this scene about? Tell me, please, as Soul is gonna page through the script and make sure he knows what to do.
Fledwick looks over at Scar. Well, first, I assume we're going to film the scene where we're happy that we made the turn and uh, we are like celebrating, everyone's cheering and stuff. And then there's a scene in the middle of that, of course. So then we're gonna cut and start to film the scene where it's like the last hope. We see the sunlight, and then everything, well, forgive my French, but goes to shit.
Yeah, the quote, I don't... Come on! Scar says, yeah. Yeah, but we're just focusing on you and JJ, remember that.
Yes, of course. I assume that the like cheering and celebrating stuff is going to be filmed at a later time.
Yeah, those poor suckers will probably be up next. I mean, actors. Looking over his shoulder nervously at Davine. So, that's, Soul, you're my script supervisor. If they go off script, you gotta stop them. Because if you don't, she's gonna get really angry. And you don't want angry grandma, right?
So, nods. Yeah, no, I don't want angry grandma.
Okay. Sound check. Blaze. Perfect on my end. Benny looking at the little sound box he has. Perfect. Lighting's good. Scar puts up his hands. Go for it, Davine. Soul, you just follow the stage directions, honey, and have the water hit, okay?
Okay, sounds good. All right, wonderful. Davine, like, scoots up in her seat a bit.
No, we're not done. We're not ready. Open your mouth, dear.
She'll open her mouth.
He forgot something. He puts a cigarette in her mouth and lights a really long French one.
She'll take the cigarette, take a long drag off of it, take it out of her mouth, and blow the smoke out. Just what I needed.
I'll take that and keep it hot and ready for you. All right, dear, you're ready.
Wonderful. Ready? Action! As JJ and Flitwick immediately get sprayed with water from the left side of the set, the two of them extremely happy. JJ goes over to the back of the boat and screams down the stairs. Hey, we did it! Guys, we're alive! We made the turn! We did it! JJ will stumble his way back over to Flitwick, hand on his shoulder, excuse me. Who Flitwick looks completely and utterly focused on piloting this fake boat. Hey, Skip, I'm giving you notice. This is my last trip. When we get back, I'm going to Salisbury Beach with Chris. We're riding those go-karts full time.
Before, wait. It's not entirely Soul's fault, but maybe she overdoes some of the effect and some water hitting Frederick. The hat goes flying. Frederick screams.
Wow!
And in mid-scene, maybe breaking JJ's concentration, he goes back to normal. Frederick. Hunk, uh-oh.
JJ sees that. He goes from John Deere Flitwick to normal Flitwick. I like to imagine he immediately gains like 60 pounds.
Probably more than that, yeah.
Flitwick, JJ covers his mouth, turns around, walks over here, and just, oh god, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'd say we botched that one up. Oh, shit.
Oh god. Cut!
Puts the cigarette in her mouth. She can talk with it in her mouth.
Davine stands up and will walk onto the set. Right up to Flitwick, pick up the hat and, like, flick some of the water off and put it back on his head. What do we need? Do we need some tape? Do we need to get the glue on the top of your head to have it stick?
I'll take care of it, Mother. Icy, snapping her fingers, it'll adhere to his head.
Thank you, Istram. Very helpful of you. She gives Icy a little wink.
Hunk clapping as Frederick goes back to John Deere. Frederick. That's my bad. I should have foresaw that coming with the water. So, yeah, all taken care of. Sorry, Frederick.
Yes, and excuse me as well. I probably hit them a bit too hard with the water.
I don't think it was hard enough. It's gotta look good, honey. Icy, yeah. I mean, it's gotta look real. We've gotta win an Oscar. Fixing her beret.
Okay. If you guys are sure, I'll hit them harder now.
All right, oversight on our wizard's part. That's okay. Icy, all fixed now. All right, dear, come on, let's go.
Davine looks at the two of them, points two fingers to her eyes, and then one at each of them, and will go back to behind the camera.
She never gets nervous. She's Sasha's kid. JJ sees Sam biting her nails, holding her drink.
JJ sees that, and his eyes go wide.
She tries to reassuring nod towards JJ in the car. All right. Oversight fixed, Nicole. It's on him. It's staying on him until Mom wants it off. Got it. Honey, let it rip with the effects. You got this. Colt, kissing Soul on the cheek. Whenever you're ready, Dave. Take it from the top, I assume?
Yes, darling, we're taking it from the top. Let's do this thing. Is everyone ready? Flitwick and JJ both nod towards her. Wonderful. Ready? Quite on set. Action! As the JJ and Fledwick get just hit with a torrent of water now from the left side of the set. The two of them again cheering. JJ will again move past Fledwick, lean down. We did it, guys! Guys, we're alive! We made the turn! We did it! As he waits a couple seconds, will stumble his way back over to Fledwick, hand on his shoulder. Hey, Skip, I'm giving you notice. This is my last trip. When we get back, I'm going to Salisbury Beach with Chris. We're riding those go-karts full time! The two of them laugh for a brief moment as they again get hit with a torrent of water. Oh god. Oh god. What do you think, Skip? As Frederick starts to look around, his eyes squinted. We're doing 12 nights. We keep this up, make it full done. We might just get out of here. As he smiles over at JJ, Davian will cut. She puts a hand on her mouth, turns to look at Hunk. That is your son right there.
I'm proud of the boy.
That was wonderful. I could not have enjoyed that more. She turns back. Wonderful job, you two. Wonderful job.
Everybody clap. Everybody, and we'll just say everybody starts clapping. Krellin clapping the loudest. Tear coming out of his eyes, giving JJ a thumbs up. Sam still biting her nails nervously, looking at Davy.
JJ nods over to Hunk, and then he's going to give a reassuring nod over to Samantha. Davian is going to lean over to Hale. Now, darling, you remember, there's going to be a large sun in this scene, so... Zap, darling.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be in the realm of possibility if these lights on this side were turned up so they hit the actor's face like the sun is coming towards them? They can see the sun, their one last hope, and then immediately start to dim them once more.
I'm on it. Call the ball. He'll turn them all up, pushing a switch on a control panel he has here. Just give me a hand gesture when to dim, and I will slowly dim them.
Wonderful, darling, wonderful. She nods. Okay. She looks around. Is everyone ready? Soul gives him a thumbs up. She looks over at Scar. You ready, Uncle Scar?
He's staring at Davine. I'm ready. He's getting nervous, looks back at JJ and Frederick. I'm good to go.
JJ will give a thumbs up, as will Fledwick. As Fledwick actually leans over to JJ. Oh shit, I'm real nervous about this. Oh fuck, I don't know why. Because it's a nervous thing to be about. My wife is nervous and she doesn't get nervous.
Frederick sees Sam biting her nail.
Oh fuck. That's really bad, Dan. Like, really bad. Oh, trust me, I know. Okay, it looks like she's about to call it. Okay. Let's all just take a deep breath. Quiet on the set. And action. As the bright light shining in through the windows mimics the light of the sun. Skip, we're gonna make it. As a good 5 seconds pass, Davine pushing in a bit closer to Fledwick, Fledwick's eyes looking about in a very suspicious manner. Davine puts her hand up and starts to turn it downwards towards Zap.
Zap does perfectly, as instructed.
And as the lights start to dim completely, just completely dark on their face, with a sad and disappointed look on his face. She's not gonna let us out. he says as he quickly starts to turn the wheel of the boat, getting blasted with heavier and heavier and heavier torrents of water, completely soaking the two of them. JJ has to hold on to one of the little bars on the boat to stand up straight. And as this is happening, Sol will start to turn her hand upwards, and the water on the set starts to make a huge wave. JJ looks out the window, sees the wave. No, come on. Fledwick seemingly gets angry at the sight of this as JJ grabs the throttle and hits it up to the max. Fledwick, come on, you bitch! Come on! Davine, Hunk sees it. Davine's eyes widen under the aviator glasses as she gestures for the cameras to be pushed in even further on Fledwick for a close-up.
They will be.
It pushes in on Fledwick as he grunts against the pressure of the boat. He let out another, "Come on!" as the boat will flip under the water, and she'll call, "Cut! Cut!"
Hunk, a tear rolling out of his eyes. We'll start back here. Krellin, a tear rolling out of his eyes. Samuel wiping condensation from his eye visor. Probably not the best idea given Davine's current state, because she started clapping before cut, but that's okay. She's standing up clapping. Suletta, oh God, Clive. With hands over her mouth.
Carter's starting to tear up looking at that scene. Goddamn.
That was actually fucking great.
I sympathize with this. He just wants to save his men.
No, he does. He just wants to save everyone.
I'm actually at a loss for words, man.
You would not think this guy is a children's TV star, Ricky. Kissing him on the cheek, but still proudly clapping for Frederick and JJ's performance.
You wouldn't think he's a slightly defective android and he's gonna kiss her back.
True. But she stays up clapping. And Suletta, I just, bright young girl, Clive, stands up and just claps along with her.
Clive also stands up and starts clapping. Oh, she's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Stand, Carter. Clapping, standing up.
Carter will stand. I like to imagine all my characters stand up and start to clap.
Oz is so caught in a trance, clapping, his gum he was chewing fell out of his mouth. Colt is not clapping. He's just in awe of what he saw, just blankly staring up. As they come up, they're fine underwater, but they resurface.
JJ will start to wipe some of the water off his face. He looks at Frederick. What the hell was that, man? That was amazing. Will we? Oh, thank you, guys. I thought it was pretty good.
They're all clapping for both of you, Hunk. But Frederick, your performance really hit right here. Points to his heart.
Even hardened, pretentious Davine is letting a singular tear go down the side, go down her cheek on the side that Icy can see it.
Icy's crying out of both. Benny. Oh, man. That was kind of good.
That was really good. Elizabeth just bawling her eyes out.
Poor guy. Look at him. He's doing anything to save his homies.
He just wants to save them. That's all he wants to do.
Banksy removing his helmet, crying. Oz crying, looking down at Jace. My God. Looking back up at Laz. Love, here, let me wipe some tears out of your eye. He pulls out his handkerchief.
Please do. She's probably crying the most out of any of my characters.
Frederick might still not understand the gravity of his performance until he scans the room. Sam is crying, and so is Sasha. They were back eating. They were back here at the food table eating. They're not involved in the filming, just executive producer. But even the two, I don't know, hardest women I guess he knows or is fearful of are crying.
Fledwick grabs JJ's shoulder. Holy crap, man, we did do what we could. I know. You got my mother-in-law and my wife crying. My man, you did amazing. I'm trying to tell you here. Oh God, I did it. I actually impressed them with my acting. You did, mate. You did, and I am extremely proud of you.
Hunk rubbing Davine's shoulder slightly, turning her head slightly by her chin to see Sam and Sasha both crying. I think that Oscar is a shoo-in, dear. It's assured.
We are so winning this Oscar.
It's game fucking over from here on out, baby. Here's your cigarette.
She will put the cigarette back in her mouth. We only got a little bit more to film. Don't worry, everyone, for this scene. We are going to flip the ship over, and they are going to film a scene where we can only see the heads above water. That scene right now. Yes, ma'am. Here, let me just... Are you two ready for it? And JJ will give him 2 thumbs up. She'll start to turn the boat over, and the two of them will go underwater. Their heads come back up with only their heads visible, and Davine, move in for a close-up. This is a close-up scene.
Scar moving the cameras in.
Thank you, darling, thank you. Davine, with the two of her fingers resting on her bottom lip. Is everyone ready on set?
Yes. Intently staring at Frederick.
Wonderful. Ready? Action. The two of their heads above water, bobbing up and down. JJ looking around. So how do we do this, Skip? No school forward. Never was. Bobby, I'm sorry I got you into this. Nah, Skip. We made the right call. The two of them start to look around at their completely dire situation for a couple seconds. And they can see JJ's jaw start to tremble and his eyes start to water up. It was a hell of a fight, though. Hell of a fight. And Fledwick looks at him, smiles slightly, and nods sadly at JJ. Let's get out of here, Skip. And the two of them will go underwater, and I imagine Soul starts to push the set upwards, so it follows them under the water. And as it follows them, JJ gets out of the ship and starts to swim upwards. Fredwick stays behind, smiles at him, and nods.
Icy's grabbing Davine's arm.
Davine is covering her mouth, muffling legitimate cries that she's having at this moment. As JJ will make his way up, Soul will start to push the set down, and will start to make the waves crazier and crazier and more rapid and everything like that. As the final monologue from JJ begins. Samantha, can you hear me? I don't know if you can, but I'm talking to you, baby. to know how much I love you. I loved you the moment I saw you. I love you now. And I will love you forever. No goodbye. There's only love, Samantha. Only love. As Soul will make the wave go over JJ, and Davine will call out, "Cut!"
Sasha's tears are so bad, Frederick and JJ can see it when they surface. While Frederick's surfacing, Hale is taking her scarf and wiping it for her, rescued by Towns and Sasha, Integra, and Hale, where Hunk is bent over holding his stomach.
Little Jace is rubbing his back, patting it a couple times.
He sits down behind Soul and starts to sob like a child.
And Soul turns around, puts his head onto her lap, and starts to pet the top of his head.
Benny will set the mic down and sit down, have to wipe some tears out of his eyes.
Elizabeth will sit down next to him, hug onto his arm, and just hold it there.
Oh my god. He even got his father's acting talents. Very good. Oscar shoo-in for sure. Don't know why JJ want one though. Siletta just keeps crying.
I think you guys are gonna get one.
Clive, bawling his eyes out, just... That's some of the best goddamn acting I've ever seen. Carter, he went down with the ship like a goddamn captain should.
Memory Ann, help me. Somebody please. Her hands. Her tears froze over. Her hands are stuck to her face.
Oh crap, here, let me, he'll start to help her out with that.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh god, looking up at the... Amazing. Clapping, wiping a tear out of her eyes. Absolutely incredible. And I got to live to be on a live Rainfall production set. Siletta.
Not just any set, Ellie. It's a hell of a movie.
I can see why these sets are way better than like a Frederick-oriented set. Memory Ann, that's a good way to look at it, actually.
Jesus. You know you guys are probably gonna sweep the Oscars with this thing, right?
Clive, she starts crying.
Oh shit, he'll hug her, put her head into his shoulder, and just start rubbing her back.
I agree. Clean sweep. Looking up at the stage, still clapping.
Absolutely a clean goddamn sweep. Carter started to wipe his tears away.
Alright, let's get him out of the water, dear. I think Samantha's really crying over there.
Come out, darlings, come out. Davine almost completely dropping her persona. JJ will come out of the water, as will Fredwick.
You see arms wrapped around Banksy crying. I imagine Laz is still crying as Oz tries to comfort.
Yeah, she's crying like a baby, most definitely. JJ looking around, he'll walk right up to Samantha. I suppose I did a good job then?
She looks up at JJ with tears filled in her eyes. I'd say so.
Oh, love. He puts both hands on her cheeks and will give her a kiss. It's okay, love.
She smiles up at JJ. It just hit home, you know?
I understand, love. I would be crazy to admit if I didn't bring some of my own personal feelings into that one.
She'll gulp big and kiss JJ on the chin and hold it there, but fluttering her teary eyes at JJ.
He smiles at her, wipes some more of the tears away, and gives her a kiss on the forehead.
Frederick, front and center in front of the director. I think she needs to tell you something.
Yes, sir. He'll walk right up to Davine. Davine wipes her tears away, puts her aviators back on, fixes her little beret. I knew you were right for this role, darling. I just knew it. As she'll give Fledwick a hug. Oh. Thank you. Frederick also starts to tear up and cry. Thank you, that's very nice to hear. Thank you.
Proud of you, son. Looking at Frederick!
Thank you, Dad. Thank you so much. He hugs Davine back. I'm glad I could make you guys proud.
Just look at this for a second here, son, huh? Points over again, seeing Hale having to wipe away her tears.
Oh my god, I really got her, didn't I?
You got her, son. You got us all. Gestures around, Colt crying into Soul's shoulder, kissing at her neck.
Hey, it's okay, honey. It's okay. She gives him a kiss on the cheek.
After today, it hits hard.
I know, it really does. But everyone's okay?
He nods his head as we're wrapping up. Hale to Integra, wiping Sasha's tears away. Looks up at Sasha. God bless this woman for saving us. Looks over at Integra.
Thank God I didn't want to be over there anymore.
What's everybody crying about? Looking around the room.
Integra looks around. I honestly got no clue.
Frederick screaming, "Come on!"
Oh my god, that was so funny.
When we grow up, we're gonna go around the lane and just go, "Come on!"
Oh my god, yes, just come on!
Look, who am I? Puts her hand in front of her face. Wait a minute, no. Puts her hand down. Now, who am I? Kisses Sasha on the cheek.
Oh my god, don't let Jay see you doing that. He'll get hurt by that.
Hey, Jace, look.
Jace looks over. Oh, you lucky bastard.
Yeah, well, Pequod took Thomas away.
Oh yeah, you're Jiggler.
She looks over at Jace. Come on! Mr. Snuffles, meow, 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 please stop!
Jace starts to laugh. Oh, come on!
And we will cut there.